Chapter 1241. Xiao Hong was startled. She had only casually praised him, but he had actually asked her what was good about him. Xiao Hong is an uncouth person. She only knows how to drink and not how to speak. If she speaks, then Yue is the master of tea. She kicked the ball to Sima Yue. Oh. Junwei shifted his gaze to Sima Yue. Yue knows how to taste tea too. I know a thing or two. Give it a try then. Sima Yue smelled the tea that Mou handed to her. She sniffed it gently and took a sip. She originally wanted to discuss this tea, but when the words reached her mouth, she changed it into a poem that she had heard before. The iron-colored wrinkled leather belt is filled with the beauty of poetry. The root of the tongue has not tasted the innocence, but the nose has already smelled the sacred fragrance. Xiao Hong and Master Jun didn't quite understand what Sima Yue said, but Mou understood what she meant. He was a knowledgeable fellow. Tiguanyin tea is very simple to brew. This cup of tea is also mellow and sweet. However, because the water temperature and brewing time are not enough, the taste of this tea is affected and the fragrance of this tea is not fully displayed. Junwei and Mou's expressions changed slightly, especially Mou. This tea was the best tea he had found in the mortal realm this time. It was even more delicious than the teas before. In order to brew its fragrance, he lived with those tea farmers for more than a year. He only left when he felt that he had brewed enough tea. But she said that she didn't do a good job. So you're saying that you're very good at making tea? Mou said faintly. It was hard to tell whether he was happy or angry, but it made the Jun family's head's heart skip a beat. A little. Sima Yue said. Since that's the case, why don't you brew a pot of tea for everyone? Sima Yue thought for a while and said, okay. Mou handed the tea set to her, but she declined. I prefer to use my own tea set. With a wave of her hand, a full set of tea sets appeared on the table. Then, she began to make tea. Mou saw that her tea set was not inferior to his own and knew that she was also a tea lover. The rudeness in his heart towards her just now disappeared by more than half. What he didn't know was that Yue didn't like tea at first. It was because Wu Lingyu liked it that she knew many ways to make tea. She would make tea for him from time to time, and that was how she slowly fell in love with tea. In the past, she preferred to drink. Boil the water, pick the tea, brew the tea, wash the cups, and finally soak the tea. After waiting for 10 seconds, pour the tea into small cups, and then use a pair of tweezers to place it in front of everyone. Please. She picked up a cup for herself and sniffed it. A satisfied smile appeared on her face. Mou's group of 4 had never seen such a brewing method before. Seeing that small cup of tea, they picked it up somewhat curiously. Mou sniffed lightly and said, the golden color of the eyes is like amber. It smells like a natural fragrance, but I don't know how it tastes. You'll know after tasting it. What's the difference between my tea and yours? Sima Yue drank the tea and was in a good mood. Mou didn't think that the tea she brewed would be better than the tea he brewed, although it did smell good. However, after he drank it, he immediately overturned his thoughts. For people like them who were well versed in tea, even if there was a slight difference, they would be able to taste it. Not to mention, this tea was obviously much better than the one he brewed. What kind of tea brewing method is this? Kung Fu tea. Sima Yue saw that he had finished drinking, so she used a pair of tweezers to pick up the cup and refilled it for him. Then, she handed it to him. She was already very beautiful, and her movements were so elegant. Her faint aura made him feel that drinking tea with her was a kind of enjoyment. Kung Fu tea. He picked up the teacup and looked at it. Then, he looked at her and said, can you teach me? This Kung Fu tea isn't difficult. I think you should be able to understand it after watching me perform it. Sima Yue said. But if there's a single mistake in this tea, it will ruin the entire cup of tea. I want to know how precise each step has to be. Mou said, Miss Yue, during this period of time, can I look for you to discuss the art of tea? Sima Yue was startled. They didn't seem to be familiar with each other. I'm sorry, Before she finished speaking, she felt Xiao Hong's pleading gaze. She immediately changed her words and said, since that's the case, Yue would also like to discuss it with young Master Jun. They stayed in the tea house for a while longer. When they saw Fatty Chu and the rest coming out of the shop, they said, Jun family head, my friends are out. We'll take our leave first. Xiao Hong looked at Mou with some reluctance and said, Jun family head, young Master Jun, we'll take our leave first. Take care, three ladies. Sima Yue and the rest came out of the private room. The smile on her face slowly faded. Bei Gong Tang looked at her and didn't say anything. Xiao Hong, we've been shopping for a long time today. Let's go back. Sima Yue said after they left the tea house. Xiao Hong saw that her expression wasn't right and said, Are you angry? No. Sima Yue said, I understand that you want to interact with him more. I'm not angry. I'm just a little tired. That's true. We've been shopping for a long time this year. I'll send you back then. Xiao Hong said. Sima Yue wanted to say that there was no need, but she was afraid that she was too abnormal and would make her suspect something, so she agreed. In the private room, Junwei and Mou were still tasting tea. Master, why didn't you kill her? If Oniheim knew, would she be angry? Junwei asked. I told her before that I was only going to help her investigate what kind of person this person was. I didn't promise to help her take revenge. Mou said, wouldn't it be a pity to kill a person with such a high level of difference? The tea she makes is indeed extraordinary. Junwei was very sure about this. He was often tasted by Mou's tea and was already picky with the tea he made. Ordinary tea wouldn't enter his eyes. To be honest, the tea made by Sima Yue was indeed better than the tea made by his master. It's rare to meet such a powerful person. If I don't learn properly, wouldn't I have wasted my time in the human world? Master is right, Xiao Hong sent them to the place where they stayed before going back. She smiled happily at the thought of seeing Mou often in the future. Sima Yue waited for her to leave before entering the door with Bei Gong Tang and the rest with a sullen face. Fatty Chu and the rest saw Sima Yue's expression change and asked, What's wrong? That Jun Mou is abnormal. Sima Yue said, He's from the Ghost Clan and is very powerful. When we were in the private room, I felt a flash of murderous intent towards me. Ghost Clan. How do you know? Qing Yi said so. Sima Yue said, and I feel like he knows me. Why did you agree to let such a person into the residence? If I rejected him, I might not be able to walk out of that private room. Chapter 1242. Even until now, Sima Yue seemed to be able to feel the way Mou looked at her inadvertently. Although there was no strong killing intent, it was enough for people like them to not show their anger. Is the Jun family also part of the Ghost Clan? Bei Gong Tang asked. I don't know if he's from the Ghost Clan, but did you notice that although he's sitting in the main seat, his words and actions reveal his respect for him? This means that the other party's status is higher than his. He shouldn't be from the Jun family. Sima Yue said. If you agree to such a dangerous person, what if he wants to kill you when he comes looking for you? Fatty Chu asked. Since he let me go today, he won't kill me for now. Sima Yue said, but I'll have to ask Qing Yi for help next time. Right now, Qing Yi was probably the only one who was a match for him. Right, where's Old Bai? I don't know. I haven't seen him in the past few days. Wei Ziqi said. I feel like Old Bai has something on his mind, Yang Fei said. I noticed that his expression wasn't right after he came here that day. Old Bai is a man with a story. Perhaps, his story is related to this place. Sima Yue said. How do you know? Fatty Chu asked. When Xiao Yi came to deliver the invitation card, I noticed that Old Bai's expression changed when he heard about the Armament Masters Guild. I asked him to protect me. At that time, he was a little hesitant. He wanted to come but didn't want to. So I guess it has something to do with this place. Could it be related to the owner of this place? Bei Gong Tang asked. That female refiner elder. I'll ask Xiao Hong about this elder later. Sima Yue said. Yu, is that Mou really alright? Sima Yulin was still very worried. As long as he's from the Ghost Clan and I'm prepared, he won't be able to kill me so quickly. Sima Yue said, after all, Qi Yan's flame is their nemesis. I don't think Qing Yi will watch me get killed. Even if he doesn't make a move, the other party won't know. Therefore, his existence is a form of intimidation. Sima Yue said, besides, since he's using the Jun family as a cover, it means that he doesn't want his identity as a ghost to be known. He definitely won't act recklessly. Did he say when he would come to discuss tea art with you? Sima Yue shook her head. Although the other party did not say anything, she could roughly guess that it could happen any time in the next few days. Although she thought so, she still did not expect that Mou would come to find her so early. When Mou arrived, he did not announce his arrival, nor did he take the usual route. Instead, he went directly to Sima Yue's courtyard, and she was having her breakfast happily. When Mou saw the tall stack of bowls on her table, he was stunned for a moment before he understood. Sima Yue was eating the last mouthful of porridge when she saw Mou suddenly appear. She almost choked to death and coughed violently. Why are you here? She felt that her throat was hurting from coughing, but it was not as strong as the shock in her heart. Mou's face darkened immediately. Didn't we agree to discuss tea art? Cough cough. But you don't have to come so early, right? Sima Yue was choked and glared at him. Now that Qing Yi was outside, she did not have to worry about him so much. Plus, she was choked so badly, so she was a little angry. The sun is already up in the sky. Mou said. But you shouldn't have come in directly, right? Why didn't anyone inform you? Sima Yue said again. It's troublesome to go through the main door. Mou said, alright, you're done eating. Let's discuss tea art. Although she cursed in her heart, she still obediently brought him to a small pavilion by the lake in the courtyard. Although Xiao Hong said that this courtyard was small, it was only compared to other courtyards. This courtyard was still very big. At least there was a front yard, a backyard, and a scenic lake. This pavilion was a little far from where she lived. Because she did not have spiritual power, they walked for more than 10 minutes before they arrived. Why did you come here? Mou asked. This pavilion is on the fake mountain by the lake. The scenery is the best. Sima Yue said. She would not tell him that she walked so far just to let others know that he was here. Mou saw that the scenery was indeed good, so he did not think about anything else. He grabbed her shoulder and jumped, bringing her to the pavilion. No one had come to the pavilion for a long time, so the stone table and stone bench were covered in dust. Mou frowned. With a wave of his hand, the dust was swept away. Sima Yue pursed her lips. Luckily this guy did not ask her to wipe the dust. Please. Mou casually chose a seat and sat down. Seeing that Sima Yue was still standing there, he said. Sima Yue went to face him and looked at him, saying, You want to learn Kung Fu tea? I want to learn the tea art that you know. Mou said. Then you will have to learn for a long time. Sima Yue said, there are several brewing methods for each type of tea, and each method has different requirements for different types of tea. This is not something that can be learned in a short time. Then I will follow you and slowly learn until I learn everything. Sima Yue pursed her lips. He really had the bad temper of those almighty people. He did whatever he wanted to do. I think that if you know too much, you will lose the heart to taste tea. If young Master Mo you really likes tea, you don't have to be so serious about it, especially about tea. She advised. How could Mo you not understand Sima Yue's meaning? Wasn't she telling him to get lost if he learned Kung Fu tea? Life is too long. You have to find a hobby for yourself. Mo said, although this tea art is very deep, but compared to the long life, it is just a drop in the ocean. Didn't this mean that I have all the time? She looked at him and wanted to ask, aren't you going back to the ghost realm? Aren't you afraid of being found out by the human realm? How could she do anything if he was by her side? Don't be unwilling. Mo said, what you need to do now is to please me. Why should I? Sima Yue sneered. The thing that she would never do in her life was to please others. Because your information is now in my hands. The daughter of the Dark Princess, Onihime, asked me to get your information. It would be best if I can kill you directly. Sima Yue's fingers curled, and her heart sank. This Mo really knew a lot of things. No wonder he looked at her with killing intent. Nervous? Mo said, you should be glad that you know the art of tea, so I don't want to kill you for the time being. So, why don't you hurry up and please me? Sima Yue took a deep breath and said, pleasing people is something that I left in my mother's womb. If you really want to learn the art of tea, I have my requirements. Chapter 1243. A dark light flashed in Mo's eyes. He had been in the mortal realm for so many years and had heard a lot about her. Of course, most of these rumors were investigated by people. From the information he received, although this little girl was young, her guts weren't small at all. How could a person who had done so many things be a coward? Therefore, he was only surprised for a moment that she wanted to make a request in such a situation. Tell me, what do you want? If you're only here to discuss Kung Fu tea with me, I'd be more than happy to oblige. If you want to learn from me, I'm sorry, but I only teach my own disciples. Sima Yue shrugged helplessly. Mo's face turned even darker. His body's hostility was exposed, and the entire pavilion was wrapped up in a gale. Sima Yue remained calm. Although the wind was so strong that it made it difficult for her to breathe, she was not frightened. Aren't you afraid that I will kill you? Or are you saying that I can't bear to kill you because you know the art of tea? Mo's voice was filled with killing intent. It could be said that if Sima Yue said anything wrong, he would immediately take her life. Even Onihime had to give in to him, and no one in the entire ghost realm dared to disobey him. How dare a silly little girl say such words to him? Can't bear to kill me. Cough, cough. The moment Sima Yue spoke, the wind rushed into her mouth. Since when did a member of the ghost clan have such a reluctant heart? Looks like you do know a little. I thought you had something to rely on, so you were indulging in fantasy. He retracted his aura, and the surrounding wind instantly stopped. Sima Yue did not let her guard down because of this. You're right, but you're also wrong. What's right and what's wrong? I do have something to rely on. You're right. However, my request is not a whimsical one. Sima Yue said, if you don't want to be my disciple, you won't be able to kill me and you won't be able to learn any skills. After saying that, she glanced at the lake and smiled confidently. Mo followed her gaze and looked over. By the lake, Little Seven and Little Dream were playing. Qing-Yi was looking at them dotingly. Feeling Mo's gaze, Qing-Yi turned her head slightly. Their eyes met, but in that instant, it felt like 10,000 years. So there is such a powerful person here. No wonder you're not as obedient as you were yesterday. Mou retracted his gaze, his expression not looking good. Sima Yue smiled. Thank you, young master Mou, for showing mercy yesterday. Humph. You're threatening me. Mou was in a very bad mood. How many years had it been? He had already forgotten the taste of being threatened. I'm not threatening you. Sima Yue took out a tea set and boiled some water. She then made a cup of tea guanyin for both of them. This method was the same as the one he used yesterday, but he could smell that the fragrance was stronger than the one he used yesterday. Please. Smelling the fragrance of the tea, the anger in his heart instantly dissipated by quite a bit. He picked up the teacup and took a sip. He wanted to see if the tea she brewed using the same method would taste better than the one he brewed. The answer was self-evident. Each of them held a cup of tea and tasted it. The pavilion quieted down for a moment. The strong killing intent and the raging wind just now seemed to have never existed. After drinking a cup of tea, Sima Yue refilled it with boiling water. You win. After a long time, he opened his mouth and said helplessly. Then I wonder which path young Master Mou chose. Sima Yue asked with a smile. Like you, I won't choose any path. Mou said, but I can promise you that I won't kill you. No, it seems that young Master Mou doesn't understand what I mean. It's not that you don't want to kill me, but that you can't kill me. I think we've already understood this before. Sima Yue said, what we want to talk about now is whether we should continue to discuss the art of tea, how to discuss it, in the short term or in the long term. What do you think? Mou sniffed the tea. Even if it was the second cup, it was still so intoxicating. If it's according to my idea, then naturally after today's discussion, young Master Mou will let go of me, a little human, and we won't have any contact with each other in the future. I'll teach you this kung fu tea and today's tea brewing technique. Sima Yue said. You don't want to be involved with me. Mou said with certainty. Young Master Mou is a sensible person. Although I don't know what your identity is, but since you can say Anaheim's name so naturally, I think your relationship shouldn't be bad. And I killed her son. If you pester me, I think it's too dangerous. Aren't you sure that I can't kill you? The danger I'm talking about is that you'll bring me too much trouble. And although I'm not afraid of trouble, I've never liked to deal with trouble. So, it's best not to be with you. Sima Yue said straightforwardly. Hee hee. Mou chuckled. She was indeed her daughter. Her courage was big enough. Aren't you afraid that I'll send news of you back? If that's the case, I'm afraid you won't have any peace in the future. Even if those from the Ghost Clan can come here, not many of them are as powerful as you, right? Sima Yue said, if that's the case, then I'll kill as many as they come. Anyway, those who want to kill me, I'll never be lenient. For example, you do. Sima Yue shrugged, which was considered a tacit agreement. But I'm not talking about your news. Mou said. You're saying, that's right. If those from the ghost realm know that your mother is Yukoluo, what do you think your life will be like in the future? Sima Yue was somewhat helpless. She was still unable to restrain the aura of the ghost clan, so those powerful people could sense that she had the royal bloodline. Thinking about her age, it was easy to guess whose child she was. Isn't it just being known? Anyway, they can't do anything to my mother. As for me, I'll go to the ghost realm sooner or later. Sima Yue did not take his threat seriously. Although it was not good for her identity to be exposed now, she would not be afraid just because she was her mother's daughter. You're quite open-minded. Mou looked at her. After only 10 minutes of interaction, he understood her a lot more. Now that I can't do anything, I can only control my own heart. Sima Yue poured tea for herself. How many tea brewing methods do you know? I know more than you. Sima Yue said, how about it, do you want to consider being my disciple? Hee, I'm afraid you don't have the life to be my master. Mou said, my life is tough, I'm the bane of masters. His masters were really all dead. Is that so? Sima Yue laughed, my life is even tougher. Those who aren't my bane can't be my disciple. Chapter 1244. In the end, the two of them did not become master and disciple. Sima Yue had never intended to accept him as her disciple. She was not the type of person who would accept anyone as her disciple. She was just using it as a stalling tactic. After that, Mou promised that he wouldn't do anything to her, nor would he send news of her back. Finally, when he promised to protect her safety during this period of time, the two finally reached an agreement. Although she didn't know if she could trust him, this was the best she could do for now. Since we have reached an agreement, can we begin? Mou asked. Sure. Sima Yue was in a good mood after dealing with the other party. She took out the tea and water that she had prepared and showed him how to make kung fu tea. She also told him what he needed to pay attention to when making tai guanyin with kung fu tea. Mou really liked tea, so when Sima Yue talked about it, he listened very carefully and remembered everything she said. However, it still tasted like the tea brewed by 1,000 people. Although he followed her instructions to brew the tea, it was still not as fragrant as the tea brewed by her. You'll know after soaking a few more times. Sima Yue said. In fact, the difference between the two of them was only a tiny bit. Most people would not be able to tell. However, for those who loved tea, this was a huge difference. Therefore, Mou had always been dissatisfied with the tea he brewed, so he had been practicing the whole morning, causing her to drink a lot of tea. Unfortunately, the tea didn't fill her up. After drinking the tea, she still wanted to eat lunch. However, from the looks of it, the other party didn't seem to have any intention of leaving. Mou, you've been drinking all morning. Haven't you had enough? No. Then continue on your own. I'm going to do my own thing. Sima Yue said. What are you trying to do? Humans are made of iron and rice is made of steel. I'm now a normal person who can't use spiritual energy. If I don't eat, I'll be hungry. Sima Yue said, so you can continue making tea here. I'm going to cook. Can the things you make be eaten? Mou said, why don't we eat outside? Sima Yue was stunned. Had this guy changed? Unfortunately, she didn't like the things outside. I prefer to cook for myself. If you want to leave, remember to use the main gate. I won't see you out. She jumped down from the top in a few steps and walked towards her own courtyard. She really left Mou behind. After drinking tea for the whole morning, she had some understanding of him. The more powerful a person was, the less likely he was to kill people. Since they had reached an agreement, he would not care about her until he learned her tea art. Of course, the most important reason why she ran so fast was because she had been drinking tea all morning. She had long wanted to pee, but the other party was a man, so she couldn't say anything. It's really inconvenient without spiritual power. When she came out of the room with a sigh, she saw Mou standing in the courtyard and was shocked. Why are you still here? I'll wait for you. We'll continue in the afternoon. Mou said. Tea addict. She sighed in a low voice and walked towards the kitchen. Mou followed her in. Seeing her skillfully cooking, he said, you actually know how to cook. Just like tea, it's a great hobby. Yuko Luo doesn't know how to cook. Sima Yue's hand paused. She turned around and looked at him. Are you close to my mother? Not really, we've met a few times. Oh. Sima Yue turned around and continued. If he wasn't close, then there was no need to ask. Oh right, do you want to eat together? If he wanted to eat, she had to make more. Otherwise, if she didn't prepare anything for him and he wanted to eat, she wouldn't be able to fill her stomach. Mou sat down at the dining table. He was originally waiting for her, but when he smelled the food she made, it seemed to be quite fragrant. You can have some. Sima Yue originally planned to make 5 dishes. Now that he wanted to eat, in order to prevent herself from not being full, she took out a whole duck and made a roast duck. Then, she took out 3 kilograms of spirit beast meat and made 3 more dishes. Fortunately, her divine sense was still there, so she could cook several dishes at the same time. Therefore, 7 dishes, 1 braised meat, and 1 roast duck were all prepared in less than an hour. Mou saw that she made so many dishes in such a short time and knew that she must have cooked frequently. Other people's divine sense was used for cultivation, but she was using it for cooking. Sima Yue placed all the dishes on the table. Then, she scooped a bowl of rice for each of them and started to eat. It was already past lunchtime, and she was already hungry. She was dragged to have tea with him after breakfast. She was so nervous that she forgot to eat her elixirs. Now, her chest was sticking to her back. This body of hers. Fortunately, her culinary skills were not bad. Otherwise, she really didn't know how to survive this period of time. Mou saw that she was enjoying the food, so he picked up his chopsticks and tasted it. He wasn't the kind of person who liked to eat, so he planned to stop after tasting a little. However, after the first bite, his chopsticks didn't stop eating. Although his speed wasn't fast, he didn't eat any less than Sima Yue. For example, he ate half of the roast duck. He ate nearly 2 kilograms of the braised beast meat. He also ate about half of the other dishes. When the 2 of them finished eating, there were only empty plates left on the table. Sima Yue glanced at him. This guy's speed wasn't fast, so how did he eat so much? Luckily, she had the foresight to prepare more. Otherwise, it wouldn't be enough. She rubbed her stomach. It seemed like she wasn't full, so she took out a pill that Bei Gong Tang refined for her and ate it. Seeing that Mou was looking at the pill in her hand, she shook it and said, "It's all because you ate too much. I'm not full yet. This pill is for replenishing energy. You have pills, why do you still need to eat? It's probably a psychological effect." She kept the pill, although eating pills is useful. If you don't eat, you will feel hungry. Also, pills don't have any taste, so you don't feel anything when you eat them. It's better to eat. Your appetite for food is so strong. You're different from your mother. Mou said. Sima Yue didn't know how outstanding her mother was. Everyone would compare her to her mother. Didn't you eat more than half of it just now? Your appetite for food is so strong too. Sima Yue said. Since you're done eating, let's continue discussing tea. Mou didn't answer her question. He got up and left. Sima Yue pouted at his back. She kept the plates in her spirit pagoda. Naturally, someone would help her wash them. The 2 of them came to the pavilion again. Not long after, Xiaohong came. Seeing that Mou was here, her eyes were filled with joy and admiration. Sima Yue sighed in her heart. Xiaohong, if you knew his identity, would you still be like this? This book came from Chapter 1245. Crazy Wife, Miracle Doctor. 5th Miss Mou was very cold to Xiaohong. He answered every 10 questions she asked. However, he was much more patient with Sima Yue. He would even take the initiative to talk to her. Even though Xiaohong was a carefree person, she understood something after spending half a day with him. She left early in the evening, saying that she had something to do. Sima Yue looked at her fleeing figure and shook her head helplessly. Although she would be sad for a few days now, it was better than being hurt when she found out about his identity. In the following days, Xiao Hong came less often, and she would always come when Mou was not around. Once Mou came, she would leave. Sima Yue complained to Mou when she was drinking tea. It was all because of him that she could not talk to Xiao Hong properly these few days, and she did not have time to ask her about the elder. You have seriously affected my life, she complained. After a few days of interaction, they had become familiar with each other. She knew his identity, the leader of the #1 family in the ghost world. His strength was second only to the royal family, and he was much stronger than Oniheim's family. Therefore, Oniheim tried to rope him in. She knew that he had a perverted love for tea, so she sent people to the human world to get him good tea. He did not like to owe people favors, so he helped Oniheim with a lot of ideas. In the eyes of outsiders, the two of them were very close. However, in Mou's eyes, it was just a deal. This was what he told her when they were drinking tea. Knowing that he was not really on Oniheim's side, she was more open. Since Oniheim could use tea to get him to help, she could also use tea to attract him to her side. Mou saw that Sima Yue was braver every time they interacted, so she was not afraid of him anymore. Otherwise, why would she complain about him? He skillfully brewed the kung fu tea, his elegant movements were more pleasing to the eye than hers. How did I affect your life? How is it not affected? Xiao Hong doesn't play with me anymore, Sima Yue said. She is the president's daughter. The day after tomorrow is the succession ceremony, so she naturally has to help. Mou said disapprovingly. But I have something to ask her. She runs away quickly every time she sees you. You've severely hurt her maiden heart. It's better than hurting her life. Mou said, I don't like people pestering me. If it makes me impatient, I'll deal with it directly. So you should be glad that she gave up early. Sima Yue looked at his expression and knew that he was not exaggerating. What do you want to ask her? You don't know about their union, Sima Yue said. Then I really can't help you. Mou said. No, you can, Sima Yue said, as long as you don't look for me, I can chat with Xiao Hong for the whole day. In the end, she was still dissatisfied with him for making her drink tea for 2 days and did not want to accompany him anymore. Why don't we rest for 2 days? Anyway, you won't be leaving anytime soon. Sima Yue said, you have to give me some time to settle my own matters. Mou saw her blinking at him, as if she wanted him to agree. After a moment of silence, he said, you don't have to drink tea, but I want to go with you and see what you want to do. Why? Because you said that I'm in charge of your safety now. I have to know what you want to do so that I can take better precautions. Mou said matter-of-factly. He would not say that he was more interested in her after a few days of interaction. He wanted to see who was more powerful between her and her mother. Sima Yue stared at him. Was this guy crazy? But she could not persuade him because she could not beat him. So, in the end, she did not have the right to decide. But the good thing was that she did not have to drink tea all day. The next day, without drinking tea, Sima Yue finally found Bai Xing. No, it was through the scarlet bees that she got news of him and found him. But, at that time, his situation was not good and he was being chased by people. Sima Yue brought Little Seven and the rest. It was Little Seven and the rest who brought her to the place where Bai Xing was being chased. She saw that he was surrounded by more than 10 people of similar strength and he was already injured. Damn, you dared to kill my old Bai, see how I deal with you. Little Seven and Bai Xing's relationship was better. Seeing that he was injured, she was furious. She threw Sima Yue aside and flew over. Little Dream and Hua Hua also rushed over. The other party was not weak. Little Seven could deal with them, but with the injured Bai Xing, it was a little dangerous. Qing Yi and Mou stood together with her. Although they did not form a protective circle, the energy dissipated automatically when it reached them. Sima Yue felt for the first time that it was good to stand together with such powerful people. On the other side, Little Seven and the rest quickly took care of the people. They killed a few and spared a few. The ones who were spared were kept in Huahua's bud. Sima Yue walked over and saw Bai Xing taking out a pill and eating it. Her face darkened and she did not say a word. Bai Xing saw her like that and knew that she was really angry. He opened his mouth but nothing came out. Old Bai, who are these people? Why did they fight? Little Seven asked with concern. Let's talk when we get back. Sima Yue saw that there were many people around and thought that it was not good to question him in public in the weapon refining city. Before she left, she casually set a fire. Little Birdie went to burn those people's corpses and brought back their space rings. Sima Yue looked at the space rings that Little Birdie placed on her hand and pursed her lips. Who did it learn this from? If anyone wants to find Old Bai, I think it won't be hard to find our place to stay. She kept the space rings and said casually. Then the group of people left the street. Her words were for the power behind her to hear. The corpses were burned for them to see. Since you dare to kill my people, then I'll kill your people too. These people were all very strong. If they were burned and captured by her in front of so many people, the person behind this would definitely be angered to death. When they returned to the courtyard, Fatty Chu and the rest surrounded them. How is it, are you okay? Bei Gong Tang saw that Bai Xing's clothes were stained with blood and asked. It shouldn't be a big problem. Sima Yue said, let's go to the living room to talk. She walked 2 steps and stopped. She said to Mou, shouldn't you go back? I feel that I should stay and watch the show. Mou said, who knows, you might need my help. Help? Sima Yue glanced at him and understood what he meant. You can't watch the show for free. After she said that, she brought everyone to the living room. Old Bai, why didn't you contact us? If I didn't send my bees to find you, do you know what the consequences would be? Chapter 1246. Bai Xing remained silent. How was he going to explain his feelings? Talk about what happened back then. Old Bai, we all know you have something on your mind, but you shouldn't have stopped contacting us. Little Seven said, you don't know how worried Yu was about you. Knowing that you didn't come back for 2 days, she immediately sent the bees out to look for you. If you're being hunted, you should have contacted us. Sima Yue's face darkened at the thought of this. If they had been any later, he might have died. Who are those people? A few are from the Sage Pavilion, a few are from the Wu Clansmen, and one is from the Armament Masters Guild. Bai Xing said. Wu Clan. A power from the inner regions. Sima Yu asked. Their power is slightly higher than the Sima family. Bai Xing said. Now you should tell us about yourself, right? Is it related to the Armament Masters Guild? Bai Xing sighed and slowly told everyone about what happened back then. More than 100 years ago, Bai Xing met the youngest and most beautiful elder of the Armament Masters Guild, Shangguan Wanqing. Even though they were enemies at the start, they eventually became lovers. Originally, falling in love was a matter between 2 people, but when it came to them, it became a matter between all parties. Although Old Bai was strong, he relied on his own talent. He didn't have any powerful backing behind him. On the other hand, Shangguan Wanqing was born in a big family in the inner region and was also an elder of the Refiners Guild. The 2 of them were not compatible. Therefore, the matter between the 2 of them was strongly opposed by the family. They were determined not to let them be together and even wanted to break up the couple. The Armament Masters Guild also didn't approve of them being together, but at that time, the president was more open-minded and didn't interfere too much in their affairs. But later on, he also didn't come forward to support them. Other than these two parties, there was an even bigger obstacle, and that was the young master of the Wu family, Wu Qing, who was madly in love with Shangwan Wanqing. When Wu Qing found out that the two of them were together, he sent a lot of people to kill them. He didn't expect that they would be killed by Bai Xing in the end. The Wu clan was extremely sad and decided that they must kill Bai Xing and Shangwan Wanqing. Wu Qing had an uncle, who was an elder with a rather high position in the Sage Pavilion. He had doted on Wu Qing since he was young. Knowing that his nephew had been killed, it was impossible for him to be forgiven. As a result, during that period of time, the two of them had to face the pursuit of the Wu clan and the Sage Pavilion, as well as the interference of the Shangwan clan. Before Shangwan Wanqing was killed, the Shangwan family had found her and promised to let Bai Xing go as long as she returned. However, the two of them had experienced so many hardships. How could they be willing to give up? Even if they were to die, they would die together. But the final outcome made people sigh. Shangwan Wanqing died, and although Old Bai was seriously injured, he was saved by the people of Blood Fiend City and brought back. Since then, he had been living in the city. Occasionally, he would go out, but because of the poison in his body, he had to go back. Until Sima Yuyue went to Blood Fiend City and changed his life. After listening to his narration, everyone was infuriated, but they also felt sorry for his past experiences. If he was someone with status, why would he end up like this? Most likely, the Shangwan clan would love to have him as their son-in-law. Who poisoned you? Sima Yue asked. The Wu clan. Bai Xing said. The people who killed you today were from the Wu clan and the Sage Pavilion. Looks like they've all come to Armament City. Ouyang Fei said. What's up with that person from the Armament Masters Guild? Was he sent by the guild? Fatty Chu asked. I don't think so. Old Bai said, that person has a good relationship with Wu Qing and is closer to the Wu clan. At this time, I think the Armament Masters Guild shouldn't have the time to participate in this matter. This should be a personal matter. Is that person from the Armament Masters dead? Sima Yue asked. Hua Hua threw out a flower and spat out the person inside. It was one of the stewards from the Armament Masters Guild. Because he was poisoned by the flower, he was already unconscious. Will he die? Fatty Chu asked. Hua Hua has many types of poisons. It depends on which one she uses on him. He won't die for now, but he won't feel good either. Hua Hua said. The other two powers are easy to deal with, but what about this person? Bei Gong Tang looked at Sima Yue. As for the other two powers, the Sage Pavilion didn't have a good relationship with them. When the people from the Sage Pavilion were killed in Wenhai Little Realm, they were destined to be enemies. As for the Wu clan, they didn't have any contact with them. But because of Old Bai's matter, they probably wouldn't make peace. So, if they shed all pretense of cordiality, then so be it. It was inevitable anyway. But the Armament Masters Guild was different. In any case, they were in their territory and had come to congratulate them. If they caused trouble, wouldn't it make things difficult for them? In any case, she had some relationship with Yi Chendong and Xiao Hong. She looked at the unconscious person on the ground and thought about how to deal with this person. It wasn't easy to kill him, but she also didn't want to let him go. It's really a little difficult. She sighed deeply. However, before she could make a decision, someone came to make it for her. Miss Yue, the president is here. A maid ran over. Although this was the Armament Master City, and the people here were all from the Armament Masters Guild, they were the ones living in this courtyard. Out of courtesy, they had to announce their arrival. Sima Yue glanced at the person on the ground and stood up to welcome them. They had just reached the courtyard when they saw Yi Chendong, Xiao Hong and a few people from the Armament Masters Guild walking in. Greetings to Uncle He. Sima Yue bowed slightly to He Chendong and asked, "Tomorrow is the inauguration ceremony. Why is Uncle He here at this time?" "I'm here to check on your situation." He Chendong said, "I already know about what happened in the East Main Street. Are you all okay?" "We're fine." Sima Yue said, "Uncle He, please come in." Everyone returned to the living room. The first thing they saw was the manager of the Armament Masters Guild lying on the ground at the entrance. Then, they saw Mo leisurely sitting on the chair and drinking tea. "Uncle He, I was still thinking about how to deal with this person just now. Since he's from the Armament Masters Guild, now that you're here, I'll hand him over to you." Sima Yue and He Chendong sat on the main seat. As for this person who wasn't very important, she might as well return him to He Chendong. Although this person is from the Armament Masters Guild, but for him to take action against a guest without permission, no matter what the reason is, it is unforgivable. When I bring him back, I will definitely punish him properly and give you an explanation. He Chendong said seriously. Sima Yue's smile widened. Since he said that, she could understand his attitude towards this matter. Then it would be much more convenient for her to deal with the following matters. Chapter 1247. Crazy Wife, 5th Miss Divine Doctor, Yu, do you know who you killed on the streets today? He Chendong asked. I do. Sima Yue said. Then are you worried? I'm worried, of course I'm worried. They are two unshakable powers. Sima Yue said, but I've said it before, we are Heartbreak Valley's people. Whoever we touch, we will return the favor. Ha ha ha, seeing you like this, I don't think you're worried at all. He Chendong looked at Sima Yue. Although she said she was scared, her expression didn't look scared at all. Can I take this as a compliment from Uncle He? Sima Yue said with a smile. You're still laughing. The Sage Pavilion and Wu Clan are not ordinary powers. You've offended both of them, how can you still laugh? You killed their people in front of everyone. It's the same as falling out with them. They will definitely find trouble with you. Xiao Hong said worriedly. I'll wait for them to come. Sima Yue said. How can you? Xiao Hong panicked, you didn't even bring anyone here. If they come to find you, how can you hide? Hong is right. He Chendong said, in the Armament City, I can protect your safety. But once you leave this place, even if we show up, they might not accept it. Then I'll have to trouble Uncle He to take care of me in the city. Sima Yue said. Aren't you worried about your life outside? He Chendong looked at her calm expression, why don't you stay here for a while? After we're done here, I'll get someone to send you back. They will still have to give face to the Armament Masters Guild. Won't that implicate the guild and other powers? Sima Yue said, Uncle He, you can protect our safety in the city. We're already very grateful. We can handle the rest on our own. The Wu Clan and Sage Pavilion have brought many people. Xiao Hong said. We don't need too many people. It's good as long as we're strong. Sima Yue said, however, if we really want to compete in numbers, it's hard to say who will lose. They remembered that she still had the King of the Rocks among her contracted beasts. If she summoned all the birds, it was hard to say who would have more birds. All right then. We'll go and appease those two forces to ensure your safety in the city. He Chendong got up and prepared to leave. Sima Yue also stood up and bowed deeply to He Chendong. Thank you, Uncle He. This Uncle He was the most affectionate she had ever called him. He Chendong heard it, laughed twice, and asked people to take the people on the ground away. He came here first, and he still needed to pacify those two forces. Time was of the essence. After sending off the people from the Armament Master Guild, everyone returned to the living room. I thought you needed my help and I could sell you a favor. Now it seems like I don't need it. Mou sat on his own seat, and did not get up from the start to the end. Sima Yuyue did not know much about the Jun clan, but seeing him like this, she guessed that they would not be too bad. If you really want to help me, I can still provide you with this opportunity. Sima Yuyue said. Mou was speechless. Since when did he have to help someone? How could he do such a degrading thing? Yuyue, do you want to get the people from the valley to come over? Wei Ziqi asked. With Mou here, there's no need for anyone else, right? Sima Yuyue smiled at Mou, as if he would really help her. It's all because of me. Bai Xing said guiltily. I knew that if I came here, it would cause trouble, but I still wanted to come here to take a look. This was the place where she used to be. Sima Yuyue saw him blaming himself, and the anger in her heart subsided. She said, we guessed that you had something to do here, but we didn't have the time to ask you. We didn't expect it to be like this. Alright, you don't have to blame yourself for this. This isn't a problem just because you didn't go out. I once promised you that I would help you take revenge for the past. I wasn't just saying those words. But now isn't the right time. Bai Xing said. She did not have any spiritual energy. If she met with danger, she would not be able to protect herself. If she was injured, he would not be able to face his brothers in the valley, and even more so, he would not be able to face himself. She was like his family now. She was no longer the same. Don't worry. With Big Boss here, we will be fine. Sima Yuyue said. Big Boss. It's Mou. With a wave of his hand, he can easily crush them. Sima Yuyue explained. You didn't ask me. Mou said. Am I the kind of person who would casually make a move? Really? Then forget it. I'll think of a way myself. Sima Yuyue said. But I might be very busy during this period of time, so you'll have to taste the tea yourself. I originally said that if you help me, I'll give you some tea leaves that you haven't tasted before. Seems like there's no need for that. Anyway, you won't help me. Everyone was speechless. Your threat was too direct. Can't you be a little more technical? He was an almighty from the ghost realm. Would he accept your threat? But a certain someone just looked at Mou with a smile, as if it didn't matter if he took the bait or not. If it was someone else or some other bait, Mou might really ignore it. But it had to be someone that he recently acknowledged. She even used tea leaves that he had never tasted before as bait. Although it was a simple threat, he just had to fall for it. Who asked her to be someone that he acknowledged? I'll protect your life. I don't care about anything else. Mou said. Deal. Sima Yuyue patted the table lightly and said happily. Alright, old Bai. You don't have to worry. But those people hurt old Bai. We can't just let it go like that. Little Seven said. How can we let it go like that? Sima Yuyue said. But there's no use being anxious now. We have to get more information first. Know yourself and know your enemy. Only then can you win 100 battles. That's right. Wei Ziqi said. How many of those people came here? Who are they? How strong are they? We have to find out all of these. That's not easy. Just let the bees investigate. Little Seven said. I've already released the bees on the way back. When Old Bai was talking about these things, the bees had already received orders to investigate. Sima Yuyue said. You already thought of this at that time. Little Seven looked at her with admiration. She knew it. How could you not care about Old Bai's matters? Bai Xing's heart warmed. She looked so angry at that time, but she was still thinking for him. To be able to follow such a person, how lucky he was. Chapter 1248. When the discussion was almost done, Sima Yue was called by Mou to drink tea again. Please search, to see the most complete. Update the fastest. She rolled her eyes at him and said, Mou, tomorrow is the succession ceremony hall, let's forget about it today. I need to think about how I'm going to face those people tomorrow. What's so good about facing those people? Mou said disapprovingly, they're just some small fries. I'm just a small fry in your eyes, but in their eyes, I'm just a small fry. Sima Yue said, this is not something that can be avoided just because you say so. Don't you have He Chendong to solve it for you? Uncle He can only ask them not to kill me during this period of time, but it doesn't mean that they won't make things difficult for us tomorrow. Sima Yue said. Then let the Jun family handle it. Mou said. Is the Jun family very strong? I can still protect you all. Why didn't you say so earlier? Then I won't have to think about how I'm going to spend tomorrow. Sima Yue said. Can you have tea with me now? So this guy still hasn't forgotten about this tea. You just said that there's tea that I haven't tasted before. Mou had a different kind of obsession with tea. Since you can't forget about it, I'll let you have a taste. I have kept this for a long time. Sima Yue said. Let me tell you, this tea tastes better the longer it is stored. It's been many years since I discovered this tea, but I couldn't bear to drink it. Today, I'll give it to you. What do you think? Not bad, right? What kind of tea is this? Pu'er tea, Sima Yue said, this tea is different from the ones we've had before. You can slowly taste it later. She took out a set of purple sand-covered tea set. After boiling the water, she used a tea knife to pry off a piece of pu'er tea and waited for the water to boil. When the water was boiling, she poured the boiling water into the cup, washed the tea, poured another cup for him, and handed the teacup to him. Mou had seen her take out various tea sets during this period of time. Now that he saw her take out another tea set, he felt that he had wasted a lot of good tea in the past. Fortunately, he had met her on this trip to the mortal realm, allowing him to comprehend what the true way of tea was. Otherwise, he might not be able to find the essence of the way of tea in this lifetime. Anaheim, who only knew how to find good tea for him, was really nothing compared to her. Although most of the time her purpose was obvious, it wasn't disgusting at all. The others watched as the two of them drank tea and chatted in the gazebo. From time to time, Sima Yue's laughter could be heard. They thought that it was a good thing that she knew how to make tea. Otherwise, not to mention finding a helper, her little life would be in danger. The next morning, Sima Yue woke up to pack her things. When she opened her eyes, the first thought that came to her mind was how long her punishment would last. At first, he thought that sleeping every day was fine, but now he felt that it was a waste of time. After sighing on the bed for a while, she got out of bed, tidied up, and went out. The others were already ready. Because there were too many people and the weapon refining city was relatively small, everyone had to walk to the big square of the Alchemist Guild. Originally, this ceremony was going to be held in the Alchemist Guild, but because there were too many people, they had to change it to an open-air square. However, this square was not far from where Sima Yue and the others lived. It was only half an hour's walk. Sima Yue and the others arrived at the gate and saw the Jun family head leading a group of people from the street. She took a glance, but Mou was not there. Miss Yue, what a coincidence. Jun Wei cupped his hands towards Sima Yue and smiled. Jun family head, what a coincidence. Sima Yue returned the greeting. They were already at the entrance of her place. This coincidence was really good. Since everyone is going to the square, why don't we go together? Jun Wei said. Sima Yue remembered that Mou said that the Jun family would help them block those people today. She guessed that he had specially instructed them. All right. June family head, please. Please. Maybe it was because of MOU's instructions, but June Wei looked much more approachable this time. He chatted with her along the way, and did not have the faint coldness that he had the other day. Why didn't MOU come? Sima Yue asked. He said that he doesn't like to watch the show, so he won't go. June Wei said. Thank you, Miss Yue, for taking care of him these 2 days. If not, I would have been so busy these few days that I would have fainted. Sima Yue understood the meaning behind his words. She thought that he was relieved, but she had to drink water for a few days. When they arrived at the entrance of the square, she felt a thick murderous intent surrounding them. She raised her head and saw a group of people looking at them with murderous intent. Sima Yue recognized their clothes. They were the Wu family and the Sage Pavilion. What made her a little surprised was that Naylan Lan was also in this group of people. With her status, how could she attend this ceremony? And when Naylan Lan saw her this time, the hatred in her eyes seemed to have deepened. It was as if she had killed her sweetheart. It seemed that there was indeed a piece of news from the bees. A girl's sweetheart had been killed on the streets. That girl couldn't really be her, right? June Wei saw that Sima Yue looked at Naylan Lan in confusion and said, she is a newly selected holy maiden from the Sage Pavilion. I heard that she realized her own path in the immortal land and was promoted as an exception. Her path. Sima Yue laughed. Naylan Lan's path was not complete. The most important word, heart, had run into Han Miao Shuang's body. She still laughed when she thought about it. She seems to hate you a lot. June Wei said, could it be that genius beauties can't coexist with each other? Patriarch June, you think too much. Sima Yue said, it's just that I accidentally killed her sweetheart that day. She wants to pounce on me and tear me apart. You killed her sweetheart. Then she should come and tear you apart. June Wei agreed. Oh my, Patriarch June, do you think it's not lively enough? On the other side, Naylan Lan saw Sima Yue. Her heart was filled with hatred that she had never felt before. She hated her even more than when she exposed Mu Rong's two-timing. If they weren't here, she would have killed her immediately. She had just been brought to this continent by her master when she met Mu Bai, who was patrolling from the main hall. From then on, her heart fell on him. For so many years, she worked hard to improve herself and cultivate so that she could enter the main hall and see him often. Because of this, even when she knew that Sima Yue was here, she didn't continue to kill her. But she killed her sweetheart, and it happened just 2 months after she'd entered the cabinet. She was so close to happiness, but once she appeared, her happiness was shattered, just like when she was a young girl. This Sima Yue was her life's nemesis. This book came from Chapter 1249. Crazy Wife, 5th Miss Godly Doctor. Chapter 1249, Failure to Kill, Support Seeking, Update Date. The more Naylan Lan thought about it, the more she couldn't suppress the anger in her body, and her body subconsciously wanted to rush over. Lan, The woman beside her grabbed her arm. Not today. Today was the Armament Masters Guild's inauguration ceremony. Whoever caused trouble at this time would be going against the Armament Masters Guild. Otherwise, when Yi Chen Dong came to find them yesterday, they wouldn't have suppressed this matter. Master. Naylan Lan bit her lips, her eyes filled with tears, looking pitiful. Don't worry, they won't be able to escape. The woman looked coldly at Sima Yue, daring to kill my nephew. I will take revenge no matter what. But not today. If we make a move today, not only will we fall out with the Armament Masters Guild, we will also cause conflicts with other powers, so don't be rash. Naylan Lan nodded and softly replied, I understand, Master. She only recognized this master after coming to the General Pavilion, so they weren't very close, so she didn't dare to be impudent in front of her. I didn't expect them to be with the June family. The June family is protecting them. The June family rarely contacts other powers, so how did they get involved? Wu Gaofei said with a sullen face. The June family can protect them today, but after today, I'll see who can protect them. Wu Qing's father, Wu Gaofei's brother, Wu Gaoyun said. He must take revenge for his son's death. Sima Yue saw that the other party hated them, but didn't dare to provoke them, and was a little surprised by the June family's strength. In her opinion, even if they couldn't kill them, they could at least threaten them. But they were standing still, which could only mean one thing: they were afraid of the June family. But the outside world didn't know much about the inner regions, so she didn't know what the June family's status was. What made her more curious was the relationship between the June family and Mou. She could see that the June family was indeed human, but from Mou's words, the June family was subordinate to him. They won't come, let's go in. Jun Wei said to Sima Yue. Okay. As soon as they entered, someone immediately came up to greet them and brought them to their designated seats. Coincidentally, the Wu clan and the Sage Pavilion were right in front of them. With their good eyesight as cultivators, they could see that Sima Yue and Jun Wei were chatting happily. They were not disturbed by their killing intent at all. In fact, Sima Yue and Jun Wei were also talking about them, but their expressions were too relaxed, making them think that they did not care at all. Aren't you worried at all? Jun Wei looked at Sima Yue and asked. What's there to worry about? Sima Yue said, in the city, the Armament Masters Guild said that they will ensure our safety. I mean after we leave the city, Jun Wei said. The Armament Masters Guild was very close to her, so he knew that she would be fine in the Armament City. What he was curious about was, how was she going to escape after leaving this place? We don't know who will kill who after we leave the city. Sima Yue smiled. You sure are confident. As far as I know, you don't have any spirit energy now, right? If you are alone, you will be in danger. Jun Wei said. It is a little dangerous. Sima Yue admitted. But it was not certain who would kill who. Those Bird Clan elders were all half a step into the Paragon rank, and the other party did not seem to have that many experts. Jun Wei saw that Sima Yue was not worried at all. He did not know if she was pretending to be calm or if she really had something to rely on. But no matter which one it was, being able to remain calm in such a situation was already very rare. After a while, the coronation ceremony officially began. The surroundings quietened down. They stopped talking and watched the ceremony. There was nothing special about this ceremony. It was nothing more than a speech, a coronation and so on. But after a lot of trouble, it still took 2 to 3 hours. After the ceremony ended, it was almost noon. The afternoon was free time for everyone to have fun. There was a banquet and program in the evening. But Sima Yue was not very interested in these. She symbolically attended the banquet and left early. She did not expect that she would be blocked at the exit. I knew you would leave early. Nalan Lan was standing outside the door. When she heard movement, she turned around and looked at her. You really know me well. Sima Yue shrugged. She was not surprised. She did not see Nalan Lan in the banquet hall. She knew that she must be waiting for her outside. You have guts. You clearly know that we want to kill you, but you still dare to come out alone. Nalan Lan said. She looked at Sima Yue who was dressed as a woman. Other than hatred, there was also jealousy in her eyes. When she was in the Immortal Land, she heard that she was a woman. Now that she saw her with her own eyes, she realized that she was actually so beautiful. She could not help but be jealous and want to destroy her beauty. Sima Yue shrugged. I have always been gutsy. It's not the first time, you know. You are still so annoying. Nalan Lan saw the indifference on her face and the hatred in her heart exploded. She could not control her spirit energy and attacked her. Sima Yue was still in her original position. She watched as her spirit energy attacked her quickly. She did not move an inch. Bang dash, when the spirit energy neared, Sima Yue's body emitted a light blue ray of light, reflecting Nalan Lan's spirit energy back. Nalan Lan dodged to the side and the spirit energy landed on the ground. It made a loud sound. The guards at the door heard the movement and came out. They quickly separated the two of them. But from their formation, they were protecting Sima Yue at the back. Young Miss Nalan, fighting is prohibited in the city. Captain Hao walked out from the back and said to Nalan Lan. Nalan Lan saw the way they were standing and knew that there was no hope of killing her tonight. The Armament Masters Guild was protecting her. If not, how would she dare to be so savage? Young Miss Nalan, if you are like this, it will be difficult for the Sage Pavilion, right? Captain Hao reminded her. Of course, Nalan Lan knew that she could not do anything to her today. She had snuck out just now. If her master and the others found out, not only would they not be able to kill her, they would also be reprimanded by the sect. Humph, Sima Yue, you better not step out of Armament City for the rest of your life. If not, I will kill you with my own hands. I'll wait. Sima Yue smiled, but we won't know who will be the one killing who by then. Humph. Nalan Lan glared daggers at her. Then she went in unwillingly. Captain Hao turned to Sima Yue and cupped his hands, saying, Young Miss Yue, it is not safe in the city. Let us send you back. Sima Yue smiled, saying, No need. I am not far from here. I will walk for a while. Captain Hao wanted to say that this was the president's idea. But seeing Mou walking over, he swallowed his words. Chapter 1250. Crazy Wife, 5th Miss Godly Doctor. Chapter 1250, Night Battle Update. Date. Sima Yue saw Mou coming over and was a little surprised. This guy didn't come in the day. What was he doing here at this time? Why are you here? To pick you up. To pick me up. I went to your place to look for you. Seeing that you weren't back yet, I came over to take a look. Mou said. Sima Yue turned back to look at the banquet hall. Bei Gong Tang and the rest walked out from the door. Yue, how is it? I told you that my armor is not bad. Fatty Chu smiled and said to Sima Yue. It's enough to deal with Nalan Lan, but if it's an attack from a stronger person, it might not be useful. Bei Gong Tang said. When they came out, they guessed that Nalan Lan was waiting outside. Sima Yue said to come out and try, so everyone stayed at the door to watch. Seeing that it was only Nalan Lan, they didn't show themselves. If it's useful, then it's useful. Sima Yue said, who knows when my spiritual energy will recover. I hope it'll be soon. Bei Gong Tang said, I saw the Wu clan and Sage Pavilion's expressions when they looked at us today. They were all fierce and powerful, not easy to deal with. Alright, let's not stand here. Let's go back first. Sima Yue said. When they returned to their place, Sima Yue let everyone rest while she stayed behind to talk to Mou. Mou, why did you come to pick us up tonight? Sima Yue asked. Mou looked at Sima Yue. It seemed that she didn't believe what he said just now. I heard that someone snuck in. I was worried that you would be in danger. Mou said. Someone snuck in. More powerful than the Jun clan. Sima Yue was surprised. If it was such a powerful person, why would he need to sneak in? If he could sneak in, it meant that he couldn't be exposed. Thinking about the death of the previous president, Sima Yue guessed that it wouldn't be smooth sailing. In the morning, she was still wondering if there would be any problems during the ceremony. She didn't expect it to go so smoothly. He Qindong and the others must have done a lot to isolate the hidden dangers outside. I also happened to hear it when I was resting in the woods outside the city. Mou said, although I don't know those people, I can tell that they want to sneak in and do something. They also said that the security during the day was too tight, so they took advantage of the dinner party when everyone was relaxed to come in. Do you know who they are? Sima Yue asked. I don't know, and I'm not interested to know. If it wasn't because you guys are still in the city, I wouldn't even mention this matter. Mou said. It really suited his personality. No, I have to tell Xiaohong and the others. Sima Yue said. She took out a brush, ink, paper, and inkstone and wrote a small piece of paper. She let a few scarlet bees out and passed the small piece of paper to them, asking them to bring the message over. She and Mou waited in the courtyard. She didn't know if the bees had brought the news. Bang! The sound of fighting could be heard from the Armament Masters Guild. Sima Yue looked towards that direction. The spiritual energy's light seemed to have lit up the entire night. Bai Xing jumped out from somewhere and injected spiritual energy into the lake beside the pavilion. The ripples of the array enveloped the courtyard. Seeing Sima Yue and Mou in the pavilion, he flew over. What happened? Fatty Chu and the others came out from their houses and looked towards the direction of the Armament Masters Guild. Why did they suddenly start fighting? Wei Ziqi frowned. If they didn't come back earlier, they would have been embroiled in the battle. Seeing the power of those spiritual techniques, they would have died without leaving a trace. The people fighting are so strong. Ouyang Fei said, if it wasn't for the protection of the array, I'm afraid our courtyard wouldn't be able to hold on. Yue is at the pavilion. Let's go over and take a look. Everyone came to the pavilion and saw Bai Xing inside. What exactly is going on? Why did they start fighting? Bei Gong Tang was the last to come up and asked. Someone sneaked in. Sima Yue said. Who is it? Thinking about the previous president's death, it's not hard to guess who it is. Sima Yue said, but we still don't know their identity. Can this array withstand this power? The people fighting there were too strong. Who knew if it would be unable to withstand a few more attacks? This array was specially set up by the 100 changing doors in the late Qing dynasty. There shouldn't be a problem. Unless there's a battle between high-level paragon experts. Bai Xing said. This was his lover's courtyard. If he said it, everyone would naturally believe him. Bang dash, the clash of spiritual techniques caused the entire city to tremble. Luckily we came back early. If not, it would be dangerous. Fatty Chu patted his chest with a face full of fear. The others nodded in agreement. Luckily Sima Yue didn't like to attend these banquets. She left after showing her face. If not, who knew what would happen to them if they were trapped inside? I think Uncle He and the rest should have made preparations. Even if they didn't come back, we shouldn't be in big trouble. Sima Yue said uncertainly. But, it's best that we came back early. Bai Xing said. Sima Yue looked outside worriedly, I wonder how the situation is over there. In such an intense battle, she didn't even dare to release her scarlet bees. She guessed that once they left the protection of the array, they would all die. It was also because of this that they didn't say anything to help. Because in such a battle situation, it wasn't something they could participate in. The battle continued for an entire night. It wasn't until noon on the second day that the noise outside gradually became softer. It stopped. Fatty Chu came to the side of the pavilion and looked in that direction. The noise is gone. The battle should have ended. Wait a while before going out. Let my bees go out and see the situation first. Sima Yue said. She released her scarlet bees and let them see the situation outside. When they returned, she said, the battle has ended. The Union won. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. It was good that the Union won. If they lost, it would be troublesome for them to leave. Bai Xing went to turn off the array. Everyone went out and ran towards the Union. The battle that night was really intense. Some of the buildings along the way were destroyed. Only those with arrays were preserved. She came to the banquet hall last night. There were many corpses outside. It seemed like the battle last night wasn't easy. She saw Xiao Hong and a few men talking about something and walked over. Xiao Hong saw her and asked the people beside her to leave. She walked over and asked, Yue, are you guys okay? We're fine. Sima Yue saw that her face was pale. Are you hurt? Chapter 1251. Xiao Hong glanced at her arm. Her clothes were drenched in blood. Copy URL access %77% 77% 77% 2E% 76% 6F% 64% 74% 77% 2E% 63% 6F% 6D. I'm fine. It's just that my arm is a little injured. Fortunately, you left early last night. Otherwise, I don't know how badly you would have been injured in your current state. It's good that you're fine. How's the situation here? Sima Yue asked. My father and the rest had already made preparations. Although this battle was a little difficult, but to fight with our Armament Masters Guild, the pressure of our spirit artifacts would be enough to crush them to death. That's why we didn't lose many people. Instead, we took them down. Xiao Hong smiled proudly. But there are still many injured. Sima Yue thought about it and agreed. The pills from the Alchemist Guild and the spiritual weapons from the Blacksmith Guild were all used to suppress others with quantity. She had long guessed that the Armament Master would not have not considered this and would definitely have made preparations. Knowing that the current situation was not bad, she had nothing to worry about. Is there anything we can help with? Sima Yue asked. That's true. Xiao Hong said, although not many of us died, many of us were injured. Everyone was more or less injured last night, including our alchemist. We don't have enough healing pills right now. Beigong and the others are alchemists. Can they help us refine some pills? All right. Beigong Tang nodded. She could still refine some pills. Sima Yue was depressed. She had no spiritual energy now, so she couldn't help even if she wanted to. She took out a spatial ring and said, this is a healing pill that I usually refine. Take it for emergency use. If it's not enough, I'll refine more. We have some here too. Beigong Tang and Ouyang Fei took out the pills that they had accumulated. Xiao Hong took the 3 spatial rings and said, I'll continue with this, so I won't stand on ceremony with you guys. If you manage to refine any healing pills, inform me and I'll send someone over to get them. All right. Then I'll take these pills first. You guys should go back too. The situation isn't settled yet, and it's not safe. Xiao Hong said, when I'm done with these 2 days, I'll go and look for you guys. We know. Go ahead. Sima Yue said. Okay, then I'll go. Xiao Hong took the 3 spatial rings and entered the banquet hall from last night. There should be more injured people inside. The injured people were treating their wounds while the uninjured guards were cleaning up the corpses. Sima Yue and the rest walked around, but there was nothing interesting to see, so they returned to the small courtyard. Beigong Tang and Ouyang Fei returned to their own house to refine pills. The others wanted to talk to Sima Yue about what happened last night, but she was pulled away by MOU. Is this MOU a major power of the ghost race or not? Why do you like drinking tea so much? Fatty Chu complained as he looked at their backs. You should be glad that he likes to drink tea. Sima Yulin said. That's true. Fatty Chu sighed, but if this goes on, Yue will have enough of drinking tea. If you go to the ghost realm in the future, you will be a good helper. Sima Yulin said. But I'm afraid that he'll be a different person in the ghost realm. Fatty Chu didn't believe Mou at all. So we have to work hard to pull him over. Sima Yulin said, but I feel that Yoyue's relationship with him has improved. The two of them really feel like friends. I think so too. Wei Ziqi said, Yoyue will only be so accommodating to her friends and family. You saw the look in Yoyue's eyes when they left just now. That's the kind of look she has for her friends. I just don't know how Mou treats her. I think it's not bad. Didn't you see that when he heard that someone had sneaked in yesterday, he immediately came to pick up Yoyue? If he didn't care about her, he wouldn't have come personally. Wei Ziqi analyzed. That's true too. I didn't expect that in just a few days, they would turn from murderous and defensive to friends. Sima Yulin sighed. They both like to drink tea and have a common hobby. They'll be closer to each other. Maybe. But this time, Mou didn't let Sima Yulin drink tea. Instead, he brought her out of the city. Sima Yulin saw that they were suddenly outside the city and asked curiously, why did you bring me here? Didn't you say that you didn't know the identity of those people? I brought you to see their corpses. Mou said. You killed all those people? Sima Yulin asked curiously. It was too noisy in the city yesterday, so I came out of the city for some peace and quiet. I didn't expect to be disturbed by them. Mou said, then I casually got rid of them. Based on past experience, they definitely won't leave any clues on their bodies. Sima Yulin said. You won't know until you try. Mou brought her to the place where he killed yesterday and found the corpses. Sima Yulin saw the corpses and didn't think it would have any effect. After all, when she saw their clothes, she was sure that they were from the same force as before. She also guessed that there wouldn't be any clues on the corpses. But she still went up to check. Not for anything else, but for Mou's sake. During these few days of talking about tea, they also talked about many other things. Sima Yulin once mentioned something about this. She remembered that she only mentioned it a little and didn't show much concern. But she didn't expect that he remembered it all and even kept the corpses after killing them. But the result was as she guessed. These people didn't leave anything behind. There wasn't a single useful clue. And because they had been dead for almost a day, she couldn't read their memories. There's nothing. Sima Yulin said, and I can't read their memories. These corpses are useless. Then I'll collect their souls and ask. Mou said. Collect their souls. Sima Yulin looked at him in shock. These souls have already gone to the world of spirits and souls. How can I collect their souls? I left their souls behind. Mou said. What do you mean by that? Their souls are still in their bodies. Mou explained patiently, when I killed them, I trapped their souls in their bodies. They didn't come out. You can do that. Do all the people in the world of spirits and souls know how to do that? Sima Yulin looked at him in surprise. Others don't know, but I do. This is my own creation. Mou said, if you're interested, call me master. I can teach you. Do you think the possibility of that is high? It shouldn't be small. Mou said, although this underworld technique isn't very useful, the other underworld techniques are. Without that underworld technique, it's useless even if you have a soul. What underworld technique? Soul trapping technique. This book came from Chapter 1252. Crazy Wife, 5th Miss Godly Doctor Chapter 1, Soul Technique Genre, Wuxia Cultivation Author, Fan Gumu Book Title, Soul Technique? Sima Yulin blinked, hearing this name, it should be a very powerful underworld technique. Everyone, please search for the most complete version. It's the fastest. Of course it's very powerful, this is one of the top underworld techniques in the ghost realm. How about it, do you want to learn it? As long as you call me master, I'll teach you. Mo tempted. Sima Yuyue had never learned any underworld techniques, even when she was with her cousin, she had never thought of learning this. Now that she suddenly heard him say this, her heart was itching, and she wanted to try out the underworld technique. However, if she had to call him master, then she would rather not learn it. I can't even use my spiritual energy now, how can I learn it? I think you'll be gone by the time I recover my spiritual energy. How about this, you write down the method of this underworld technique for me, and when I recover my spiritual energy, I'll follow this method to learn it, how about that? Nothing much. This underworld technique of mine can only be passed down orally, it can't be recorded in a book. Mou said, furthermore, I've checked your body, although your rare light devil body makes it difficult for you, it's not without its benefits. For example, at this moment, your spiritual energy is sealed and you can't use it, then you can use your dark spiritual energy, it'll work too. That works too. Sima Yuyue widened her eyes, she had never thought of this problem. You've always sealed your dark energy, because you thought that your body wouldn't be able to take it, so after your spiritual energy was sealed, you didn't think of releasing your dark energy, so naturally you didn't think of this method. Mou said. Sima Yuyue agreed with what he said, she really didn't think of this point, so she never thought of releasing her dark energy. Mou's words moved her, the days without spiritual energy were really boring. But at the same time, she was a little worried. If she released the dark energy, would something unexpected happen? For example, her body wouldn't be able to withstand it. She told him about her worries. Mou chuckled and said, you were afraid that you couldn't bear it before because the two powers conflicted with each other. But now, the situation is different. Your light power is equivalent to having no light at all. Naturally, there won't be any conflict. Really? I'll go back and give it a try. Sima Yuyue chuckled. But even so, I can't call you master. You don't have to come to a conclusion now. Once you understand the power of this grasping spirit technique, you will naturally want to learn it from me. Mou said confidently. If you are willing to call me master when it comes to tea ceremony, then I don't mind calling you master too. Sima Yuyue said, after all, we are talking about tea first, you can call me master first. Calling her master. How was that possible? Do you know how many people in the ghost realm want to be my disciple? Now that I've given you this opportunity, you don't want it. Then you don't know how many people in the human world want to be my disciple? Now that I've given you this opportunity, you don't want it either. Sima Yuyue retorted. What a sharp-tongued girl. Alright, let's get down to business first. You can also show off your grasping spirit technique. Maybe it's too powerful and it will attract me. She urged. Then watch carefully. This grasping spirit technique is not only useful for the soul and the body, it is also useful for all the souls in the world. Mou said. Then isn't it comparable to the grasping spirit technique? Sima Yuyue said in astonishment. The grasping spirit technique here was not used to train her own soul, but was a method of refining the soul of the ghost clan. You know about the grasping spirit technique? I mentioned it to the people from the ghost clan in the immortal land. Sima Yuyue casually explained, is your grasping spirit technique the same as the grasping spirit technique? Of course not. Mou denied, my grasping spirit technique is mainly used to control their souls, allowing me to use them when their consciousness is awake. This is a more legitimate underworld technique. But the grasping spirit technique is different. What's the difference? The biggest difference between the grasping spirit technique and the grasping spirit technique is that the grasping spirit technique will retain the consciousness of the soul, while the grasping spirit technique will completely erase the soul's consciousness, turning them into walking corpses. Mou explained. Aren't they both used to control the soul? To those souls, they will lose their freedom. There's no difference. Sima Yue said. Of course it's different. Once the grasping spirit technique is stopped, those souls will regain their freedom. But the souls that have been refined by the grasping spirit technique will not be able to do so. Mou retorted. But, since you've already started to control those souls, those who practice the grasping spirit technique, even if it's someone like you, won't let them go easily. Sima Yue guessed, if that's the case, what's the difference? That's where you don't understand. Do you know what's the most common in the ghost realm? It's not the ghost clan, but the souls. Mou said, if you learn this, you'll have a lot more power in the ghost realm in the future. Even without this, I have a way to deal with those souls. Sima Yue snorted. The 100 ghost banner in her hands was the biggest nemesis to those souls. No matter if you were grasped by the grasping spirit technique or refined by the grasping spirit technique, as long as you meet the 100 ghost banner, you'll have to surrender obediently. Of course, she could not let him know about this. What can you do? Mou did not want to believe her words. You'd better learn the grasping spirit technique from me. Watch carefully. He came in front of those corpses, waved his hand, and a ripple appeared on his body, as if the power that restrained the souls had disappeared. Sima Yue could see faint shadows slowly appearing, and seeing that they were about to go to the ghost realm, Mou formed a seal with both hands, and those souls stopped moving. How is it? He asked her. Not bad. There's a rule for souls to go to the ghost realm after death, and you can actually make the souls resist this rule. This shows that you're really powerful. Sima Yue said, but this won't help us in investigating this matter, right? The newly formed souls did not have much power, and those souls looked very ignorant, not knowing that they were already souls. You're not thinking of interrogating their souls, are you? Sima Yue asked. I've heard that after people go to the ghost realm, they won't remember what happened before they died, and it's equivalent to starting from scratch. Even if you capture their souls, you won't be able to get anything out of them, because they don't even know what happened before. Who said I'm going to ask? If you don't ask, then how are you going to get the information we want? Just wait and see. In your words, the time to witness a miracle is coming. Your arrival is the greatest support for us. If you like it, then introduce more friends. Chapter 1253. When Sima Yue heard what he said, she couldn't help but break out in cold sweat. She had once said this when she was brewing tea, but now that it came out of his mouth, it felt weird. But she didn't have much time to think. Mou formed a seal with both his hands, and rays of black light flew towards those souls, trapping them. Something that surprised him happened. Those souls slowly dissipated, turning into specks of light. Following that, scenes started to appear one after another. When Sima Yue saw those scenes and heard those people's conversation, she was completely shocked. She couldn't see those people's faces clearly, but she could hear their voices. They were actually saying that other than the Alchemist Guild and the Armament Master Guild, they were also planning to attack other guilds. But even so, there wasn't any more news about that force. It seemed like these people weren't any core members. But after getting this news, it was enough for her to digest for a while. Those scenes disappeared, those specks of light also dissipated. This meant that these people's souls were gone, and they wouldn't have the chance to go to the ghost realm. How is it? Isn't this useful? Mou tempted, do you want to learn? Sima Yue kept her thoughts and said, this is indeed powerful, but it's not useful to me. It'll be useful when you go to the ghost realm in the future. Mou said, you can't possibly go to the ghost realm to learn underworld skills, plus you can use dark spiritual energy now. Why don't you learn it now? What you said makes sense, but I can't call you master. You haven't called me master when you're learning how to brew tea from me. Sima Yue was still conflicted about this. Don't you want to learn? Mou was about to lose his patience. She kept rejecting. He kept wanting to teach her. If she continued to reject, he He would really have to promise her. I can learn even if I don't want to be your disciple. Sima Yue said, we can talk about tea ceremony, naturally we can talk about underworld skills. Right? The two of them discussed for half a day, and in the end, Mou gave in and agreed to teach her underworld skills, but he wouldn't take her in as his disciple. If you become my disciple, when you go to the ghost realm in the future, no one will dare to touch you. Mou looked at her as if she didn't want to take advantage of it. Sima Yue smiled and said, when I go to the world of spirits and souls, you will be the same in the world of spirits and souls. I believe that if I ask for your help, you will help me. In the eyes of others, I'm from the Onihime side. You and Onihime have a child's enmity. Mou said. But you're not. Sima Yue said, but, with your identity, you should know about my mother, right? I know a little, but I wasn't involved in what happened back then, so I don't know much. Then can you tell me what you know? Actually, it was the Ghost King who brought your mother back. After that, some people went to cause a ruckus and demanded that your mother be executed. But in the end, it seems like he was locked up. Sima Yue compared it to what Deja said. Both of them said the same thing, so it should be true. Then do you know where my mother is locked up? The abyss. Mou said, but I'm not sure. Cousin said so too, so it should be true. Sima Yue said, seems like it won't be easy to save my mother. Even the Ghost King doesn't dare to step into that place. If you want to save your mother, you'll probably have to wait for another 1,000 years. Mou said. I won't let my mother suffer there for so long. Sima Yue said, I will save her. Mou saw her determined gaze. Although he felt that she wouldn't be able to do it, he believed her a little. If that's the case, then you should learn the underworld skills. When you get there, there will be very little light attribute spiritual energy. After using it, you won't be able to replenish it well. It's useless no matter how strong you are. I'll go back and tell them about this, then try to release the dark energy. If it's possible, I'll learn some underworld skills from you. Sima Yue said. The two of them returned to the city and went to find He Qindong. They told him about the news and asked him to inform the other guilds to be careful. Then, they returned to their courtyard. If it wasn't because they came back from outside, no one would know that they went out. Sima Yue didn't confirm if He Qindong spread the news. With her current strength and identity, she couldn't care less. She asked Bai Xing to send a copy of the news back to Heartbreak Valley so that the people in Heartbreak Valley could be more careful. Then, she sent a copy of the news to Heavenly Sect to Mao Sanquan, and another copy to the Alchemist Guild and Alchemy Guild. The three powerhouses who received the news took it seriously, especially the Alchemist Guild. It clearly said that they would make a move on them. They didn't know if this move was referring to the alchemy competition, so they couldn't let down their guard. They had to strengthen their defenses. Heartbreak Valley and Heavenly Sect paid close attention to their surroundings, afraid that they would be dragged in by those powerhouses. After telling them the news, Sima Yue didn't need to deal with the other matters. So when everyone else was busy, she was free again. Mou left and she came to the Spirit Pagoda alone. I'll try to release the dark attribute spirit energy in a while and temporarily replace the light attribute. If there's any danger in the process, you have to suppress the dark spirit energy. Sima Yue called all the beasts in front of her and warned. Yu, don't worry. We won't let anything happen to you. Little Dream said. That's right, if there's anything, Qing Yi is here. Little Seven agreed. In the entire Spirit Pagoda, or rather in the entire world, only she could order Qing Yi around so confidently. Sima Yue sat cross-legged and sank her consciousness into her body. Following her meridians, she came to the Dantian. The dark energy had been moved to the Dantian a long time ago. Although it was sealed, it would still release dark aura from time to compete with the surrounding spirit energy. Now that the other powers were still like stagnant water, only the dark energy was still churning slightly. The heavenly Tao has sealed all the other powers, but this sealed power of darkness was overlooked. She sighed and left the Dantian. She found the place where the dark energy was sealed, found the crack in the seal and guided the dark energy out. Little Seven and the others looked at her nervously. They could clearly feel that her aura was changing. Slowly, it was enveloped by the dark aura. Then, the aura was retracted. She was still the same as before, nothing had changed. Seeing her open her eyes, everyone anxiously asked, "Yu, did you fail?" Sima Yue smiled. With a flip of her right hand, a ball of black spirit energy appeared in her palm. Chapter 1254. Seeing the power in her palm, everyone's eyes lit up. Is this a success? Sima Yue nodded her head and directed her spiritual energy towards a place where there was no one. A crater was formed on the ground. If you don't have any underworld skills and only use spiritual energy, your strength won't be good, she said with some dissatisfaction. Didn't Mo Yu say that he would teach you underworld techniques? Then let him teach you more. Little Roar, who was in Little Dream's embrace, suggested. We'll see. Sima Yue said, but I think I can fly now. She tried, and sure enough, she flew up again. After circling once in the air, she returned to the ground and pinched her fingers, saying, It's still better to have spirit energy in my body, that's for certain. Otherwise, why would I want to cultivate? Little Seven said. Alright, I'll head out first. When Mo comes, he will be able to learn the underworld technique. She went outside and began to practice controlling dark spirit energy on her own. Because of the spirit pagoda concealing her aura, as long as she didn't deliberately release it or use spirit energy, others wouldn't be able to sense her aura and wouldn't know that she had dark spirit energy again. Bei Gong Tang and Ouyang Fei continued to refine pills for an entire day. Both of their success rates were very high, so after a day, they managed to refine over 100 pills. In the evening, He Chendong sent someone to collect the pills. He also told Sima Yue that he had already passed on the message to the other unions. Some of the forces that had an ordinary relationship with the refiners began to leave after 2 days. Only those who were more familiar with the refiners would stay to see if there was anything they needed help with. The Armament Masters Guild didn't ask them to stay either. The situation now was a little special. The people in the Armament Master City were getting more and more chaotic. If some of the people who weren't familiar with walked around, the pressure on them would lessen. Sima Yue wanted to leave as well, but Xiao Hong said that the people from the Sage Pavilion and the Wu clan had not left yet. The union was also very busy. If they left now, they could not guarantee her safety. They insisted that they stay for a while longer before leaving. Furthermore, they still wanted to ask Ouyang Fei and Bei Gong Tang to continue refining some pills. Sima Yue discussed with everyone. They also felt that it was too dangerous to leave now, so they agreed with Xiao Hong that they would leave in a few days. Since everyone agreed, Sima Yue did not insist and agreed to leave after they were done with their work. After Mo came, she told him her plan. She originally thought that he would leave with the Jun family first. She didn't expect that he would directly inform the Jun family to go back by himself. He wouldn't be with them. Sima Yue saw that he made the decision without hesitation and guessed that he had already guessed this before he came. You've already released your dark spiritual energy? Mo asked when he saw the faint aura emitting from Sima Yue's body. If you can tell, I've already hidden my aura very well. Sima Yue said. You did indeed hide it, so people who haven't reached my level wouldn't be able to discover it. Mo said, then, let's start today. Other than the grasping spirit technique, I'll teach you some other underworld skills. Sima Yue looked at him cautiously when she heard what he said. I already felt that it was a little strange when you said that you wanted to teach me the grasping spirit technique yesterday. Now, you actually want to teach me other skills. Why do I feel that you have other intentions? Oh. Tell me, what other intentions could I have? Mou smiled faintly, not minding what she said. If I knew, would I still ask you? Sima Yue said. You're so smart, can't you guess? You're an old fellow who has lived for at least 8,000 years. How can I guess what you're thinking? Sima Yue said, why don't you just tell me directly? You're still saying that you're not smart. You've already guessed my age. Mou said. Damn, it can't be. You're really that old. Sima Yue looked at him with her mouth wide open. She was just exaggerating just now. She didn't expect to get it right. No wonder this fellow could become a powerful being. If he really wanted to kill her back then, she reckoned that only Qing Yi would be able to save her. Look at me, am I old? Mou asked. Sima Yue nodded. Seeing his black face, she quickly shook her head and giggled, you're so young, hee hee. One look and I can tell that you'll always be a 16-year-old flower. Mou looked at her fawning face and stretched out his hand to flick her forehead. Actually, you're right. I do have other intentions when I teach you this. Sima Yue's attention was diverted. She didn't pursue the matter of him flicking her forehead. I knew that my instincts wouldn't be wrong. Why are you so eager to teach me underworld skills? Mou didn't say much. He only muttered, the world of spirits and souls is going to be in chaos. The world of spirits and souls could be said to be the most chaotic among the human, devil and ghost realms. There were more killings than the other two realms. It was because of this that the world of spirits and souls could accommodate countless souls. It was also because of this that the world of spirits and souls could never be saturated. Because there were too many deaths, the numbers that came later might not be enough to cover the number that died. When Mou said that the world of spirits and souls was going to be in chaos, it was obviously not a small matter. If the powerful being of the world of spirits and souls was concerned about it, it must be something big. Sima Yue had spiritual energy. Her hearing had recovered. When she heard what he said, she asked curiously, I'm from the human realm. Even if I'm going to save my mother in the future, it won't cause too much chaos, right? What does the chaos in the world of spirits and souls have to do with me? Why are you teaching me underworld skills? You'll know when the time comes. Mou kept her in suspense. Sima Yue rolled her eyes at him and said, you're even learning from those divinators. Hee hee. Mou chuckled, when a person reaches a certain level, they can sense the heavenly Tao. It's not surprising that they can sense the future. This is different from what the divinators can predict. It's because of this that I can sense the chaos in the world of spirits and your role in that chaos. He added in his heart. However, it was also because he could only sense and was not as accurate as the divinators. He only knew that Sima Yue was very important, but he could not predict her role in that chaos. Sima Yue knew about this situation, so she did not comment on what he said. Then when did you sense it? Did you not want to kill me from the beginning? Unexpectedly, Mou shook his head and said, although we can sense some things, we can only sense it after we come into contact with it. I only realized it 2 days ago. Then can you tell me where the chaos came from? When and what's the cause? Sima Yue asked. Regarding this, Mou still shook his head. I can only see the fire in the sky, the endless mountain of corpses, and the rolling death aura. I can't see anything else clearly. Chapter 1255. Doting Wife, 5th Miss Miracle Doctor Chapter, Soul Control Technique Category, Wuxia Cultivation Author, Fan Elderwood Book Title, Soul Control Technique? Sima Yue blinked. It sounds like a very powerful netherworld skill. Please search for the most complete version. The fastest update. Of course, it's very powerful. This is one of the top netherworld skills in the world of spirits and souls. How about it? Do you want to learn it? As long as you call me master, I'll teach it to you. Mou tempted her. Sima Yuyue had never learned netherworld skills before. Even when she was with her cousin, she had never thought of learning it. Now that she suddenly heard him say that, her heart itched. She wanted to try out the netherworld skill. However, if she had to call him master, then she would rather not learn it. I can't use my spiritual power now, how can I learn it? You'll probably be gone by the time I recover my spiritual power. How about this, you write down the method of this netherworld skill for me. When I recover my spiritual power, I'll learn it according to this method. How about that? Not much. My netherworld technique can only be passed down orally and cannot be recorded in books. Mou said, what's more, I've checked your body. Although your rare light demon body makes things difficult for you, it's not without its benefits. For example, right now, your spiritual power is sealed and you can't use it. You can use your dark spiritual power. It'll work. That works. Sima Yoyue's eyes widened. She had never thought of this problem. You've been sealing your dark power because you thought that your body wouldn't be able to bear it. So after your spiritual power was sealed, you never thought of releasing your dark power. Naturally, you never thought of this method, Mou said. Sima Yuyue agreed with his statement. She had never thought of this point, so she had never thought of releasing the power of darkness. She was a little tempted by Mou's words. Days without spiritual power were really boring. However, at the same time, she was a little worried. If she released her dark power, would something unexpected happen? For example, her body wouldn't be able to bear it. She voiced out her worries. Mou chuckled and said, previously, you were afraid that you wouldn't be able to bear it because of the conflict between the two powers. However, the situation is different now. Your light power is as good as nothing, so naturally, there won't be any conflict. Is that so? Then I'll go back and try. Sima Yuyue chuckled. Even so, it's impossible for me to call you master. You don't have to come to a conclusion now. When you understand the power of the soul carving technique, you'll naturally want to learn from me, Mou said confidently. If you're willing to call me master during the tea ceremony, then I don't mind calling you master, Sima Yuyue said. After all, we're talking about tea first. Let's hear it first. Call her master. How could that be? Do you know how many people in the ghost realm want to be my disciple? I'm giving you this chance now, but you don't want it. Then do you know how many people in the mortal world want to be my disciple? I'm giving you this chance now, but you don't want it either, do you? Sima Yuyue retorted. What a sharp-tongued girl. Alright, let's get down to business first. You can also show off your soul carving technique. Maybe it's so powerful that I'm attracted to it. She urged. Then watch carefully. This soul carving technique is not only effective on the soul in the body, but also on all the souls in the world, Mou said. Isn't it comparable to the soul carving technique? Sima Yuyue asked in surprise. The soul carving technique here was not referring to her training of her soul, but a method of refining souls of the ghost clan. You know about the soul carving technique? I mentioned it to the ghost clan when I was in the immortal realm, Sima Yuyue explained casually. Is your soul carving technique the same as the soul carving technique? Of course it's different. Mou denied. My soul carving technique is mainly used to control their souls, allowing them to be used by me while their divine senses are awake. This is a more legitimate netherworld technique. But the soul carving technique is different. What's the difference? The biggest difference between the soul carving technique and the soul carving technique is that the soul carving technique will keep the soul awake, while the soul carving technique will completely erase the divine senses of the soul, turning them into a walking corpse, Mu explained. Aren't they both used to control souls? For those souls, it's a loss of freedom. There's no difference, Sima Yue said. Of course it's different. Once the soul carving technique stops, those souls will regain their freedom. But souls that have been refined by the soul carving technique won't work, Mo Yu retorted. But you've already started to control those souls. Those who practice the soul carving technique, even if they're like you, won't let them go easily. Sima Yue guessed. If that's the case, what's the difference between having it and not having it? You don't understand. Do you know what's the most abundant in the ghost realm? It's not the ghost clan, but soul bodies, Mo said. If you learn this, it'll be equivalent to having a lot more power in the ghost realm in the future. Even without this, I have a way to deal with those souls. Sima Yue snorted. The hunted ghost streamer in her hand was the greatest nemesis to those ghosts. Whether they were captured by the soul carving technique or refined by the soul carving technique, as long as they encountered the hunted ghost streamer, they would have to surrender obediently. Of course, this was something she could not let him know. What can you do? Mo, you did not want to believe her. You'd better learn the soul carving technique from me. Watch carefully. He came to the front of those corpses and waved his hand. His body emitted a ripple, as if the power that had previously bound the souls had disappeared. Sima Yue could see a faint shadow slowly emerging. Just as it was about to head to the ghost realm, Mu formed a seal with both hands, and those souls froze in place. How is it? He asked her. Not bad. There is a rule that souls go to the ghost realm after death, and you can actually make the souls resist this rule. It shows that you are indeed powerful, Sima Yue said. But this is not helpful for us to investigate this matter, is it? The newly formed soul body did not have much power, and those few souls still looked very ignorant, not knowing that they were already a soul. You are not thinking of interrogating their souls, are you? Sima Yue asked. I once heard that after people go to the ghost realm, they will not remember what happened before their death. It is equivalent to starting over from the beginning. Even if you capture their souls, you will not be able to get anything out of them, because they will not know what happened in the past. Who said I want to ask? If you don't ask, how are you going to get the information we want? Just wait and see. In your words, the time to witness a miracle is coming. Your arrival is the greatest support for us. If you like it, please introduce more friends to us. Chapter 1256. The rainbow-colored dendrobium in his hand was gone, and the pain from his wrist made him very angry. You lowly commoner, do you know who I am? I am the alchemist under Venerable Su, Hua Kai. How dare you hurt me? Do you want to be arrested? The alchemist under Venerable Su. Don't joke around, how could there be someone like you under her? Sima Yue shook her head, not believing his words. You are just a lowly commoner, how would you know about Venerable Su? If you don't want to be arrested, then obediently hand over the rainbow-colored dendrobium, then kneel on the ground and kowtow to me 3 times. Call me grandfather, then I will let you go. Hua Kai raised his chin, looking like he was giving alms. What if I don't? Sima Yue sneered. Then I can only arrest you on the charge of looking down on Venerable Su. When the time comes, you will become slaves and never see the light of day. Hua Kai threatened her. The shop assistant kindly reminded her, Master Hua is indeed the alchemist under Venerable Su. Why don't you give the rainbow-colored dendrobium to him? Humph. Hua Kai raised his arrogant chin and turned his head to the side, waiting for her to give him the rainbow-colored dendrobium and then kneel down to apologize. But after waiting for a while, he did not see any movement from her. He turned his head and saw that she had no intention of apologizing at all. She was taking out the herbs from the tray, placing them on the counter and asking someone to settle the bill for her. He could not tolerate this anymore. He was really angry. He walked to the stairs and called the guards downstairs, wanting to arrest them. At the same time, he threatened, "Let me tell you, if I don't agree, they won't dare to sell the herbs to you." The shop assistant took the herbs and indeed had no intention of settling the bill. "What right do you have?" Sima Yoyue's face darkened. After meeting such a person, she lost all her mood. "Just because of my identity and your lowly commoner status. Since you are here, you should be aware that lowly commoners have no right." Hua Kai looked at her change of expression with satisfaction. These people looked down on Venerable Su and spoke rudely. "Arrest them." When the guards who had just arrived heard that these people were looking down on Venerable Su, they didn't ask anything and immediately came to arrest them. Wu Lingyu would not allow anyone to touch Sima Yue. He moved as soon as they moved. Before those people could get close to her, they all fell to the ground. Everyone was dumbfounded. They didn't even see how he moved. They only felt that he disappeared for a while. How did everyone fall down? When the shop assistant saw this, he moved his lips, but he felt something stuck in his throat, and he couldn't say anything. "Do you still want to buy it?" Wu Lingyu looked at her and asked. "Yes, why not?" Sima Yue calculated the total price according to the price she saw before. She took the crystal and put it on the counter. Then, she put away the herbs and left. Only after they left did the crowd react. The guests left one after another to avoid being implicated. The shop assistant didn't dare to leave. The shopkeeper personally came to apologize. He said a lot of things and gave the shop assistant a lot of things before the shop assistant left. It was tiring to meet someone who wasn't afraid of death. If a few more came, they would go bankrupt. What's the background of those people? They don't even put Venerable Su in their eyes. The shop assistant was puzzled. He saw clearly just now that these people didn't have the slightest fear when they heard Venerable Su, nor did they submit. They really didn't put Hua Kai and Venerable Su in their eyes. What kind of background and strength did they have to be able to look down on everything like this? No matter what background they have, they're not people we can afford to offend. The shopkeeper said. These people didn't look like ordinary people. If they met them in other places, they would treat it as a good show. However, when they met them, they could only feel stifled. "Shopkeeper, Master Hua won't come looking for trouble with us, right?" The shop assistant asked. "No, we're Venerable Nyo's shop. Although the accident happened in our shop, we've apologized. The two venerables don't interfere with each other's business. If they want to cause trouble, they have to think twice." The shopkeeper said, "Send someone to investigate the background of these people." Yes. He still had to find a chance to get back today's losses. Sima Yue wasn't in the mood to shop anymore. She walked around for a while and went back. Soon, Venerable Su's people caught up and surrounded the entire inn. These people came so quickly. Fushi curled his lips. "I wanted to go out and check on Silmer's situation, but I didn't expect to attract Su Wu's people." Sima Yue sighed. "Then let's fight back." Wu Lingyu said. "It's a waste of energy." Sima Yue didn't want to fight. "They've already come knocking on our door. It's not up to you to decide." Fushi said. "That's true. Then let's fight all of them away." Sima Yue sighed. In the end, it was Wu Lingyu who attacked. Dozens of guards were all sent flying, attracting the attention of the entire Minghai city. Previously, only a few people had seen what had happened. Now, everyone knew that there was an audacious person living here. They actually dared to send all of Su Wu's people flying. These people didn't want to live anymore. When Di Jojo heard the news, the corner of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. This little ancestor, if you want to save someone, you have to keep a low profile. Now that you're so high profile, they'll be on guard. But what could he say? He couldn't say anything. He could only lead his men to protect the inn. No one was allowed to come close. Sima Yue was very satisfied with Di Jojo's actions. Since they were already high profile, then they should be even more high profile. She changed her plan of secretly saving someone and prepared to go directly to their door to ask for Silmer. Di Jojo was a little surprised when he heard her idea, but he quickly accepted it. He even gave her advice. This Silmer likes delicious food. If little princess can impress him with delicious food, it's not impossible to ask him for Silmer. It seems that foodies are everywhere. Sima Yue sighed. Moreover, Silmer and Su Wu's relationship is very bad. Now that you're on bad terms with Su Wu, you can also get some points from Silmer. We can't be sure about the relationship between these old guys, but I can consider eating. Sima Yue said. It said that he often goes to the time in the north of the city to eat. The food there is the best there. Is there a pattern? No, he goes there whenever he wants. Usually, there's a fixed interval. Then we can only wait here. When she said that, she didn't mean that she would wait in the inn. Instead, she would ask someone to wait outside Silmer's room. Once he went to the time, she would go with him. Then, she would find a way to talk to him and get closer to him. This was the first time she used food to seduce someone. She was very confident in her culinary skills. She just didn't know if the people in the abyss of hell were as easy to seduce as other people. Chapter 1257. Read 336. Just as Sima Yue was about to go crazy, the sound from the soundstone finally disappeared. This guild leader is really something. It's been so many years, and you're still not serious. Pfft. Xiao Hong laughed even harder when she saw Sima Yue's reaction. She couldn't stop laughing while holding her stomach. Yue, I've seen the president of the Alchemist Guild before, but I didn't expect him to be so funny. The way he talks to you, ha ha ha, alright, stop laughing, Sima Yue said weakly. Do you know about the alliance that the president mentioned? I know. Moreover, I plan to follow my father to take a look. Xiao Hong said. Since her identity was already known to everyone, she might as well stop pretending and openly admit her identity as the guild's young miss. You're going to? Yeah. Xiao Hong nodded. That dark force has provoked the major guilds time and time again. We have our temper too. Moreover, we are not to be trifled with. This time, the trade unions have decided to retaliate, so they have decided to join forces and find out who is behind this. This was clearly her father's succession ceremony, but these people had messed it up. In addition, the previous president had been very good to her and had watched her grow up. However, he had been killed by those people. Now, she hated those people to the core. Of course, she would participate in such an event. Since those people dared to touch your guilds, I think they have the guts to do so. Sima Yue said, and I think they also guessed that you would join forces to deal with them. To be able to make a move against you in such a situation, I think the other party's strength must not be simple. My father said the same thing. Xiao Hong said, but no matter who they are, even if they are from the hidden families, we will not let them off. Yes. If you find out, you can call us if you need help. Although my Heartbreak Valley was established not long ago, we can still provide manpower to make up the numbers. Sima Yue said. What do you mean by contributing manpower? Do you think I don't know about Heartbreak Valley? All of you are brave and good at fighting. If you really need people, your people's battle power is definitely enough to fight against 10 people. Xiao Hong smiled. Since President Xia invited you, why don't you come with us to Red Tinted City? Me? Sima Yue thought of Xia Chang Tian and quickly shook her head. No, I still have to go back to Heartbreak Valley. I heard that the Sage Pavilion and Wu's people, they're waiting for you to go out and kill you to kill them to kill you. Xiao Hong said to say. Once you leave the Armament City, they won't give us any face. If you can come with us and see that my father and the others are here, they might restrain themselves a little. It's okay. They want to kill me, but I want to kill them too. Sima Yu said. Since she was now able to use dark spiritual energy, this little realm would naturally be able to be opened. There were hundreds of thousands of Blood Fiend City citizens inside, and all of them were fugitives. Would they still be afraid of the Sage Pavilion and the Wu clan? At this moment, Bai Xing opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but he swallowed it back. However, Sima Yue noticed him. Xiao Hong still wanted Sima Yue to go with them, but Sima Yue looked at Bai Xing and said she would think about it. Then she went back. After Xiao Hong left, Sima Yue looked at Bai Xing and asked, Old Bai, what did you want to say just now? If it's possible, we can go to the Eastern Ridge to take a look. Bai Xing said. What happened? Is it about Lu Liangkai? Sima Yue asked. With Bai Xing's character, if nothing happened, he wouldn't say something like that. Bai Xing nodded. A few days ago, I received news from the valley that something happened at the Eastern Ridge. The people we sent were all missing. Oh. That's weird. Sima Yue frowned. Heartbreak Valley's people were more powerful. Although they weren't invincible, it wasn't to the extent that there was no news at all. What's the valley's decision? Sima Yue asked. Valley Lord has already brought Feng Ji and the others over. Bai Xing said. Originally, Valley Lord told me that you don't have spirit energy, so I can't tell you about this. But now that you can use dark spirit energy, I think we can go and take a look. Also, Fair Eastern City where Liang Kai and the others went missing is not far from Red Tinted City. Sima Yue hesitated. If something really happened in Fair Eastern City, it might affect the guild. Although she said she didn't want to see Xia Chang Tian, that shameless old man, she still had feelings for the Alchemist Guild. Why would the Guild Alliance go to the Eastern Ridge? Sima Yue asked. Maybe it's because the Array Master Guild and Spirit Master Guild are in the Eastern Ridge. Bai Xing said. But we don't know the exact reason. Maybe it's related to Fair Eastern City. That's possible too. While discussing about the alliance, they're also dealing with Fair Eastern City. Also, I think the possibility is higher. Otherwise, they wouldn't choose such a nearby city. Sima Yue guessed. It was also because she had been learning dark skills from MOU for the past 2 months and didn't care about the outside world. That was why she didn't know about this. Outside, this matter was already known by everyone in the continent. Then should we go? Fatty Chu asked. Since our people are also missing there, we naturally have to go and take a look. Sima Yue said. Do we go with the Armament Masters Guild? Sima Yue thought about it and shook her head. If they went with the Armament Masters Guild, wouldn't they meet Xia Chang Tian and the others directly? We'll go by ourselves. Also, before we go, we have to settle something. Sima Yue said. What is it? Everyone looked at her. Of course it's to collect some interest for old Bai. Sima Yue said, aren't those people waiting for us to go out? Then let's go and meet them. Bai Xing was stunned. He didn't think that she still remembered his matters. And the first thing she did after she recovered her powers was for him. All right. Then we'll pack up and leave. Let's leave tomorrow. I have to talk to Xiao Hong and Uncle He. All right. Xiao Hong and He Qindong knew that they were leaving the next day and were very surprised. They wanted her to go with them. Seeing that she insisted, they could only let her be. But when they asked someone to send her back, she rejected them. The Armament Masters Guild was so busy. she didn't want to trouble them. More importantly, with outsiders present, how were they going to deal with the Sage Pavilion and Wu clan? So, after saying goodbye, the next morning, she brought them to the teleportation array and went to the city outside. When they appeared in the city, the Sage Pavilion and Wu clan immediately received the news. Chapter 1258. You have so many tea leaves. You have so many tea leaves. You could not quite accept the mountain of tea leaves in his spatial ring. Who was the one who told him to drink less? I only have so many tea leaves. Sima Yue rubbed her nose and said a little embarrassedly, I naturally have less tea leaves for people I don't have a good relationship with, but I have more tea leaves for friends. You could not help but laugh. This lass was still so calculative. But since she was like this, it meant that she had accepted him. Sima Yue did not explain much. She took out a stone rubbing and placed it on her forehead. After a while, she took it off and said, all the knowledge I know about tea has been rubbed inside. These are all theoretical. You have to brew the tea yourself. This much tea leaves should be enough for you to drink for decades. All right. You took the stone rubbing and placed it on his forehead. All the knowledge drilled into his brain. When are you leaving? Sima Yue asked. I will leave after I send you back. You said, the Jun family sent news that the Sage Pavilion and the Wu family did not leave. They are waiting for you in the city outside. I can't send you back. Are you all right with that? No problem. Sima Yue said. Then let's go back. In order to not cause too much commotion in Weapon Refining City, Yu had been bringing her outside the city for the past 2 months. Then, he would bring her back. With his strength, it was a piece of cake for him to not be discovered by the people in the city. Yu sent her back to the small courtyard. Coincidentally, everyone was chatting in the courtyard. When they saw them return, they all stood up. Yu put Sima Yue down and said, if there's anything, go to the Jun family for help. I understand. Although I don't know why you have to go back personally, and I know that you are very powerful, I still have to remind you to be careful. Sima Yue said, if there's any good tea, I will help you keep it. When the time comes, you can just send someone to get it from me. I will remember that. I will definitely get it from you. Yu said, I will wait for you in the ghost realm. All right. This time, Yu did not open a spatial passage. Instead, he directly tore the space apart and flew in. This method was similar to when Wu Lingyu left the immortal realm. After Yu left, Sima Yue walked towards the pavilion where they were sitting. Yue, has Yu returned to the ghost realm? Fatty Chu asked. Yes. Perhaps it was because of the separation, but her mood was not very high. We separated so that we can meet again next time. Bei Gongtang comforted her. Yes, I know. I just felt a little sad for a while, Sima Yue said. By the way, Xiao Hong came to look for you twice in the past 2 days. She heard that you were in seclusion and said that you will inform her when you come out, Wei Ziki said. You said that I was in seclusion. Would she believe such an excuse? Sima Yue's mouth twitched. Why couldn't these guys think of a better excuse? When Xiao Hong came, only Fatty was there. Fatty said that, so we can only continue talking about this. When Sima Yulin said this, there was a smile at the corner of his eyes. Fatty Chu glared at him and said, when Xiao Hong came, I didn't know how to deal with her at all. When she asked where you were, I just blurted it out. Then she didn't say anything. Sima Yue sighed. Fatty's mind hadn't changed much after all these years. He was still the silly boy from before. She seemed to have muttered something at that time, but I didn't really listen. Then she said that she left, so I didn't investigate further, Fatty Chu said. Sima Yue shook her head helplessly. Xiao Hong was probably muttering that she didn't even have spiritual power, so how could she be in seclusion? She took out the mother-child stone and injected spiritual power into it. Soon, Xiao Hong's voice came from the other side. Yue, you're out. Yes, I just came out. They said that you came to find me, and told me to inform you when I come out. Sima Yue could tell from Xiao Hong's tone that she obviously didn't believe that she was in seclusion. Then I'll come and find you in a while. Xiao Hong cut off the connection after saying that. Sima Yue heard that her voice was a little anxious. After a while, she saw her coming in from outside. Yue. Xiao Hong walked over and only calmed down when she saw Sima Yue. Why are you so flustered? What happened? Sima Yue asked. The other guilds have been attacked by a group of men in black for the past 2 months. Xiao Hong revealed a shocking news the moment she arrived. What's the result? Because we informed them in advance, they made preparations in advance, so those men in black did not gain the upper hand. But because of the hasty preparation, although they withstood the attack, it wasn't as obvious as our victory, Xiao Hong said. After she said that, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. If any of the guilds were to be controlled, it would be a very troublesome problem for the continent. Those guilds sent people to thank us. When they knew that you informed them in advance, they all said that they wanted to thank you, Xiao Hong said. They sent people to thank you, but you were in seclusion. In addition, every guild has their own matters to attend to, so they left behind a thank you gift and went back. Here, these are their thank you gifts. Xiao Hong took out a few space rings. Sima Yue took a look and was overjoyed. There were really a lot of good things inside. Perhaps because they knew that she was an all-round genius, in addition to elixirs and spirit equipment, there were also some rare raw materials in the thank you gifts. There was also a sound stone left by Xia Changtian among the thank you gifts. Sima Yue passed the sound stone to Beigong Tang and asked her to input her spiritual energy. Although she could use dark spiritual energy now, she didn't want Xiao Hong to know, so she could only find someone else to do it for her. Yue, you heartless person. You left for so long and didn't even come back to see us. Have you forgotten about us? The moment Xia Changtian complained like a little wife, everyone in the courtyard burst into laughter. Yue, is this really the president of the Alchemist Guild? Sima Yue's mouth twitched. She really wanted to say that she didn't know him. However, if you didn't send the news back in advance, we would have been tricked by that group of people again. So, Yue, you still have a guild in your heart. The others couldn't stop laughing. Sima Yue facepalmed, speechless. Alright, don't look so helpless. Xia Changtian seemed to see her helpless look and said, I came to find you this time because I have something important to tell you. Sima Yue heard that his tone had changed and thought that he really had something important to tell her. In the end, what he said next completely made her kneel down. After this incident, a few guilds are very angry. If we don't show our might, they will really think that we are sick cats. So we decided to join forces and fight back. After some discussion, a few guilds decided to form an alliance and discuss things in Dongling Hongxiu City. Alright, the important matter that I want to talk about is that I will personally go over. If you miss me, you can come and find me. Chapter 1259. Although they didn't know how Sima Yue did it, they knew that it was impossible for them to leave unless they killed their way out. However, could they kill their way out? The answer was that it was impossible. With more than 100 people fighting against more than 1,000 people, and with their strength being lower by a level, how could they survive? Thinking of this, many people's popularity dropped by a notch. Their overall momentum was gone, and many people even went limp. Sima Yue, do you really want to shed all pretense of cordiality with the Sage Pavilion? Nalan Land's master asked in a low voice. Pfft, Sima Yue burst out laughing and looked at her as if she was looking at an idiot, saying, "Granny, you're already so old, how can you say such childish things? What do you mean by falling out with the Sage Pavilion? When you attacked my people in Weapon Forging City, we already had a falling out, didn't we? Aren't you ashamed to say this now?" "That's right, ha ha ha." The others laughed in agreement. These people's thoughts were too funny. Besides, if it weren't for the fact that there were only a few of us here today, I don't think you would have said something like that, would you? "Maybe we're already a few dried corpses," Sima Yue continued. "Could it be that we're getting thicker as we get older?" "Isn't that so?" Bei Gong Tang said, "It's still better for us to be a little younger, right, Yu? Enough, you two." Nalan Lan berated the two of them. "Sima Yue, Bei Gong Tang, your mouths are still so venomous even after so many years. Looks like you've been cultivating your mouths all these years." "Nalan Lan, we haven't seen each other for so many years, but you haven't changed at all." Bei Gong Tang mocked. "Lan, you know them. Reporting to Master, they came from the same place as me. We have had enmity since we were young." Nalan Lan said. "Yes, there is indeed a grudge." Sima Yue said, "Ever since the Dongchen Kingdom, you've tried to kill me time and time again. Unfortunately, you've never succeeded. Let's settle all our old scores today. Leave Nalan Lan to me. You can handle the others." "Yes, boss." The people of Blood Fiend City still remembered that night. They still remembered the things that happened to her at that time. They still liked to call her boss, even if she was much younger than them and her level was much lower than theirs. I'm going to kill you today too." Nalan Lan glared at Sima Yue, her eyes filled with killing intent. "Then let's see who kills who today." Sima Yue sneered, turned around and ran towards the back. Nalan Lan chased after them and the people from Blood Fiend City didn't stop her, allowing her to smoothly pass through the encirclement. Since Yue wanted to deal with her personally, they would not interfere. This Nalan Lan would definitely not be able to escape today. Sima Yue continued to fly. She did not need to care about what happened behind her, she just needed to get rid of Nalan Lan. Nalan Lan chased after her until she was dozens of kilometers away. When she saw her stop, she flew over. Once she got close to Sima Yue, she felt that the space around her was different. "What did you do?" She looked at Sima Yue, guessing if she did something to the space. "You've been in the Sage Pavilion for so many years, have you ever heard of territory?" Sima Yue floated in the air with a smile on her face. Her long skirt was flying, but other than where she was, there was no wind at all. Nalan Lan had gained quite a bit of knowledge in the Sage Pavilion over the years. She knew that people above the Paragon rank could comprehend a spirit realm, but she didn't expect that someone who was 2 years younger than her could comprehend a spirit realm. No, she didn't believe it. Even if there was a person with heaven-defying talent in this world, it wouldn't be her. "I comprehended this territory when I was in Qingyi's body. I heard that you comprehended Dao when you were in his body. It's a pity that my senior sister stole your most important heart." Sima Yue said something that made her vomit blood. "That woman is your senior sister?" Nalan Lan clenched her fist. Why did it turn out like this? Sima Yue suppressed her in every way, even the Dao that she comprehended with great difficulty was stolen by her senior sister. Was Sima Yue really sent by the heavens to subdue her? No. She couldn't bear to let Sima Yue continue living in this world. When she saw Sima Yue, her heart felt worse than being bitten by thousands of ants. "Yes, my senior sister said that she got your Dao for nothing." She was really embarrassed. "She said that when I see you, I must thank you properly." Sima Yue said gratefully, "But I think that you won't accept her thanks. I'm going to kill you." Nalan Lan was provoked by her words. She condensed her spirit energy and attacked Sima Yue. Sima Yue looked at her spirit energy ball and wasn't anxious at all. When the spirit energy ball came close, she waved her hand and a black barrier blocked the spirit energy outside. Nalan Lan saw the black barrier and exclaimed, "Dark spirit energy. You're a dark spirit master." Sima Yue waved her hand and the barrier disappeared. She looked at the shocked Nalan Lan and said, "Actually, I don't even need to use my domain to deal with you. Do you know why I included you in my domain from the start?" Nalan Lan's heart sank. Was there a need to ask? Of course, it was to ensure that she would die here. You've tried to kill me so many times. Every time I wanted to kill you, you would escape. Today, it's either you die or I die. Sima Yue said, "But, I think you don't have to say the last sentence. Today will be the day you die. That's not up to you to decide. Maybe you don't know, but my physique counters dark spirit energy. When you meet me, your spirit energy is basically useless. You're right. Today, it's either you die or I die. But, the one who dies is you," Nalan Lan said confidently. If she was worried when she heard Sima Yue say that she was in her domain, now that she saw her using dark spirit energy, she was relieved. "I knew that dark spirit energy would be countered by your physique. So, I didn't plan to use my spirit energy to deal with you," Sima Yue said nonchalantly. "I found out that you're injured and can't use your spirit energy. Although your dark spirit energy surprised me, you can't use any other spirit energy. What can you do to me?" Nalan Lan said proudly. "You're just like your master. Your brain structure is different from others." Sima Yue said, "Who said that I lured you here to fight you alone? Babies, come out." When she finished speaking, all of Sima Yue's contracted beasts appeared beside her. "Nalan Lan, today I'll show you what a group fight is." Chapter 1260. The beasties hated this Nalan Lan to the core. Ever since the Dongchen Kingdom, she had plotted against Sima Yue a few times. However, she managed to escape every single time. Please search, pin and book yen. Com to see the most complete. Update the fastest. It had to be said that Nalan Lan's luck was extremely good every time. She was always able to escape from Sima Yue. This time, she was here again. Sima Yue did not intend to let her go. In order to prevent her from using any unknown methods to escape, Sima Yue activated her domain. Unless she could break through the domain, it would be impossible for her to escape. However, even if she had many ways to escape, it was impossible for her to break through the domain. Therefore, Sima Yue was at ease as she watched her beasts teach her a lesson. The beasts had a lot of resentment towards Nalan Lan. This time, they could finally deal with her. They must treat her well. Therefore, they beat her up for half an hour, even though they could have finished her in one move. However, Nalan Lan also had a lot of treasures on her. After beating her for half an hour, although she was half crippled, she didn't die. She just lay on the ground and didn't move. This lotus body is really resistant to beatings. He's still alive after being beaten for so long. Even my claws are hurting. His skin is really thick. Little Roar shook his claws, as if he was really in pain. Yes, it's true that I'm a little weak. Why don't we use more strength? Ye Guang suggested. Although he had turned into a man, his arms were wrapped in a layer of iron, which showed how strong he was. Do you have the nerve to say this now? The beastie stood beside Nalan Lan and talked nonsense with a serious face. Sima Yue's mouth was twitching. Nalan Lan's entire body was in pain. She had been forced to release all of the Tao characters that she had comprehended. In an instant, she had caught the beasts off guard and sent them flying. Oh my God, these golden words are so powerful. Little Seven exclaimed exaggeratedly. She patted her chest with a look of lingering fear. Although everyone was shocked, they didn't suffer any injuries. Nalan Lan crawled up from the ground and looked at the frightened spirit beasts. 3 golden words flew around her. Do you really think that I'm a sick cat if I don't show my might? Her face was filled with hatred. None of these beasts would survive after she killed Sima Yue. Golden word of enlightenment. TSK TSK, it looks so powerful. Sima Yue said. Although your senior sister stole one of the characters, I still have 3. It's enough to deal with you. Nalan Lan said hatefully, but when she thought of killing Sima Yue, she could not suppress the excitement in her eyes. However, before her smile could widen, it froze completely. This was because she saw 12 golden words flying out of Sima Yue's body. Time is endless, space is endless, life is endless. How do you have Tao? She cried out in surprise. That's right. I've also comprehended my own Tao. Sima Yue smiled and said, and I'm sorry to say that the number of golden words I have is 3 times more than yours. Hence, I can still crush you in terms of numbers. Nalan Lan was so angry that she spat out a mouthful of blood. She kept screaming in her heart. Why? Why? Her spirit beasts were lying on the ground. All 3 of them were exhaling more than they were inhaling. However, Sima Yue's spirit beasts were crushing her in terms of numbers and power. Even now, the number of heaven Tao that she had comprehended was still less than hers. Sima Yue controlled the golden words to attack Nalan Lan. The Tao that was comprehended was different in terms of power. The closer it was to the heaven Tao, the stronger it was. It would also have a suppressive effect on other Taos. Hence, the golden words that came out to show off were crushed by Sima Yue's golden words. In the end, they slowly faded and disappeared. Space lock. With a single thought from Sima Yue, Nalan Lan felt as if the space around her had solidified. What did you do to me? Nalan Lan screamed. Sima Yue looked at Nalan Lan. The space slowly closed with her mind. She could even see Nalan Lan's body being squeezed out of shape by the space. Nalan Lan, although I hated you when we were young, we weren't that ugly. If you didn't plot against me and kill me time and time again, even if we weren't friends, we wouldn't have to kill each other. Sima Yue said, but there are no ifs. So today, you have to die. Kill me if you want. Even if you kill me, I won't let you go even as a ghost. Nalan Lan said with difficulty. Become a ghost. Sima Yue looked as if she suddenly realized something, saying, You've reminded me. I will definitely make you become a ghost. Then, under Nalan Lan's confused gaze, she took out the 100 ghost banner. She used her mind and a few ghosts came out. They circled around Nalan Lan before flying back. Did you see that? The 100 ghost banner will definitely fulfill your wish to become a ghost. Sima Yue said. You. Nalan Lan looked at Sima Yue and was speechless. She only felt that she couldn't swallow the anger in her heart and couldn't let it out. You don't have to be so you. You escaped so many times because you were lucky. Do you really think that I can't do anything to you? Everything that you are proud of, everything that you are good at, has been ruthlessly stepped on by me. How is it, doesn't it feel good? Sima Yue said. Ah, Nalan Lan screamed crazily. Why did she have to have Sima Yue to suppress her when she was so talented? She couldn't accept it. She couldn't accept it. What a strong aura of resentment. I wonder if you will become a ghost after you die. Sima Yue muttered. Then, she glanced at the beasts. Why aren't you moving further away? When the beasts heard her, they immediately retreated and quickly left the safe area. Although your soul will survive, you won't have any memories. Even if I catch you, you won't remember anything about us. So, goodbye forever. Sima Yue saw the panic in her eyes and smiled seductively. She said softly, explode. The space where Nalan Lan was at exploded and Nalan Lan's body turned into a rain of blood. A transparent shadow floated in that place. Sima Yue used the 100 ghost banner to keep her. I said that I would give you a chance to become a ghost and I gave you this chance. It's a pity that you can only be my slave forever. Sima Yue kept the 100 ghost banner with satisfaction. Then, she retracted her territory. You are so disgusting. Little Seven looked at the blood on the ground in disgust. Luckily, she was far away. Otherwise, she would have been stained. How am I disgusting? Didn't I remind you to stay away? Sima Yue rolled her eyes. I learned this from Chongming. If you want to say that I am disgusting, you can say that he is. She glanced at the blood on the ground. The grudge that had been entangled with her for decades was finally resolved today. From now on, there would be no woman called Nalan Lan who would come out to annoy her. Chapter 1261. They took care of Nalan Lan, and Heartbreak Valley was done as well. As Sima Yue had sealed the space, none of them managed to escape. When Sima Yue brought the group of beasts back, they had already cleaned up the corpses. Killed? Bei Gong Tang asked. Okay. Sima Yue nodded. Bei Gong Tang and the others felt something in their hearts. Nalan Lan could be considered the person they had known the longest on this continent. It was a pity that she was not a friend. Sima Yue recalled all the people from Blood Fiend City and there were only a few of them left. Old Bai, let's collect some interest this time. Once we're done here, we'll take revenge on them. Sima Yue said. Bai Xing's Adam's apple moved, and after a long while, he replied in a low voice, all right. Then let's go to Fair Eastern City. Sima Yue was worried that something would happen to Shimin Feng and the others. After dealing with these people, she prepared to rush to the Eastern Ridge. They wouldn't be able to return to the city. Everyone knew that the Sage Pavilion and the Wu clan had chased after them. If they went back and the Sage Pavilion and the Wu clan didn't, what did that mean? In the future, if others found out that they were missing, they could say that they didn't know. Anyway, no one saw them kill anyone, right? Sima Yue and Sima Yulin set up a teleportation array together. When they came out again, they were already 1,000,000 kilometers away from the armament city. They found a spirit beast and asked for the nearest city. Coincidentally, there was a relatively large city nearby. There should be a teleportation array to the Eastern Ridge. The Mo Bay and the Eastern Ridge's Fair Eastern City were billions of kilometers apart. If they were to build their own teleportation array, they would have to spend a lot of resources. Most importantly, it would be tiring and a waste of time. Therefore, they chose to use someone else's teleportation array. After flying for 2 days, he found the city and found the teleportation array. After paying the fee, he hurriedly left. Now that Sima Yue had spiritual power, she did not feel dizzy in the teleportation portal anymore. Hence, they had been on the road for almost half a month. They finally arrived at the Eastern Ridge. They contacted Shimin Feng on the way and learned that the people from Heartbreak Valley had been there for a long time, so they went to the city they were in. Because Fair Eastern City could not be approached now, the people from outside could only choose to stay in a city that was closer. For example, the Six Rivers City where Shimin Feng and the others were, and the Red-Sleeved City where the unions had agreed. These were the cities that were relatively close to the Eastern Ping City. Sima Yue and the others walked out of the teleportation array and headed towards Memory Restaurant. Shimin Feng and the people from Heartbreak Valley stayed here. Yue. A hesitant voice came from behind. Sima Yue turned around and saw a familiar face. Why are you here? Behind her were Tuoba Yen, Tuoba Han, and Feng Wuhan. Ah, it's really you. When I saw you just now, I thought I was seeing things. When Tuoba Yen heard her say that, she knew that it was her. She ran over excitedly and grabbed her hand. I've always heard that you're actually a woman. Today, I've finally seen you in women's clothing. How beautiful. When the immortal realm opened, the three of them did not go, so they did not see her. Sima Yue nodded towards Tuoba Han and Feng Wuhan. Why aren't you in the academy? Why are you here? This is our clan's territory. After what happened in Eastern Ping City, of course we have to come and take a look. Tuoba Han said. Wuhan followed us here. Yue, why are you here too? Tuoba Yen asked. Some people from our valley went missing in Eastern Ping City, so we came to take a look. Sima Yue said. Then where are you staying? How long have you been here? We just came out from the Spirit Master Guild. We haven't met up with the people from the valley yet. Sima Yue replied. Oh right, since this is your Tuoba clan's territory, then you should know what's going on, right? This. Tuoba Yen hesitated. It was obvious that the situation was not optimistic. Why, you can't say. Sima Yue saw her like this and her heart sank. It's not that you can't say, but the situation is a little complicated. It's not suitable to say it here. Let's go somewhere else. Tuoba Han said from behind. Tuoba Yen turned around and glanced at Tuoba Han. Her eyes were filled with astonishment. However, Tuoba Han had his own thoughts and shook his head at Tuoba Yen. Sima Yue immediately understood something and said, let's go to Memory Restaurant. Memory Restaurant was a force of Heartbreak Valley. This was well known to everyone. Hearing her suggestion, they all nodded in agreement. The group of people came to Memory Restaurant. When the shopkeeper saw Sima Yue, he immediately bowed and greeted her respectfully, Vice Valley Lord. Sima Yue nodded and asked, is the Valley Lord here? Yue. Shimin Feng came out from the backyard. Beside him were Feng Ji and Feng Kai. Their expressions were solemn. It seemed that the news they received was not good. Boss, these three are. Feng Kai asked. Let me introduce them. These are my friends from the academy, Tuoba Yen, and Tuoba Han. This is Feng Wuhan. This is our Valley Lord, Shimin Feng, Feng Ji, and Feng Kai. Sima Yue introduced them to each other. Let's go to the backyard to talk. Memory Restaurant was only a restaurant and did not provide lodging. However, for the people of the valley, there were individual courtyards at the back. They came to the meeting room in the backyard. After a while, the shopkeeper personally served tea. Shopkeeper Bai, you've been here all this time. You're more familiar with the situation here. Let's listen together. Sima Yue said. Yes. Bai came to the lowest seat and sat down. Sima Yue looked at Tuoba Han and asked, can you tell us what's going on now? Originally, the family had ordered us not to speak of this matter. However, I think that if I tell you, it might be of help to the current situation. Tuoba Han said. Everyone's heart trembled. It was not a small matter for the Tuoba family to seal the news. What's wrong? Everyone knows that Fair Eastern City is shrouded in a 1,000-kilometer radius of black fog. No one can get close to that black fog. Once someone enters, they have never come out. Tuoba Han said, our people sent out a message at the end, saying that the devil is here. From then on, they could not be contacted. The devil is here. Sima Yue was stunned. What does that mean? Is it referring to the real devil or the people controlling the situation inside? I'm not sure. Tuoba Han said, the family sent many people in these few months. However, no matter how powerful they were, once they went in, they could not be contacted. Then those people are all dead? Feng Kai asked. Tuoba Han shook his head and said, no. Their life jade is intact. This means that they are not even injured. However, we can't contact them for some reason. Chapter 1262. They didn't die, but they couldn't contact them, and no one came out. This was rather strange. Can we identify what kind of chi the black fog is? Sima Yue asked. I heard from my clansmen that it's not ghost chi, nor devil chi, but it's also not the chi of the mainland. But if you go near, you will feel a cold air. Tuoba Yen Air said. Cold air. Everyone looked at each other. Black fog with cold air. There was no ghost chi, no devil chi, it sounded strange. Could it be the ancient tomb chi? Sima Yue asked. Ancient tomb. Sima Yue told him about the ancient tomb in the outer regions. It was that time that Jiang Junxian snatched the sky splitter devil sword. After listening to her description, Tuoba Han shook his head and said, it shouldn't be like that. If it is, then the black fog should have ancient chi, but it doesn't. Then we can only find out when we personally investigate. Shopkeeper Bai, do you have any useful news? Sima Yue asked. Everyone knew that people came and went in restaurants and inns, so they were the most informed. So when they saw Sima Yue asking him, they turned their attention to Bai Ta. The news we got is about the same. These few months, no one can go near Fair Eastern City. Bai Ta said, but, before this, we heard some other news. Oh. What is it? Before the incident in Fair Eastern City, there were people eating in the restaurant, saying that something strange happened in Fair Eastern City. Maybe it's related to this. Bai Ta said. What strange thing? Half a month before the incident in Fair Eastern City, the people from Fair Eastern City said that they were very sleepy and wanted to sleep. How could a cultivator want to sleep? But other than wanting to sleep and feeling tired the next day, they didn't have anything else. So when everyone left, they didn't take it to heart and just treated it as a strange story. Bai Ta said. It's not normal for cultivators to feel sleepy and want to sleep. Fatty Chu said. Indeed. Tuoba Han said, Shopkeeper Bai, is there any other news? We've looked into it, and this is the only piece of information that is probably related to this incident, Bai Ta said. This phenomenon is very abnormal. We have to go back and report to our family and see if we can find any information from this. Tuoba Han said. All right. We will be staying at the East Courtyard for this period of time. If there's anything, you can just look for us there. Tuoba Yen Air said. All right. Then we'll take our leave. The three of them got up and left. I'll send you off. Sima Yue sent them to the door. When she saw them leaving, she suddenly called out to Feng Wuhan. Feng Wuhan stopped and asked, What's wrong? Has Master ever come back? Sima Yue asked. No. However, Master has sent a message saying that the family should take good care of you. However, I heard from the patriarch that Uncle Feng is doing quite well over there. Feng Wuhan said. That's good. Thank you. Sima Yue said with a smile. We're leaving. Goodbye. Sima Yue waited for them to leave before returning to the backyard. Shimin Feng and the rest were discussing about Fair Eastern City. There's no point in discussing so much now. We'll only know when we go and investigate tomorrow. She said to everyone. Leave the investigation to us. You haven't recovered your spirit energy yet. If there's any danger. Shimin Feng said worriedly. Although I haven't recovered my other spirit energy, I still have some that I can use now. It's all right. Sima Yue said, thinking about the black fog, I'm worried that it's related to the ghost clan. If it is, I can sense it earlier. Bei Gong, Zi Qi, you guys wait here. Tomorrow, Feng Er, Old Bai, Feng Kai, you two will go with me. Wei Zi Qi and the rest understood the importance of this. If they went, they would only drag everyone down. So they didn't have any objections to Sima Yoyue's arrangement. Shimin Feng was worried that she hadn't recovered her strength. However, seeing that Old Bai didn't say anything, it meant that what she said was true. Since she had recovered her strength, it would be better for her to be present. Towards the dark energy, she was indeed more sensitive than the others. After discussing, Bai Ta arranged rooms for everyone. Shimin Feng, Bai Xing and the rest stayed in this courtyard. Sima Yue, Bei Gong Tang and the rest of the younger generation stayed in the courtyard beside. On the morning of the second day, Sima Yue, Shimin Feng, Bai Xing, Feng Ji and Feng Kai sat on the flying beast and flew towards Fair Eastern City. Because of the uncertainty of the space there, they didn't use the teleportation array. Instead, they chose the safer flying beast. Luckily, Sima Yue and the rest didn't lack flying beasts. So it wasn't a problem for them to travel continuously. After flying for 8 days and 8 nights, they finally arrived outside Fair Eastern City. Looking from afar, Fair Eastern City seemed to be shrouded in a huge black mushroom. With the black fog as a barrier, Sima Yue and the rest couldn't scan in with their divine senses. They couldn't check the situation inside and couldn't see what was inside. The aura of this black fog is indeed lower. Once they got close, even if they had spiritual energy protecting their bodies, they could still feel the bone-piercing cold. But the strange thing was that the surrounding rivers and ponds didn't show any signs of freezing. We came here once before. In less than a month, the temperature here dropped quite a bit. Feng Kai said. We can't tell what this black fog is formed from. If we want to go in, I'm afraid it'll be dangerous. Shimin Feng said. Sima Yue laughed and said, You've all been deceived by this thick fog. Boss, you already know what this is. Feng Kai asked. Although I can't confirm the specifics, but it contains ghost qi. I don't know what's used to cover the aura, but I can still feel it. Sima Yue said. Are you sure? Shimin Feng asked. I'm sure. Sima Yue said, the spiritual energy flowing in my body is from the ghost clan. So I'm more sensitive to ghost qi. So you're saying that the situation here is caused by the ghost clan? It should be. But we still need to check the situation inside. Sima Yue said. The people who went in didn't come out. There must be something fishy inside. All the powerhouses didn't dare to send people in rashly. They were afraid that they wouldn't be able to come out. Feng Ji and the rest came earlier and knew more about the situation here. Are Liang Kai and the rest in the city? Sima Yue asked. Their life jade is still fine. It means that they're fine. But we can't contact them. Then I'll let the bees in to check the situation. Sima Yue said as she called out a few scarlet bees and let them fly in. But not long after, they lost contact with those scarlet bees. Chapter 1263. Sima Yue's face darkened. The scarlet bees had only entered the black fog for a few minutes, but they had already lost contact with them. It was no wonder that none of the people who had entered could be contacted. When they saw Sima Yue's expression, they could roughly guess what had happened. Sima Yue called a few more scarlet bees in. This time, they were stronger, but they lost contact with them in less than half an hour. Half an hour, they should be close to the city. Sima Yue said, it seems that the stronger one is, the longer one can last in the black fog. Are those scarlet bees still alive? Alive. The queen bee said that the contract was still there, but she couldn't contact them. It was useless to call them. He should be the same as those people, Sima Yue answered. Even your scarlet bees can't find out what's inside. What's the situation inside? Everyone fell silent. If one of them went in and lost all information, who would know what was inside? At this time, the queen bee asked to come out, saying that there was a situation that she was not sure about. Sima Yue called out the scarlet queen bee and asked, "Did you find anything? I can't sense it clearly inside. I'll contact them first." After the scarlet queen bee finished speaking, she closed her eyes and sensed for a moment. Then, she opened her eyes and said, "Yu, their souls are being controlled." Her soul is being controlled. Yes. The scarlet queen bee nodded. My bees were born with a soul bond with me, but when I tried to contact them just now, I felt an obstruction. Their souls should be controlled by someone else. Could it be that the soul control master is here? Sima Yue guessed. What's a soul controller? You told me about the soul control master. It's a kind of professional master in the ghost realm. They control other people's souls by manipulating them. They are the more despicable people in the world of spirits and souls, Sima Yue explained. MOU. A friend of mine, a powerful being from the ghost realm. Sima Yue said. What she didn't say was that one of the underworld skills that MOU taught her was the control of souls. If she was willing, she could also become a soul control master. If he's a soul controller, why did he capture so many people? Feng Kai was puzzled. Not only him, but the others were also puzzled. If he really was a soul controller, why didn't he kill these people? Why did he control them instead? When the beasts in the spirit pagoda saw that the scarlet bees had come out, they also requested to come out and take a look at this mysterious black fog. With a thought, Sima Yue summoned all of them. This is the black fog. There doesn't seem to be anything special. Little Seven said. This black fog makes me uncomfortable. Little Roar was nestled in Little Dream's embrace as he squirmed uneasily. Xiao Meng patted its back and comforted it. Sima Yue rolled her eyes at it. This fellow was obviously taking advantage of the situation to take advantage of her. Will a person's soul really be taken away when they enter this black fog? Thousand Resonance asked. I don't know if it's hooked or not, but at least its soul is being controlled. The queen bee frowned. If that's the case, then if we send someone without a soul in, wouldn't they be controlled? Thousand Resonance suggested. Soulless people. How can there be a soulless person in this continent? Feng Ji and the rest did not think much of it, but Sima Yue's eyes lit up. She clapped her hands and exclaimed, "That's right, why didn't I think of that?" Shimin Feng and the rest saw that she was so excited. Before they could ask her why, a mecha appeared in front of them. Looking at the mecha's steel-like body, everyone held their breaths. This is the legendary Mecha Man. That's right. Sima Yue said, the mecha doesn't have a soul. If it goes in, it should be able to know what's going on inside. Then let it go in and try. If it's just purely controlling the mecha, we won't be able to listen to its eyes and see what's going on inside. So I need to attach a strand of divine sense to it. This way, no one can disturb it. Sima Yue said, protect me. All right. Sima Yue looked around and sat cross-legged on a big rock. She inserted her divine sense into the mecha's brain and then controlled it to walk into the black fog. She could only control the lowest level of mecha now. This level could not fly, so she could only walk in step by step. Fortunately, it was not slow and its movements were agile. Otherwise, she would be exhausted to death. After the mecha entered the thick fog, she tried to release her divine sense, but it was locked tightly. She could not detect anything more than 100 meters away. Fortunately, the black fog was not always so dense. After about half the distance, the fog gradually thinned and the city could be seen. Suddenly, a melodious flute sound came from the city. Hearing the flute sound, Sima Yue felt as if her divine sense was being pulled. Was this flute sound something that could control a person's soul? Was it not a soul-controlling master? Fortunately, the flute sound lasted for a while and stopped, so she did not feel so uncomfortable. She was only a strand of divine sense now, but the flute sound had already caused her to be in such a state. If she was a person with a soul, she might have really been controlled. However, the flute sound was too far away. The city was at least 500 kilometers away. Whose flute sound could travel so far? It seemed that the flute sound was the main point of her investigation. She continued to walk forward. Because her divine sense was injured, her speed was slower than before. When the mecha reached the city gate, the black fog was almost gone. However, there was still a layer of light above her head, so the light was not good. There were no guards at the city gate and the city gate was not closed. She walked in carefully and found that there was no one in the city. Where are the people in the city? She walked around the city but did not see anyone. Didn't they say that everyone was here and did not go out? Could it be that they are flying? Just as she was feeling puzzled, she suddenly heard a series of footsteps. She immediately knew that there were quite a few people coming, but their footsteps were all the same. The sound of footsteps came from the corner of the street. Such strange footsteps suddenly came from the empty city. She subconsciously controlled the mecha to dodge into a nearby room. At the same time, she retracted her divine sense. There was no breathing, no divine sense. If the mecha was placed there, no one would notice anything strange. Ta-ta-ta, the mechanical footsteps came slowly from the street and walked past the room Sima Yue was in. Their arms could no longer move and their legs did not bend when they walked. It looked very strange. However, Sima Yue could still feel the breath of life from them. It seemed that they were still alive. But where did they come from and where did they go? There were so many people in the city. Where did they go? Chapter 1264. Those people walked past her until they turned the corner before she came out of the house. Before she could decide whether to follow them or not, she heard footsteps behind her. She hurried back into the house to hide. The people who came this time made Sima Yue's eyes light up because she actually saw Lu Liangkai and two people from Heartbreak Valley. Moreover, she felt that Lu Liangkai seemed to have inadvertently glanced at her when he passed by. The crowd walked past her, and she came out of the house. After hesitating for a few seconds, she decisively followed. Those people crossed the street and walked in the opposite direction of Sima Yue. Sima Yue followed them all the way to the city gate. When those people left the city, Sima Yue saw something fall from Lu Liangkai's hand. After they left, she went forward to pick it up. It was a leaf with two words written on it, danger. Was he putting her in danger of telling others? In that case, Lu Liangkai really wasn't being controlled. He was still sending messages to the people who came to save them. At this moment, the flute sounded again. The flute was melodious, but Sima Yue felt an endless chill. Soon after the sound of the flute died away, she saw several people coming stiffly from outside. Unlike the dirty clothes of Lu Liangkai and the others, these people's clothes were very clean. It was obvious that they had just been bewitched. It seems that there is indeed something wrong with that flute sound. Sima Yue thought that Lu Liang must have reminded her because there was a dangerous person outside the city. However, Sima Yue was still rather curious as to what they were doing outside the city. Thinking that she had a rough idea of the situation in the city, she controlled her mecha and followed the few people who had just been recruited out of the city. Not far from the city, there was a deep pit. Sima Yue walked over and saw many people there. Each of them was holding a shovel and digging something in the pit. Some people would come up while others would go down. This exchange ensured that there would always be people in the pit. She looked around and saw only those who were being controlled. She didn't see anyone else. Fortunately, there was no one else. These people were being controlled and their brains couldn't think. They didn't have any reaction when they saw a strange person like her. Sima Yue approached the edge of the pit to see what was inside. Just as she ran to the edge and saw the densely packed heads below, she heard a man's voice behind her. A foreign race. Then, a force attacked from behind. The force was so strong that Sima Yue didn't even have time to turn around to see who was speaking. The mecha was smashed into a pile of metal. Her divine sense was also destroyed. Woo! Outside the city, Sima Yu's body suddenly swayed. Her face turned pale and she opened her eyes. Shimin Feng and the others were guarding by her side. Seeing her like this, they all surrounded her. Sister, how are you? Shimin Feng went up to support her. Sima Yue, Sima Yue, Sima Yue Sima, she took out a pill and ate it. Because there was dark spiritual energy in her body now, the pill she ate was different from before. After resting for a while, she felt better. She leaned into Shimin Feng's arms and said, I saw the situation inside. I also saw Lu Liangkai. How are they? Their lives are not in danger for now. She recounted what she had seen inside. Hearing her narration, everyone and the beasts were stunned. What's in the pit? Why are there so many people digging inside? Shimin Feng frowned. If they couldn't figure it out, they wouldn't be able to solve this mystery. Everyone in the city is being controlled to dig that pit. This is too strange. Little Seven exclaimed. It's really unbelievable. Qing Yi, do you know what they are doing? Sima Yue asked. Qing Yi shook his head. This was the first time he heard of such a situation. He also didn't see such a thing in the memories of others. Hence, he didn't have any clues. This is not a small matter. I feel that with our own strength, we might not be able to solve this mystery. Why don't we tell this news to Tuoba family? They have been guarding this place. Who knows, they might be able to understand the reason. Bai Xing said. That works too. Fair Eastern City is under Tuoba family's jurisdiction. They are more familiar with the situation here. Who knows, they might know something that outsiders don't. Feng Kai said. Valley Lord, what do you think? Shimin Feng thought for a while and said, I also feel that we can tell this news to Tuoba family. But the prerequisite is that we need to know what Tuoba family's attitude is. If the other party wasn't sincere, then telling them would be a waste of time. Boss, what do you think? Sima Yu's consciousness was destroyed. Even her body was injured. She leaned into Shimin Feng's arms weakly. Seeing them asking her, she said, let's do as you say. I feel that it's better for you to say this. Bai Xing said, you and Tuoba family are friends. It'll be better if you say it. Wait for me to rest, then we'll go back and look for them. Sima Yue said weakly. Wah, Yue. A sudden shout made Sima Yu's body stiffen. Illusion, illusion, it must be an illusion. Sima Yue mumbled with her eyes closed. Yue, didn't you say you weren't coming? Why did you come here again? Is it because you missed me? Xia Chang Tian ran to Sima Yu's side. He was almost on top of her. Bai Xing and the rest turned around and saw other people coming out from the array. Other than the people from the Alchemist Guild, there were also other guilds. Even He Qindong and Xiao Hong, who had just separated not long ago, were there. Yue, what's wrong? Xia Chang Tian saw that Sima Yu's expression wasn't good, so he stopped joking with her. Sima Yue accepted her fate and opened her eyes, saying, aren't you guys in red-tinted city? Why did you guys come here? After we met at red-tinted city, We realized that the situation here was rather urgent, so we decided to settle the situation here first before going to deal with that whatever organization. So we came over to take a look at the situation here first. Xia Changtian said, Yue, what's wrong with you? Boss went to check on the information inside just now and injured her divine sense, so she looks listless now. Feng Kai answered on behalf of Sima Yue. Then did you guys find out anything? An old man asked. There is indeed some news, but it's not something that can be explained in a few sentences. Sima Yue said, President, I need to rest now. Alright, you rest and recuperate first. We'll talk about other things later. Xia Changtian said. But the situation is rather urgent now, where would we have the time? A lady said unhappily. What time? Our Yue needs to recuperate first. Xia Changtian said unhappily to the lady. Chapter 1265. President Xia, this is a matter that concerns all living beings. She's obviously fine and can talk. We're just asking her to talk, not to do anything. Why are you being so pretentious? The woman said unhappily. When she said that, Heartbreak Valley and the beasts were unhappy. Little Seven jumped in front of her and put her hands on her hips. She stared at her and asked, Who are you? What right do you have to make noise here? I'm Yao Mei, an elder of the Array Formation Guild. I am a proper elder, not an honorary elder. Yao Mei looked at Sima Yue with disdain, obviously looking down on Sima Yue's status. Just looking at her face makes me unhappy. She's just a seductive vixen. Array Master Guild's elder. Little Seven said, seeing how old you are, I thought you were the guild's president. How dare you? Yao Mei shouted. What she hated the most was people calling her old. Elder Yao, your roaring is making me dizzy. Sigh, this won't do. I'm too dizzy. I need to rest. Guild leader, since you have so many capable people, you should be able to find out what's going on inside. There's no need for us to embarrass ourselves. Sima Yue held her forehead and leaned into Shimen Fang's arms. Feng I feel so uncomfortable. Let's go back and rest. Alright. At the beginning, Shimen Feng was very angry when he saw Yao Mei's attitude, but seeing Sima Yue's attitude, he felt funny in his heart. However, he did not smile. He carried Sima Yue and stood up to leave. Stop. Seeing that they really want to leave, Yao Mei shouted, Sima Yue, you are also a member of the Alchemist Guild, now you are also a member of the Alliance, you must tell us everything you know. Feng Sima Yue patted Shimen Feng's shoulder and asked him to turn around to face the crowd. Everyone saw her turn around and thought that she was going to tell them the news. President, what did you say when you asked me to join the guild? Sima Yue asked. I said, you can come and take a look at the union at any time. When you're happy, you can do something for the union. When you're not happy, you can also ignore everything. Xia Changtian replied. When Sima Yue heard his reply, she smiled and looked at Yao Mei. Elder Yao, did you hear that? I am hurt now, so I am very unhappy, so I can't think of anything now. Feng let's go back. Sima Yue, don't be so ungrateful. Even if you are an honorary elder, you are still a member of the union. If you don't tell us what you know, do you want to become enemies with the entire union alliance? Yao Mei shouted. Sima Yue's face darkened and she sneered, what a big hat. In that case, what else can I say? She took out a token. This was the token that Xia Changtian had begged her to give it to him. She threw the token and it accurately landed in Xia Changtian's hands. Xia Changtian took the token and shouted twice. He came to Sima Yue's side and stuffed the token into her hands. Yue, why are you so serious with a crazy woman? You can't throw this token away. Come, calm down and take it back. This token is so scary. If I take it, I will become enemies with the entire Union Alliance if I don't tell you the truth. For my little life, you should take it back. Sima Yue said, feeling wronged. Who said so? You are a member of my union. If I don't say anything, who dares to force you to do anything? Xia Chang Tian glared at her. Yao Mei, you damned old hag, your hands are reaching too far. You want to meddle with my union's people? Who do you think you are? Xia Chang Tian, you. This was the first time Yao Mei had been scolded like this in front of so many people. She was so angry that she couldn't speak. Xia Chang Tian, there are so many people here. You should be more careful. A man wearing a black robe said. Fang Ming, this Yao Mei is a member of your union. I just said a few words and you feel bad for her. Yue is someone closer to me than my granddaughter. Yao Mei just put a hat on her and I don't feel bad for her. Xia Chang Tian's angry expression showed that he had a good relationship with Fang Ming. Fang Ming was speechless. How am I biased towards my union's people? I just want you to be careful. There's nothing to be careful about. Xia Chang Tian waved his hand impatiently. Let me tell you, Yue, I am the union's honorary elder. No one can force her to do anything. Otherwise, don't blame me for not giving her face. His words were very serious. A few people from the other unions looked at Yao Mei. To be able to make the playful Xia Chang Tian like this, there was no one else. Sima Yue didn't think that Xia Chang Tian would protect her like this. Her heart felt warm. That's right. Didn't you see that Yue was injured? If you're so powerful, why would you need Yue to give you the news? Go check it yourself. Xiao Hong also helped Sima Yue to vent her anger. Hong don't be rude. Elder Yao, Hong is still young. Please don't argue with the younger generation. Although He Chendong said this, his tone didn't contain any reprimand. At the same time, these words were a slap to Yao Mei's face. Sima Yue was younger than Xiao Hong. How could you argue with a child like her? Xia Chang Tian glared at the crowd before turning to Sima Yue. Take this token. You've joined my union. How can you leave just like that? If you want to care about these things, then do it. If you don't want to, then forget it. No one dares to force you. Sima Yue didn't say anything about handing it over this time. However, she still didn't say anything, as if she had been wronged. Yao Mei glared at Sima Yue. She wanted to say something, but after being glared at by Fang Ming, she didn't dare to say anything. However, she still hated Sima Yue in her heart. She would jump out from time to make things difficult for her. Alright, Yue. You're injured. Go back and recuperate. Xia Chang Tian said. No way. I'll go with you. If anything happens, I can protect you. Although Sima Yue was angry at that woman, she didn't want Xia Chang Tian and He Chendong to take the risk. She said weakly, President, I heard that those who go in can't come out. You guys shouldn't go in either. Let those who have the ability check it out. Xiao Hong, you said last time that you had something to tell me. When you're free, go to Memory Restaurant in Six Rivers City to find me. After speaking, she looked at them meaningfully. Then, she got Shimin Feng to take out the temporary array. She opened the array and returned to Six Rivers City. The spatial coordinates weren't clear when they came, so they could use the teleportation array to go back. Sima Yue thought about how Xia Chang Tian and the rest came out of the array. She sighed that this array master union had some skills. Otherwise, they wouldn't have dared to use arrays. Chapter 1266. Seeing that Sima Yue had left just like that, the people from the various guilds had different expressions. Xia Chang Tian, what do you mean by this? We're clearly here to investigate. Aren't you making everyone's efforts go to waste? Xiang Yang, the president of the Spirit Master Guild, said with a frown. Old Xiang, I didn't mean anything by that. Xia Chang Tian said, although this Yue is our honorary elder, she is not bound by our rules. The entire continent knew that she had a bad temper. You want her to tell you what she found out, but instead of talking nicely, you're acting all high and mighty. How can she possibly cooperate? So now that she's angry, I don't even want my position as an honorary elder anymore. Are you blaming me for not getting any information? What he said was the truth. Everyone could tell that Sima Yue wasn't that resistant in the beginning, but after Yao Mei said that, she was completely enraged and refused to say anything. So this matter really couldn't be blamed on the Alchemist Guild. Since they have a way to investigate, we are people who have lived for so many years. Why can't we find out anything? The Beast Tamers Guild's president, Fan Yuanlong, said. Easy for you to say. Shui Yonglin, the president of the Seeker Spirit Master Guild, said, we sent so many people here to investigate, but there was no news. We even lost a lot of people. Isn't Yao Mei very powerful? Let her investigate. Xia Chang Tian snorted. Let's go then. I don't believe that we can't find anything with the formation in our hands. Yao Mei said coldly. You said it yourself. Xia Chang Tian said, all right, Yao Mei said she wants to go, so let her go. We'll wait outside. Old Xia. Xiang Yang looked at Xia Chang Tian helplessly. This guy was still so vengeful. I think it's possible. Xia Chang Tian said, we have to send someone in to investigate, right? Since there's someone taking the lead, why shouldn't we do it? Right, old he. He Qindong didn't say anything, indicating that he agreed with this statement. So be it. If I find anything, Xia Chang Tian, you have to call me aunt. Yao Mei said. You. It's better if you can come out first. Xia Chang Tian glanced at her, then shifted his gaze elsewhere. Just you wait. Yao Mei, President, the Alchemist Guild is too much of a bully. If I don't go, I'm afraid that I won't be able to raise my head in front of him for the rest of my life. Yao Mei said. Then be careful. Fong Ming knew Yao Mei's personality. Once she made a decision, she would do it no matter what. How about this, each guild will send 2 people out and form a small team to enter. Fan Yuanlong said. Seeing that Xia Chang Tian was about to say something again, he hurriedly said, let bygones be bygones. Old Xia, your alchemist guild is still a part of the alliance. Xia Chang Tian unhappily glared at Fan Yuanlong. Although he was unhappy, he didn't say anything. Then it's decided. Each guild will send 2 people. Xiang Yang said. In the end, the Alchemist Guild, Blacksmith Guild, Spirit Master Guild, Seeker Spirit Master Guild, Beast Tamer Guild, and Array Master Guild each sent out 2 people to form a team of 12 and walked into the black fog together. Because they knew that they would lose contact with the people who went in, everyone would contact the people inside every few minutes. Even so, they lost contact with everyone in less than half a day. I told you not to go in, but you didn't listen. Now, not only did we not find any news, we lost contact with them again. Xia Chang Tian said. Everyone was silent. No matter how they tried to contact the people inside, there was no response. Fong Ming saw that Xia Chang Tian turned to leave and asked, where are you going? I'm going to find my family's Yue. Xia Chang Tian said, since we can't find anything here, why don't we go back and see if her injuries are better? We'll go with you. He Qindong said. What, we're not going back to Red Tinted City. I remember that the news I got before said that the Tuoba clan's patriarch brought people from the clan to Six Rivers City. This has always been under Tuoba's jurisdiction. Maybe we can get some information from them if we ask them. Xue Chonglin said. You want us to find someone from a clan? Not going. Fan Yuanlong pulled a long face and said. You're not going. That's good. Then you can stay here and continue to investigate. Who knows, you might be able to contact the person who went missing. Xia Chang Tian said. Old Fan, this Tuoba clan is in charge of this area after all. They often interact with these cities. Who knows, they might know something. Xue Chonglin said. Who knows, maybe Sima Yuyue will be willing to tell us what she found. After all, if she didn't take the initiative to tell us what happened before, our guilds might not have been able to get through this crisis. Fong Ming said. The final result of the discussion was that everyone didn't return to Red Tinted City and went directly to Six Rivers City. Red Tinted City was a temporary place to stay anyway. Moving to Six Rivers City now was the same. Old Fong, you do it. Fong Ming came to an empty space and set up a teleportation array in a few moments. This speed, if Sima Yuyue was here, she would definitely be impressed. On the other side, Sima Yuyue returned to Memory Restaurant with her injuries. Everyone in Memory Restaurant was nervous until she assured them that she was fine. Only then did they relax. She ate some pills and recuperated for a day. Just as she was about to find Tuoba Han and the others, Baida came in and said that Xia Chang Tian and He Chendong were here. Sima Yuyue was stunned for a moment before she went out. The moment she went out, she saw Xia Chang Tian coming over to hug her. Yuyu, I missed you so much after not seeing you for a day. Sima Yuyue instinctively lowered her body and avoided his embrace. Then she slipped to the side and went behind Shimin Feng. Xia Chang Tian missed and turned around. Seeing Shimin Feng's cold face, he angrily retracted his hands. Yuyue, are you alright? Xiao Hong walked over and asked Sima Yuyue. Yeah, I'm fine now. Sima Yuyue poked her head out from behind Shimin Feng and looked at Xiao Hong and the others. How did you guys get here so quickly? We got here faster than you. Based on my calculations, you guys should be here in 1 or 2 days. Sima Yuyue said. The people we sent to investigate lost contact after half a day. Then we decided to come here. Xiao Hong said. I already said that you guys can't enter that place. Seems like you guys didn't listen. Sima Yuyue sighed. Those people are really stubborn. I pity those who went in. Xia Chang Tian said. Don't worry, those people won't die for the time being. Sima Yuyue said. You know. Of course. Sima Yuyue said, I saw it with my own eyes. Then hurry up and tell us. Wait for me to come back. I still have things to do now. Sima Yuyue said. Chapter 1267. Only then did Xia Chang Tian and the rest realize that Sima Yuyue seemed to be going out. Where are you going? Didn't I discover something in Fair Eastern City? Let's ask the Tuoba family and see if we can find anything, Sima Yuyue said. Tuoba family? Are you going to look for them? Yes, the Tuoba family knows more about this place. Sima Yuyue said. Seeing Xia Chang Tian and the others' strange expressions, he frowned and asked, What's wrong? Actually, we had a disagreement when we first arrived, Xiao Hong said. What differences? President Xia said that he wanted to come and see you. The other presidents said that they wanted to look for the Tuoba family first. Then we came over and they went over there. What did you find? I went to look for them because I didn't find anything. Xia Chang Tian said, Since you're going to look for the Tuoba clan, then we'll go with you. Those people might not have seen them yet. Sima Yue nodded and said, "All right, let's go together." She only brought Shimin Feng and Bai Xing to the Tuoba family while the rest stayed in Memory Restaurant. When they arrived at the Tuoba family, Sima Yue had just given her name when the guard at the door said extremely respectfully, "Miss Yue, the young master has instructed that if you come to find him, you should be brought in directly." Young master. Young master is Tuoba Han. The guard explained, "Miss Yue, please." Sima Yue had never asked about Tuoba Han's position in the family. She did not expect him to be the young master of the direct line of descent. The guard led them directly to the reception hall and waited in the courtyard while he went in to report. Soon, Tuoba Han came out and said to Sima Yue, "Yue, you guys are here. These two must be President He and President Xia, right?" Han greets the two presidents. "Are you busy?" Sima Yue asked. "A few guild leaders are currently discussing matters with the clan head. I'm listening from the side." Tuoba Han said. "Since you're busy, I'll come back later." "Don't. The president and the others know that you're here. They want you to go in and discuss it with them. We are talking about Fair Eastern City." Tuoba Han stopped him. "All right then." Sima Yue agreed after thinking for a few seconds. Although she didn't have a good impression of those guild leaders in the beginning, this wasn't a small matter. She wouldn't really delay the important matters because of her small displeasure. When everyone arrived at the meeting room, they saw that all the guild leaders were present. The head of the Tuoba family, Tuoba Hongye, stood up and cupped his hands towards Xia Chang Tian and the others, saying, "Chairman Xia, Chairman He, Westgate Valley Lord, little friend Yue, please sit." Xia Chang Tian and He Chen Dong sat next to the union while Sima Yue, Shimin Feng, Bai Xing and Xiao Hong sat beside Tuoba Han. "Old Xia, didn't you go to see her? Why did you bring her along?" Xue Zhonglin asked. "When we went there, we bumped into Yue and the others who were looking for the head of the Tuoba family. So we followed them." Xia Chang Tian said. "Miss Yue, are you going to talk about the news you found in Fair Eastern City?" Fong Ming looked at her expectantly. "Why, what did little friend Yue find in Fair Eastern City?" Tuoba Hongye looked at Sima Yue and asked curiously. Just now those guild leaders said that they didn't find anything. He didn't expect her to have news. "Tuoba family head, President Fong, you can call me Yue." Sima Yue felt that it was awkward to add "Miss" behind her name. "Ha ha ha, all right. Then you can call me Uncle Tuoba." Tuoba Hongye was a straightforward person. But when he said that, Tuoba Han felt awkward. He was a grandfather. If Yue called him uncle, then wouldn't he have to call Yue aunt? This seniority was different. Sima Yue also had a few black lines sliding down her face. Wasn't this too close? Cough cough, Yue, what did you find in Fair Eastern City? Tuoba Han shifted everyone's attention to cover up his awkwardness. That's right, Yue. Now can you tell us what you found? Xia Chang Tian said. Everyone's gaze shifted to Sima Yue, waiting for her to say it. Tuoba. Uncle, I want to ask, is there anything special about Fair Eastern City compared to other places? Sima Yue asked first. Special? Tuoba Hongye thought for a while and asked, which aspect are you referring to? What attracted the Ghost Clan? Sima Yue asked directly. I felt the aura of the Ghost Clan in Fair Eastern City. What? Tuoba Hongye's expression changed. Is what you said true? Everyone saw his huge reaction and knew that there was something that others didn't know. What? This Fair Eastern City really has something to do with the Ghost Clan? He Chen Dong asked. Tuoba Hongye reacted and hesitated. Tuoba family's great elder said, Family head, since it's already like this, what's there to hide? Only by saying it can we solve this problem. Otherwise, it'll be a huge problem in the future. Tuoba Hongya sighed, how could I not know, it's just that. AI. The few presidents looked at each other. Seeing him like this, there really was a huge secret. AI. Tuoba Hongya sighed again, since it's already like this, it'll be a huge problem in the future. I'm afraid we won't be able to pass this time. Family head, this fair eastern city. Tuoba Han never paid attention to fair eastern city before and didn't know that this city was related to the family's fate. Tuoba family head, now that the situation is so critical, I'm afraid you have to say it even if you don't want to. Fan Yuan Long said. Yue, are you sure that's the aura of the ghost clan? Tuoba Hongya asked. I can be sure. Not only can I be sure that this matter is related to the ghost clan, I also know what's going on inside. Sima Yue said. You know. What's the situation inside? Sima Yue thought for a while and took out a piece of sparkling jade stone. Then, she inserted her divine sense into it and let Shiman Feng inject some spirit power into it. The jade stone emitted a ray of light and slowly formed a few images in the ray of light. One was an empty fair eastern city, another was those people walking through the image in a daze, and another was the huge pit outside the city and those people who were being controlled were digging mechanically in the pit. The three images disappeared in a flash, but the people present could still see it clearly. For the past few months, everyone didn't know anything about the situation inside Fair Eastern City. They didn't expect it to become like this. Although they didn't know what method she used, but it was definitely not easy to obtain this information. No wonder she was injured so badly before. Since it's the Ghost Clan, then I have to say it even if I don't want to. Tuoba Hongya sighed and said what he knew about Fair Eastern City. Chapter 1268. Tuoba Hongya slowly told them what he knew. Everyone was stunned. Tens of thousands of years ago, the Tuoba family discovered a space that was connected to the ghost realm. If that space was broken, the people of the ghost realm would come from there and harm the people on the mainland. At that time, Fair Eastern City had not been formed yet. It was still a rather desolate place. When they discovered this space, the Tuoba family immediately gathered some experts and sealed this place. Later on, in order to protect this place, a city was formed here, which was the current Fair Eastern City. At that time, in order to not cause panic, not many people knew about this except for those who were sealed. With the passage of time, those people at that time had all died. Only the Tuoba clan had passed this down as a clan secret. At the same time, they had set down an ancestral rule to take good care of Fair Eastern City. Therefore, when such a situation occurred in Fair Eastern City, they also thought about it from time to time. However, because they could not sense the aura of the ghost clan, they were not so anxious. Now that they heard what Sima Yue said and saw the scene that she showed everyone, they knew that this matter was indeed related to the ghost clan. They did not dare to continue hiding it. According to what you said, Fair Eastern City has a passage to the ghost realm. Everyone's expression turned ugly. If it was really a passage to the ghost realm, once it was opened, wouldn't the ghost realm and the human realm be completely connected? The ghost clan was much more sinister and powerful than the humans. Once the two realms were completely connected, the consequences would be unimaginable. In that case, those people should be digging that tunnel. But why are they digging it up bit by bit? Xiao Hong asked. Because the seal cannot be placed on a single space, it is placed on the land above it. The seal made the soil here hard, so it can't be broken with spiritual power. It can only be dug out bit by bit like this. Tuoba Hongya explained. In other words, the ghost clan can't do anything to this seal. Only humans can destroy it. That's why they controlled the people of Fair Eastern City and made them dig out the sealed place. He Dong said with certainty. That should be the case, Shui Zhonglin said solemnly. Hearing this news, everyone's mood became even heavier. This result was much more serious than they had imagined. Yue, I'm more curious. Others would be controlled after entering. How did you find out about this? Fan Yuanlong asked. Could it be that you can enter without being controlled? I don't have that ability. Sima Yue felt that Fan Yuanlong did not have the demeanor of a guild leader at all, so she did not speak to him in a polite tone. Then how did you find out about this? Of course I'll use my secret technique. Sima Yue said, I don't think I need to report this to President Fan. These words were merciless, but Fan Yuanlong also asked her with a questioning tone, so it was normal for her to be unhappy. Moreover, she had also warned the various unions that there would be an attack, allowing them to avoid a disaster. It was one thing for him to not be grateful to her, but why was he picking on her? Fan Yuanlong's throat tightened when he heard Sima Yue's words. He wanted to flare up, but Fong Ming interrupted him. Since it's a secret technique, it's normal that you can't say it. However, I hope that when we need it in the future, I hope that you can help us. Sima Yue did not expect Fong Ming to speak up for her. She thought that he was dissatisfied with Yao Mei. This guild leader was protective of her, but it seemed that it was quite good. She smiled and said, Heartbreak Valley is also a part of this continent. If we are needed, we will naturally not shirk our duty. Good. Yue is indeed as old Xia said. You are a straightforward girl. Fong Ming said, then if there's anything in the future, please help us. Definitely. Sima Yue also said politely. Fan Yuanlong saw that Fong Ming had said so. If he said anything else, it would be too degrading, so he could only keep quiet. I have a question. Xue Zhonglin said. What? How are these people controlled? Xue Zhonglin looked around at everyone. If this is really the reason, then we know the purpose of controlling them. Now we have to find out how they control people and solve the problem from there. Otherwise, it's useless to know the reason. That's right. Xiang Yang agreed, although we know the reason, if we don't get rid of the black fog, we won't know the reason why these people are being controlled. It's useless. We can only watch. Yue, since you can discover this, then do you know the reason? Tuoba Han asked. I roughly know the reason why they are being controlled. As for how to solve it, I have no idea. Sima Yue said. You know the reason why they are being controlled. Tell us quickly. On the way in, I heard the sound of a flute. Sima Yue said. Flute? Yes. Sima Yue nodded affirmatively. When the flute sounded, my consciousness felt very uncomfortable. Later in the city, I heard the flute again. After that, I saw new people coming in. So I guessed that they were being controlled by the flute. The Ghost Clan has done a lot of research on the human soul. It's normal for them to have some spirit weapon to control the human soul. Xia Chang Tian said seriously. You only heard the flute. Did you see anyone? Do you know who is controlling the flute? Tuoba Hongyi asked. Sima Yue shook her head. At that time, other than those people, I didn't see anything. However, I did hear a sound, but it was behind me. Before I could see it, my consciousness was destroyed. So your consciousness was injured the day before yesterday. No wonder your complexion was so bad. Xiao Hong said. If it was a normal injury, she would still be able to talk to others. However, once her consciousness was injured, she would be very tired. No wonder she didn't want to talk that day. Actually, what they didn't know was that Sima Yue drank the soul fluid and recovered a lot of her consciousness. However, she was angered by Yao Mei and purposely didn't tell them. If we only know that it's the flute, then it's not easy. Tuoba Hongyi said. Everyone fell silent. That's right. If they couldn't find the source, then even if they knew how to control it, it would be useless. It seemed like the future was still uncertain if they wanted to solve this problem. Sima Yuyue didn't mention that she had a mecha that could enter. On this matter, since there were so many seniors, there was no need for them to take the lead. If they really couldn't think of a way, then she would talk about it herself. However, when she thought about Lu Liangkai, she didn't know if she should tell them. Under such circumstances, he was actually able to stay awake. This was something that she needed to think about. This book came from Chapter 1269. In the end, Sima Yuyue did not tell her about Lu Liangcai's strange behavior. They would discuss it internally when they returned. She didn't say much after that. She had already told them everything she knew. The rest of the discussion was basically just for show. She just listened. The people present were all old men who had lived for hundreds and thousands of years. Using a phrase from her previous life, they had eaten more salt than she had eaten rice. So in her opinion, they should have a way to solve this problem. However, things were not as she thought. They did not have much contact with the ghost clan, so they could not think of any useful solution in this situation. Half a day had passed, and they had proposed more than a dozen plans, but all of them had been rejected. By the way, ghosts are afraid of lightning and fire. Yuyue, aren't you able to attract lightning? Why don't you go and lead the lightning down and strike the black fog? Xia Chang Tian finally thought of a more reliable idea. Sima Yuyue had already thought about the lightning. It was not that she did not want to, but she really could not do it this time. Her body was now filled with dark attributed spiritual power, so she was extremely afraid of lightning. How would she dare to draw lightning down? Wasn't that the same as using a lantern in a toilet? Was she looking for death? President, it's not that I want to help, but my health hasn't been good recently. Sima Yuyue said, President He and Xiao Hong know about this. I can't do anything even if I wanted to. Yes, that's right. Yuyue's body has some problems. She can't use spiritual energy for the time being. He Chendong said. Sima Yuyue cooperated and acted as if she wanted to help but couldn't. Shimin Feng and Bai Xing, who knew the truth, felt that she was really good at acting. That's true. If you lead the lightning down, you'll definitely be struck. Xia Chang Tian said, your body hasn't recovered yet, so let's just forget about this idea. However, I feel that this method is feasible. Fong Ming said. Old Fong, what did you say? Yu is still injured. Xia Chang Tian said. Don't be so agitated. Fong Ming saw that he was about to yell at him again and said, I'm not saying that we should let her draw the lightning down. I'm saying that using lightning is a feasible method. Using other methods to draw the lightning down. That's right. Fong Ming nodded. Let's find some people with the lightning attribute and see if the lightning attribute is effective against the black fog. We can give it a try, Xiang Yang said. We don't seem to have anyone with the lightning attribute. Tuoba family head, does your family have anyone with the lightning attribute? Fong Ming asked. Yes, Han has the lightning attribute. Tuoba Hongye said. Sima Yuyue did not expect Tuoba Han to have the lightning attribute. She looked at him curiously. Cough cough, my lightning attribute spiritual energy isn't as powerful as yours. Tuoba Han said softly. Back then, she had struck him so hard that he had no hair left. Sima Yuyue saw the smile in his eyes and stretched out her hand to touch her cheek. If he hadn't mentioned it, she would have forgotten about it. If it's just one person, I'm afraid it's not enough. Old Xiang, your Spirit Master Guild has the most people. Do you have anyone with the lightning attribute? Fan Yuanlong asked. Of course there are. Xiang Yang said, but none of the people who came with me have any. The Thunder attribute Spirit Masters were all in the Union. It will probably take a few days for them to arrive. Then send a message for them to come over. We can also see if there are any other thunder attribute spirit masters. Xia Chang Tian said. Recently, many people have been paying attention to Fair Eastern City. Many people have come from the surrounding cities. I think there should be some thunder attribute spirit masters among those people. Should we gather them together and deal with that thing together? He Dong suggested. I agree. Fan Yuanqing said. I think it's feasible too. Shui Changlin said, however, to avoid causing panic, we should not reveal the real reason. Then we won't announce the reason. Just say that we are recruiting thunder attribute spirit masters. However, if we do that, I'm afraid we will have to pay a price. What's that little price? As long as we can solve this problem, spending some things is a small matter. Xia Chang Tian said. Then let's use the Union and Tuoba family's name to recruit thunder attribute spirit masters from other cities. Tuoba family head, what do you think? My Tuoba family will definitely cooperate fully. Tuoba Hongye said. Then let's get moving. Xiang Yang, go and mobilize your union. We will send out a message to recruit the rest. Fong Ming said. Then we will go and arrange it. Sima Yuyue naturally didn't need to care about the recruitment. She asked the people in Heartbreak Valley and realized that there weren't any thunder attribute spirit masters following them. She didn't put her thoughts on this and pulled Bai Xing and Shiman Feng back to Memory Restaurant. After returning, Sima Yuyue called Feng Ji and Feng Kai over and told them that Lu Liang Kai wasn't being controlled. Bai Xing and the rest were stunned after hearing it. Liang Kai seems to have some secret technique related to the soul. Maybe he used that to escape from being controlled. I see. Sima Yuyue said, since Liang Kai isn't being controlled, I wonder if we can contact him. Since Liang Kai isn't being controlled, why didn't he come out? Why did he stay there? Feng Kai asked. We don't know about that. Maybe it's to find out more information. Bai Xing said. Since he stayed there himself, then he should have his reasons. Sima Yuyue said. Sis, do you think that using thunder attribute to deal with that thing will work? Shiman Feng asked. Not necessarily. Sima Yuyue didn't think highly of it, since that black fog can cover the ghost clan's aura. I think it's definitely not an ordinary black fog. If it's just a thunder attribute attack, it might not be effective. If it's possible, it's more reliable to use Heaven's Tribulation. Bai Xing said, but your current situation doesn't allow you to trigger Heaven's Tribulation. Whether it works or not, we'll have to wait for them to try before we know. Sima Yuyue said, those people won't be in any danger for now. We'll just wait for a few days and see if they've found enough people before going to take a look. In the following 10 days, they stayed in Memory Restaurant. Occasionally, they would receive news about how many thunder attribute spirit masters they found. On this day, Xia Chang Tian sent a message to Sima Yuyue, saying that the preparations were almost done. If she wanted to take a look, she could go to Tuoba family. With such a good opportunity to take a look, how could she not go? Hence, she kept Fatty Chu and the rest into the Spirit Pagoda, then brought Shiman Feng, Bai Xing, Feng Ji and Feng Kai to Tuoba family. When she arrived, the teleportation array was already prepared. With Fong Ming and the rest, there wouldn't be any problems with the teleportation array. There were more than 100 spirit masters standing outside the teleportation array. They should be the thunder attribute spirit masters they found. Chapter 1270. Thunder attribute soul masters were relatively rare among soul masters, even rarer than wind and ice attribute soul masters. He didn't expect them to find so many in just 10 days. Yu, the formation has already been prepared. We're just waiting for you. Xia Chang Tian said. Sima Yuyue walked over. Why didn't he inform them earlier? The way these people looked at them was a little suspicious. Fong Ming had already finished setting up the array. When he saw Sima Yue coming over, he said to everyone, "We'll go over first." This formation can be used 6 or 7 times. With that, he took the lead to enter the formation. The other presidents, Tooba Hongye, and the others followed suit. Xia Chang Tian waved at Sima Yue, gesturing for her to come over. Sima Yue brought the people of Heartbreak Valley over. Although those people were dissatisfied, they naturally had no right to speak since the presidents did not say anything. After they went up, the people at the side activated the array, and they quickly disappeared from the array. "Come on, the second batch." The organizer at the side waved his hand at the Thunder Spirit Masters, and another group of people stood up. Outside Fair Eastern City, the space tunnel opened and Sima Yue and the rest came out. It was the same position as last time. Sima Yue truly admired Fong Ming's attainments in array formations. Group after group of people came out of the array. In a short while, more than 100 people had arrived. Since everyone is here, let's begin. Upon receiving the order, the Thunder Spirit Masters all flew into the air and condensed their spirit energy towards the black fog. Then, they formed hand seals and attacked the black fog with all kinds of spirit techniques. For a moment, the sky was filled with dancing lightning. The scene was so grand that Sima Yue gasped in amazement. She looked around and found that there were monarch rank experts here. It seemed that the Union Alliance had spent a lot of effort to find these people. Unfortunately, although the scene was grand, the effect was not good. The Thunder Attribute spiritual techniques didn't even make a single bubble when they entered the black fog, let alone eliminate them. The Spirit Masters attacked twice more, but the result was the same. When the stone was thrown into the water, it would make a sound. Their spiritual techniques did not react at all. The expressions of the various guild leaders darkened. Although this was within their expectations, they had still held on to a certain amount of hope. Now, this completely negated their previous efforts. Seems like this method is useless. Although they didn't want to admit it, the result was like this. The Spirit Masters all flew down. If their abilities were useless against this, then they were useless here. The atmosphere suddenly became a little gloomy. Lightning attribute spiritual energy was useless against this, so they had to find another way. However, they didn't have much experience in dealing with the Ghost Clan. It wasn't easy for them to come up with a plan, but they still hadn't used it yet. Who knew how long it would take to come up with something else? In the tense atmosphere, the moment Sima Yue spoke, everyone's attention immediately shifted to her. Yue, do you have any ideas, Yue? Xia Chang Tian knew that Sima Yue had a lot of ideas. Seeing her speak at this time, she must have some idea. Sima Yue was shocked by their reaction. She scratched her cheeks and said, "I wanted to say that maybe the black fog is too strong and doesn't fear Thunder Attribute spiritual energy. But what if we change it to something stronger? Will it work? Something stronger. Are you talking about lightning tribulation?" Xue Changlin thought for a while. "You're right. Maybe it's because everyone's lightning attribute isn't strong enough. If it's lightning tribulation, it might work. President, why don't you let me try?" The monarch rank expert said to Xiang Yang. "All right." Xiang Yang nodded. "You can become one with the heavens and earth and summon lightning. Let's see if it works. Go and try. The other monarch rank spirit masters, please come with us." The spirit masters nodded and flew into the air. They condensed spiritual energy. This time, they didn't use spiritual energy like last time. Instead, they used the lightning attribute to sense the heavens and earth. Very quickly, the originally clear sky was filled with dark clouds. Everyone stayed far away. Although it wasn't very strong, if they were struck, they would suffer for nothing. The dark clouds became thicker and thicker. Sima Yue felt that it was comparable to a real lightning tribulation. Thunder and lightning fell from the sky and struck the black fog directly. Maybe it was because she had been struck too many times in the past. Now that she had dark spiritual energy in her body, Sima Yue trembled when she heard the sound. However, although it was powerful, it didn't have any effect on the black fog. After the lightning entered the black fog, it was the same as before. It was silent again. The lightning in the sky struck for half an hour without any effect. Everyone knew that this method had failed. Looks like this won't work. He Chendong said, why don't we try Yoyua's method and summon the lightning tribulation? But she also said that she can't summon the lightning tribulation now. Fan Yuanqing said. I can't, but there are other methods. Sima Yue said. That's right. The few of us old fellows can do it. Why must we put all the pressure on Yue? Xia Chang Tian said. Old Fong, you try first. Shui Chong Lin said, from what I know, there are some arrays that can summon the lightning tribulation. I'll try. Fong Ming didn't refuse. He flew into the sky and observed for a while. Then, he took out an array stone and started to set it up. Sima Yue watched him set up the array without even blinking. His movements were as smooth as flowing water, and she became excited. So powerful! She exclaimed from the bottom of her heart. Of course. If not, how could he become the Mage Guild's guild master? Feng Kai said. When you reach his age, you will be more powerful than him. Bai Xing said confidently. Hee hee. Sima Yue laughed and didn't say anything else. She focused on watching Fong Ming set up the array. After more than an hour, the array was finally set up. Fong Ming asked everyone to retreat to a safe distance before activating the array. As the array lit up, the sky was once again covered by dark clouds. This time, the dark clouds were thicker than the ones the spirit masters had summoned before. Everyone could clearly feel the power contained within. What array is this? It can actually summon the lightning tribulation. Feng Kai and the rest asked curiously. This is called the lightning tribulation array. Sima Yue said, but this lightning tribulation isn't the real lightning tribulation. Why do you say that? Because the cloud spirit didn't come. Sima Yue said, a lightning tribulation without the cloud spirit can't be considered a lightning tribulation. Cloud spirit. Xia Chang Tian came over, what's that? The cloud spirit is the core of the lightning tribulation. It controls the lightning tribulation. Now that it's not here, it means that this array didn't summon the real lightning tribulation. I think this won't be useful. Chapter 1271. When the others heard Sima Yue's words, they did not take it to heart. Romance starter, what would a little girl like her know? The power contained in the dark clouds made their hearts palpitate. It was many times more powerful than the lightning that the few monarch-level experts had attracted. How could it be useless? Besides, what was a cloud spirit? No one had heard of it before. Just because she said it was inside the lightning tribulation, it was inside the lightning tribulation. Although she had experienced a few more lightning tribulations than everyone else, she couldn't fool everyone in this way. Sima Yue knew what they were thinking when she saw their eyes, but she was not in the mood to argue with them. Stupidity comes from ignorance. There was no need for her to be entangled with these people. She raised her head and looked at the dark clouds. She knew that they were almost done accumulating power. She reckoned that the lightning was about to strike. Let's take a look. I hope it's useful. Xia Chang Tian said. If that didn't work, they would have to think of other ways. No matter what, he had to take down the black fog. In the process of waiting, the others were also discussing spiritedly, their expectations high. I'll definitely succeed this time. That's right, this is the thunder tribulation, not an ordinary lightning. See, it will definitely be useful. There won't be any problems this time. Under everyone's anticipation, the lightning finally fell. However, it was similar to before. There was no reaction after it fell. In the beginning, the tribulation lightning didn't have much energy. Those people said, "That's right. Let's wait and see." Sima Yue and the others were also waiting. To be honest, although she knew the result, she still hoped that it would work. Everyone waited for a while, wanting to see if it was as those people said, that things would get better later on. But in the end, it didn't have any effect. Although the last few times had some effect, but to the entire fair eastern city that was wrapped together, this effect was not even a drop in the bucket. This result caused everyone present to feel dejected. It still didn't work. "President, why don't you try concocting some high-grade pills to attract the pill tribulation?" Sima Yue suggested. "If this array formation is useless, will the pill tribulation caused by refining pills be of any use?" Everyone had this question in their hearts, including Xiao Tian and the others. "I'm not sure, but we'll know after we try," Sima Yue said. "All right then. Today, I'll let you witness how a Tier 10 medicinal pill is refined." Xiao Tian took out the pill furnace and ingredients, and let Sima Yue look at them by his side. The others retreated, and after checking the ingredients, he began to refine. It was Sima Yue's first time seeing someone concoct a Tier 10 pill, and it was also her first time seeing Xiao Tian concoct pills. Hence, she observed every step very carefully experiencing his techniques. Generally, alchemists didn't like others to watch them refine dawn. Except for those competitions, they would usually hide in their rooms and refine by themselves. Therefore, it was rare to have the opportunity to watch someone better than them refine dawn. 1st to 3rd grade pills were elementary, 4th to 6th grade pills were intermediate, 7th to 9th grade pills were advanced, and 10th to 12th grade pills were grandmaster level pills. There was an extremely difficult gap between the 9th rank and the 10th rank. Once it was crossed, it would be a qualitative leap. A Tier 10 pill was enough to attract a pill tribulation, so they could only wait for Xiao Tian to finish refining. Although Xiao Tian looked unreliable normally, without Gao Jihong's restraint, it was as if he was in the sky. However, even so, he was still very solemn when he was refining pills. That solemn expression made him look completely different from his usual self. Indeed, a man who was serious about his work was the most handsome. Sima Yue sighed in her heart during the break. They refined from day to night, and after 7 to 8 hours, this batch of Tier 10 pills was finally completed. When the pills were condensed, dark clouds slowly gathered in the sky, attracting a lightning tribulation. Sima Yue retreated to the side when the clouds were about to condense, and then watched as Xiao Tian threw the pills into the black fog. The pill tribulation found the traces of the pills, and accurately struck them. When the pills landed in the black fog, the pill tribulation struck the black fog as well. After 3 consecutive bolts of tribulation lightning struck down, the dark clouds quickly dispersed. This speed was as if they were rushing. "Look, there's a big hole in the black fog." Xiao Hong pointed at the place where the pill tribulation struck. Everyone looked over and saw that a piece of the black fog was missing, as if the black mushroom was bitten by someone. Previously, the lightning that Fong Ming attracted with the array was not useless. It was just that after a part of the black fog was scattered, it immediately recovered. But this time, it was not. That hole seemed to be fixed, and the black fog did not dare to spread there. "Looks like this method is still useful," Xue Chonglin said. They had tried so many methods, but this was the only one that was effective. But this method is too impractical. Although they found a method, Xiang Yang's expression was not optimistic. If it's normal conditions, it's still okay. But to refine a Tier 10 pill and above, it can guarantee that there will be a pill tribulation every time. This is not a cabbage that can be found on the streets, nor is it a random herb that can be found on the ground. To refine a tier 10 pill and above is easier said than done. Not to mention that it can only create a small hole every time. Xiang Yang's words silenced the people who were cheering just now. He was right. This method was indeed only suitable for a small area. For a large area like Fair Eastern City, this method was not reliable at all. But at least it proves one point. Only Heaven Dao's lightning tribulation is effective. Normal lightning can't do anything. He Qindong said, since we know this, we've found a direction to work towards. That's right. We'll think of a way to attract the lightning tribulation later. It's better than being clueless before. Although, this method was a little difficult. Sima Yue stood aside and did not speak. Anyway, she had dark spirit energy in her body now. She did not dare to attract the tribulation casually. If they really couldn't find a way, she would try again. Shimin Feng seemed to know what she was thinking. He pulled her hand and said, "Don't stand out. If you attract the tribulation, it will strike you too. The energy in your body is restrained by the tribulation. After a lightning tribulation, you don't even know if you can survive." Sima Yue looked at Shimin Feng's worried eyes and smiled. She patted his hand and said, "Don't worry. I'm not an idiot. I won't stand out casually. I'll leave this to the seniors to think of a way." Shimin Feng let go of her after hearing her words. Everyone stayed here for 2 days. More than 100 people. They couldn't think of a way and could only return temporarily. But because of these people, the news of Fair Eastern City spread like wildfire. In a moment, many powerhouses rushed here. Chapter 1272. The Six Rivers City had never been so lively. Baita said that the local residents had never seen so many forces come to this place before, so they didn't dare to casually go out, fearing that they would accidentally offend some big shot if they went out. However, the inns in Six Rivers City were all filled with people. Many people who came here had no place to stay, so they could only temporarily expropriate the houses of the residents and use them as inns. Fortunately, most people did not care about the external conditions. As long as it was clean, they could make do with it. Sima Yu and the others were in the backyard of Memory Restaurant. When they heard Baita describe the situation outside, they all widened their eyes. Wasn't this too exaggerated? Fortunately, they didn't have to squeeze outside. They could still comfortably discuss this matter in Memory Restaurant. If there were no people from Heartbreak Valley in Fair Eastern City, they might not care. However, with Lu Liangkai and the rest inside, they had no choice but to care. Actually, if Sima Yue's body was in good condition, this problem wouldn't be a problem at all. However, she could only use dark spiritual energy now and couldn't casually trigger the lightning tribulation. This became a huge problem. The forces from the central regions had gathered. Even the forces from the inner regions had come. Some wanted to contribute, while others wanted to watch the show. Yu. Something's wrong. Fatty Chu shouted as he came in from outside. Bei Gong Tang and the others followed behind him. Their expressions didn't look too good. It seemed like what they heard wasn't a small matter. What's wrong? What happened? Why are you so flustered? Yue, something happened in Fair Eastern City again. Haven't you been fine these past 2 days? What happened? Shimin Feng asked. It's about what happened today. It was said that some forces did not believe the situation over there. This morning, they brought people over and tried all kinds of methods to disperse the black fog. But not long after, a flute sound came from the dark room. After hearing the flute sound, those people went into the dark fog. Now, we have lost contact with everyone. The other forces are rushing over there. Are you sure he went in after hearing the sound of the flute? Bai Xing asked. That's what I heard. Bai Gong Tang said, it seems like there were people who went together. At that time, they were rather far away, so they weren't controlled. After those people saw those people disappear, they quickly contacted this side, and the news spread. The Union Alliance has already told these people, but don't go near that place. They really turned a deaf ear to these words. Feng Kai said faintly. He wasn't worried about those people. If they didn't listen to other people's advice, wouldn't they be courting death? They didn't have much sympathy for people who were seeking death. How did those people react? Sima Yue asked. The forces involved in the incident have already rushed over. The Union Alliance has also sent people over. However, we don't know who exactly went. Ouyang Fei said. So many days have passed, and so many people have come, but none of them have come up with a workable solution. How could this method be so easy to think of? Sima Yulin said, wanting to trigger the heavenly tribulation is not something that just anyone can do. People in this continent may be able to trigger lightning, but if it's a tribulation cloud, there shouldn't be many people who can trigger it. The people who came here are probably very few. That's right. Wei Ziqi agreed. Currently, there's only one way to trigger the heavenly tribulation by refining pills. However, how many people can do this? Also, based on the amount of materials needed, this method isn't practical. Naturally, no one would think of this. Ha ha ha. Bai Xing and the others laughed out loud. He looked at Wei Ziqi and the others and said, how is it, these kids are much more powerful than the ones we've seen before. Feng Zhi nodded, actually, they're much better than the ones we've met before. With time, they will definitely become the best in the continent. Fatty Chu and the others were embarrassed. Bai Xing and the others had always been their idols. Now that they heard their idols praising them, they even blushed. Ha ha ha, Feng Kai and the others laughed out loud, look at them, they're embarrassed. Sima Yue smiled, they're very thin-skinned. Do you think they're as thick-skinned as you? Hee hee, Fatty Chu scratched the back of his head and laughed as well. Then should we go and take a look at this matter? Shimin Feng asked. Let's go and take a look. After all, it's a matter involving so many people. Even if it's just a show, it'll be good. Sima Yue said. Then let's go and prepare. Wait, let me ask President and the others first. If they want to go, we can still hitch a ride. Sima Yue said and took out the mother stone to contact Xiaochang Tian. Xiaochang Tian and Fang Ming were just about to go there. When they heard that they wanted to go together, they let her go. Following Xiaochang Tian and the others to the outskirts of Fair Eastern City, it was different from the previous 2 times. This time, it was filled with people. Some people were crying in the crowd. Some were comforting them at the side. Some were watching coldly from the side. Needless to say, those crying people were definitely crying because they had family members inside. But they couldn't go in themselves, so they could only cry outside. Seeing those people crying so miserably, most people would sympathize with them. But Xiaochang Tian and the others only had a cold face. They had already told them not to act rashly before they thought of a concrete plan. But they turned a deaf ear to those words and came here to make such a big commotion. Now, not only were they gone, they even alerted the enemy. The most annoying thing was that this matter was blamed on the Guild Alliance. They came over and said that they came because they responded to the Guild's call and wanted the Guild Alliance to save them. Xiaochang Tian and Yummy Guy cursed in their hearts. They came here on their own and didn't blame the Guild Alliance. Also, they couldn't shirk the responsibility in case the other powers were dissatisfied and left. All right. What are you crying for? Will they come back if you cry? Xiaochang Tian said impatiently. President Xia, you have to help us. They've already been in there for a day. Could it be that We already warned you not to act rashly. Look now. Don't worry, they won't die for now. Then what do we do now? How can we save them? If we had a way, would we still be stopped here? Sima Yue stood at the side and listened to Xia Chang Tian's scolding. She felt movement in the spirit pagoda. With a thought, Little Black appeared in her embrace. Woof woof woof. Little Black barked twice at Sima Yue when he came out, attracting the attention of the surrounding people. Chapter 1273. Woof, woof, woof. Little Black barked at the black fog and wanted to break free but was stopped by Sima Yue. Yue, it's been a while since I last saw you. Why is there a dog by your side? Is it also your contract beast? Some people who saw Little Black for the first time asked. Yes. Sima Yue saw that everyone was looking over. Little Hay was still struggling, so she slapped its head. Woof, woof, woof. Little Hay looked at Sima Yue, feeling wronged. Yue, is this really a contracted beast? Why does it feel like a spirit beast without intelligence? After Xia Chang Tian was done scolding, he turned around and saw Little Black in Sima Yue's arms. He felt that this fellow and Sima Yue didn't match at all. Oh, it's my contracted beast. It doesn't seem very reliable. Sima Yue smiled. Fan Yuanlong walked over and said, Yue, could it be that your other spirit beasts are too powerful, so you contracted with this one? Woof, woof, woof. Blackie bared its teeth at Fan Yuanlong, wanting to bite him. Fan Yuanlong looked at the coldness in its eyes and shuddered subconsciously. Little Blackie, they are just joking with you. Sima Yue quickly smoothed its fur, afraid that it would bite them. Just ask Little Roar and the others how good Little Black's teeth were. When he was in the spirit pagoda, he had once bitten an oar in half. Later on, Little Roar and the others experimented with it and let it bite the things in the pagoda. Back then, even Sima Yue and the others were helpless against the soil of the dark spirit stone was bitten open by it. One had to know that even if Fatty Chu wanted to use that soil now, he would have to use a spirit weapon to grind it down again and again before he could even get a little bit of it off. It would also take a long time. He didn't expect it to be done in one bite. Therefore, Sima Yue was most afraid that it would bite someone. Once it opened its mouth, biting off an arm would be as easy as eating a cucumber. Not only Fan Yuanlong, but the others were also frightened by the look in Little Black's eyes. A chill ran down their spines. Why was it that when she looked at him, it was as if she saw fear from hell? This little guy's eyes are really scary. I think it's definitely not a fish in a pond. It seems that we've all misjudged it. Xue Zhonglin suppressed the strange feeling in his heart. He glanced at Blackie, but didn't dare to look at its eyes again. Cough cough, you use contracted beasts, which one of them is ordinary? They're all very powerful. Xia Chang Tian said. Xiao Hong patted her chest. She wasn't as strong as those people, so when she saw Blackie's gaze, she almost couldn't breathe. Sima Yue did not expect Little Hay to behave like this. She felt a little embarrassed and said while hugging Little Hay, I'll take it for a walk around. Then, without waiting for the others to speak, he ran away with Little Black in his arms. Before the others could even call her name, she had already run far away, leaving the crowd in awe of her speed. Sima Yue hugged Little Black and walked around the crowd. When they reached a place where there was no one around, she released Little Black. Woof woof, Little Black was finally released. It looked at Sima Yue with eyes full of grievance. Sima Yue wanted to scold it. How could it show such a scary gaze in front of so many people? But when she saw its gaze, she couldn't say anything. She patted its head. You're not allowed to show such a gaze in front of others, okay? Little Black saw Sima Yoyue's expression just now and knew that she was angry. Seeing that she didn't scold it, it quickly nodded. Why were you so agitated just now? Sima Yoyue squatted down and put Little Black on the ground. She grabbed its 2 legs and played with it. Woof woof woof, Little Black barked twice at Sima Yoyue, then at the black fog. You want to go in? Sima Yoyue couldn't communicate with it directly, so she could only guess what it meant. No, it's very dangerous inside. Little Black shook its head and barked twice at the black fog, but Sima Yoyue still didn't understand what it meant. Little Black saw that Sima Yoyue didn't understand it, so it retracted its claws from her hands and ran towards the black fog. Woof woof woof, seeing the black fog, Little Hay ran happily and rushed into the black fog in an instant. Little Black, Sima Yoyue stood up and rushed to the edge of the black fog, but she didn't dare to go in. She called twice, but Little Black didn't respond. She was a little anxious. This fellow had always been less sensitive to her than the others. Even if something happened, she wouldn't know. Just when she was worried, Little Black's voice came from inside. There was no shock, fear, or injury in its voice. It sounded very happy. Woof woof woof, Sima Yoyue heard the familiar voice and the stone in her heart finally fell. Little Black, come out quickly. She called. Woof woof woof, Little Black barked twice, but it didn't come out. Just when Sima Yoyue was about to lose her patience, she suddenly realized that the black fog in front of her was decreasing. It slowly formed a hole, just like a funnel. And after the black fog decreased, it didn't fill up the hole. She was stunned and couldn't believe what she was seeing. It was the first time she was so shocked that she couldn't speak. As the black fog decreased, she finally saw Little Black and knew the cause of this phenomenon. Hula, hula, Little Black opened its mouth. Every time it breathed, the black fog would enter its mouth. The next time it breathed, the black fog would decrease a little. The black fog was all eaten by it. Sima Yoyue looked at Little Black in shock and re-evaluated it. Although it was sealed by the heavenly Tao and couldn't use its abilities, it still had some powerful abilities. For example, its teeth and the ability to swallow the black fog. There was probably no one else in the world who could do this. Little Black seemed to like the black fog a lot. Within a few minutes, it ate a hole that was 1 kilometer wide. Soon, the commotion attracted the attention of others. Look, the black fog is decreasing. It seems like it. Did someone find a solution? Shui Zhonglen looked over in surprise. Let's go and take a look. A group of excited people ran in that direction. They wanted to see who found the solution. Sima Yoyue heard the commotion and knew that the situation here must have attracted the attention of others. Sensing the people approaching quickly, she looked at Little Black who was happily eating. She subconsciously ran over and carried Little Black into the spirit pagoda. Not long after they disappeared, a group of people rushed over. They were confused when they saw the black fog and the empty space. Where was the person who found the solution? Chapter 1274. Xia Chang Tian and the others looked around and indeed didn't find anything special. In the end, they had no choice but to give up and leave. Sima Yoyue was observing the situation outside from the spirit pagoda. She heaved a sigh of relief when she saw them leave. Woof woof woof. Xiao He barked at Sima Yoyue in dissatisfaction. Why did she bring it in? It hadn't eaten enough yet. Sima Yoyue lowered her head and looked at it. You're so scary right from the start. I'm not prepared at all. What if they find out? Woof woof woof. Little Black barked twice and ran over to pull on her skirt. It looked like it wanted her to take it out to continue eating. Sima Yoyue squatted down and patted her head. She played with her feet and comforted her, don't worry. I'll take you out when the situation outside is settled. Little Black quieted down and lay on the ground, motionless. Sima Yue stared at it, still shocked by the fact that it could consume the black fog. Only the heavenly tribulation could deal with the black fog, but it was able to deal with it so easily. Furthermore, it was eating so happily. If they had known about this earlier, why would they have been troubled for so long? However, when she thought about Little Black's identity, she was worried again. If this matter was known by others, would they investigate its identity? She thought for a long time and decided not to tell anyone about this. She planned to secretly take Little Black to eat all the black fog. After making sure that there was no one outside, she carried Little Black out. In order to prevent such a thing from happening again, she immediately released the scarlet bees after she came out this time. She got them to stand guard at various places and inform her immediately if anyone came near. With Chi Feng's help, every time someone approached, they would be able to return to the spirit pagoda in advance, avoiding the danger of being discovered. As a result, for the next 2 days, Sima Yu played cat and mouse with everyone, you chase and I hide. The others wanted to know who was doing this, but she was always able to avoid them in advance, which made them very depressed. Finally, after a few chases, Xue Zhonglin told Sima Yue what was on her mind. Since he's avoiding everyone like this, it means that he doesn't want us to know who he is. Let's not look for him anymore. I don't want him to be unhappy and stop helping us. Yu, do you want to go back first? Xia Chang Tian said, once the black fog is settled, we will definitely face the ghost clan inside. At that time, there will definitely be a certain amount of danger. You haven't recovered your strength yet, so it's better for you to avoid it first. Thousand Resonance, who was disguised as Sima Yue, smiled and mimicked her tone, no need. There are so many of you and I'll be at the back. I should be fine. Besides, if something really happens, I still have my contracted beast. Xia Chang Tian thought about Sima Yue's contracted beasts, all of them were very strong. If something really happened, not mentioning other things, just bringing her away shouldn't be a problem. He nodded and said to Bai Xing and the rest, when the time comes, don't rush to the front, stay behind and protect her. Bai Xing nodded. There were only a few of them in Heartbreak Valley, they would definitely not rush to the front. 1,000 miles outside Fair Eastern City was shrouded in black fog, but Little Black only used 2 days to absorb all the black fog. In these 2 days, Sima Yue had been following Little Black. When she decided to settle the black fog with Little Black, she let Thousand Resonance disguise as her and returned to everyone's line of sight. This way, no one would link her to the person who settled the black fog. At this moment, they were already standing on the other side of Fair Eastern City. This was the last part of the black fog. Hearing the news from the Scarlet Bees, those people were slowly approaching Fair Eastern City, wanting to take down Fair Eastern City in one go. Because they saw the scene that Sima Yue showed them, Xia Chang Tian and the rest split into two. One group was led by Fan Yuan Long and the rest into Fair Eastern City. The other group was led by Xia Chang Tian and Tuoba Hongyi. They went around the city and rushed towards the big hole that Sima Yue saw before. Hula hula, Little Black swallowed the last bit of black fog and walked towards Sima Yue in satisfaction. It even burped twice in the middle of the road. Not sure if it was an illusion, Sima Yue felt that after Little Black swallowed so much black fog, its eyes seemed to be brighter. And its eyes seemed to be more human, as if it gained some intelligence in these 2 days. Master. Little Black came in front of Sima Yue, called her master and fell down. Sima Yue was shocked and quickly ran over. She only heaved a sigh of relief when she realized that it was just sleeping. This fellow, you scared me. She carried Little Black and kept it in Spirit Pagoda. Seems like it wasn't an illusion just now. Little Black absorbed so much black fog and really grew a lot. It can even call me master now. She contacted Thousand Resonance. Thousand Resonance told her that they were rushing towards the big hole outside the city with Xiaochang Tian's men. Sima Yuyue asked them to leave the group and go find them herself. She would find an opportunity to switch back. Thousand Resonance told Shimin Feng and the rest what she said. Everyone slowed down and left the group, then dodged to the side. Sima Yuyue found them. Thousand Resonance transformed into her appearance before she returned to the group. Yuyue, how's the situation? Did you meet the Ghost Clan? Nope. The Ghost Clan didn't seem to realize that I had already gotten rid of its black fog. Sima Yuyue said doubtfully. Where's Little Black? It's full. It went back to digest it. Just at this moment, everyone suddenly heard a flute sound. Without the effect of the black fog, the effect of the flute sound wasn't as fast. But everyone still felt uncomfortable. Fatty Chu and the rest were the weakest. When they heard the flute sound, they felt an unbearable headache. They had the urge to pry open their heads. Bai Sheng, Feng Ji, and the rest were much stronger. When they heard the flute sound, they weren't in as much pain as Fatty Chu and the rest. But they still felt uncomfortable in their heads. Sima Yuyue practiced the art of soul training. Her spirit and mental strength were strong. So the flute sound didn't have much effect on her. Seeing that they were in so much pain, she hurriedly set up a barrier, enveloping everyone inside. With the barrier, everyone felt much more relaxed. Although their heads still felt like they were being pricked by needles, it was much better than before. Thank you, Yuyue. They're fighting over there. Sima Yuyue looked towards the direction of the big hole and said worriedly. The Ghost Clan didn't make any movements for the past 2 days. But at this moment, there was a flute sound. Something was wrong. Chapter 1275. They stood inside the barrier and looked at the spiritual light coming from the giant pit with worry in their hearts. Seems like there's some trouble over there. Bai Xing said. If the Ghost Clan controls those people to fight against us, we will have some scruples when making a move. Shimin Feng said, once our hands are tied, we will be at a disadvantage. Everyone started to worry, but they didn't dare to leave the barrier. I hope nothing happens to Liang Kai and the others. Feng Ji was very worried about the people in the valley. You guys wait here. I'll go over there and take a look. Sima Yuyue was also worried and told them. We'll go with you. Bai Xing said, now that they're fighting, the sound of the flute is much softer. As long as Bai Gong and the others stay here, we can still hold them off. Sima Yuyue thought for a while and nodded. Ziki, you guys wait here. Don't leave the barrier. Although Wei Ziki and the others really wanted to go together, they didn't have enough power, so they had no choice but to obediently wait here. Even if they couldn't help, they couldn't drag everyone down. When Sima Yuyue, Shimin Feng and Old Bai left the enchantment, the sound of the flute became much softer. They quickly flew in the direction of the huge crater, wanting to see what was going on there. Boom! Before they could even get close, they were blocked by waves of spiritual techniques. The situation over there is too fierce. Boss, Valley Lord, you guys should just wait here. Feng Kai said. Sima Yuyue knew that they were doing it for her own good. But thinking about the current situation, she shook her head and said, I'd better go with you. Don't worry, I have a spirit artifact to protect my body, so I won't get hurt that easily. Valley Lord. Bai Xing and the rest turned their gaze towards Shimin Feng, wanting to see if he had any opinions. Shimin Feng sighed, let's go, she won't change her decision. Let's leave her here, she will go by herself in a while. Since he said so, Bai Xing and the rest didn't insist any further. The few of them slowly approached the huge pit. Someone's coming. Sima Yuyue took a closer look and realized that the person running towards her was none other than Liang Kai. Liang Kai. Bai Xing saw a spirit technique coming towards Lu Liang Kai's back and quickly went forward to disperse the spirit technique. He then turned around and asked, "Are you alright? Old Bai? Why are you guys here?" Lu Liang Kai saw Bai Xing and the rest and said, "It's very dangerous here, run quickly." "What's wrong?" Feng Kai looked at Lu Liang Kai's anxious face. It didn't seem like he was afraid of the battle. That tunnel has been dug open, the Ghost Clan's people are about to come." Lu Liang Kai shouted. "What?" Everyone was shocked, and they were almost stunned. "Valley Lord, Vice Valley Lord, the ghost race has been waiting for a long time. Once the passage is opened, they will definitely rush over. At that time, everyone here will become their food." Sima Yoyue's heart sank. She finally understood why the Ghost Clan had not made any movements for the past 2 days. It turned out that they were waiting. As long as they dug out the last bit, even if the black fog disappeared, it would not affect them, because they had achieved their goal. Even though Bai Xing and the rest were experienced and knowledgeable, but when they heard that the passage was opened, they were also shocked. "Feng Er, bring everyone and leave first," Sima Yue said. Shimin Feng grabbed onto her and said, "What are you going to do?" "I have to go over and take a look." Sima Yue said, "President and the rest are still there, I can't leave them alone. Have you thought of the consequences if they find out about your spirit attribute?" Shimin Feng growled. "Don't worry, I won't do anything rash." Sima Yue patted his hand, but this time she didn't let him believe her. "No, I can't let you go over." Shimin Feng said worriedly, "Every time you say you won't do anything rash, but every time you do something that makes people tremble in fear. This time the Ghost Clan has appeared, I won't let you go." "Silly Feng Er, no matter how bad I am, I still have my own protection when I meet the Ghost Clan." Sima Yue saw that Shimin Feng was acting silly when he was anxious. "I have Crimson Flame's flame. If I really meet the Ghost Clan, I'll just release the flame. They can't do anything to me." Shimin Feng was stunned. How could he forget about this? "Alright, you guys go back first, bring Bei Gong and the rest and leave this place," Sima Yue said. "But..." Shimin Feng was still worried. Roar, yaha, ghost chi filled the sky, mixed with all kinds of weird cries, came from the huge pit. Needless to say, the last passage between the ghost realm and the human realm had been opened. Those who could pass through this passage were not ordinary people. Once they arrived at the human realm, they were all excited, grabbing the people around them and sucking their blood. The more powerful ones even sucked out their souls and ate them. In just a few minutes, many humans were killed. "You guys go quickly." Sima Yue took out a temporary array and stuffed it into Shimin Feng's hands. "Bring Bei Gong and the rest and leave this place quickly." At the same time, she summoned Little Birdie, telling him that she would be fine. Shimin Feng knew that the situation was urgent, took over the array and said, "You have to be safe. Don't worry, we haven't taken our revenge. How could I let anything happen to me?" Sima Yue said, "You guys go quickly." Shimin Feng, Bai Sheng and the rest brought Lu Liang Kai back, found Fatty Chu and the rest, and brought them out of the array, but they didn't use the array to leave immediately. Instead, they retreated to a place far, far away, wanting to see what would happen here. At the same time, they were worried about Sima Yue. Sima Yue ran towards the huge pit, but countless people blocked the way in front. The sky was filled with clamoring ghosts, almost covering the entire sky. Those who were controlled had not been rescued. All of them were willing to sacrifice their lives. When others sucked their blood, they were like wooden men, not reacting. Those ghosts scattered in all directions. Those who were controlled, as well as those who came today, were all persecuted by the ghosts. And in that huge pit, the Ghost Clan was still coming over endlessly. The scene was chaotic. Sima Yue covered Little Birdie's body. Those ghosts all hid far away when they saw her. no one dared to go near her. She circled around and finally found Xia Chang Tian, He Dong and the rest. Although they weren't controlled by the ghosts, each of them was surrounded by a few ghosts. If they failed, they would definitely be eaten by the ghosts. Xiao Hong followed beside He Dong, although she had her father's help, but she still couldn't win against the ghosts. Her defense was broken. She was also grabbed by a ghost, about to bite her neck. Chapter 1276. Hong He Dong saw Xiao Hong being lifted into the air and watched as the ghost's lips pressed against her neck. Ni Xiao Hong. Xia Chang Tian was closer to Xiao Hong and wanted to save her, but the spirit energy he sent out was blocked by the ghost race at the side. Hong He Dong was surrounded by the ghost clan. His eyes were bloodshot, and his face was distorted due to nervousness, anger, and anxiety. Little birdie, go. Sima Yoyue's familiar voice was heard. Then, a fiery red figure flew up and engulfed the ghost who was holding Xiao Hong, turning her into ashes instantly. Xiao Hong had just felt the aura of death, but in the blink of an eye, she was pulled back from the brink of death by the scorching power. Because she was too frightened, she even forgot to use her spiritual power to let herself fly. Ah! She fell quickly and only reacted when she was about to hit the ground, but it was too late. Pooh! The soft leaves under her body were still elastic, allowing her to survive and not fall to her death. She stared blankly at the leaves below her, and then the black blood dripping on the leaves stunned her. Before she could react, a series of unforeseen events happened. Little Hong Hong likes my branches and leaves so much. Hee, I can give you a piece. Xiao Hong looked to the side and saw Sima Yuyue covering her mouth as she laughed. Only then did she realize that Sima Yuyue had saved her. Other than that, Little Seven and Little Dream also came out. They stood on both sides of Sima Yuyue, protecting her in the middle. Thank you, Yuyue. She came down from the leaf. If it wasn't for her, she would have been killed by the ghost clan. Sima Yuyue nodded at her and then looked up at the little bird that was burning happily. Little birdie left Sima Yoyue's body. She had no choice but to let them protect her. His strength was still too low. She sighed in her heart. If she was stronger, she wouldn't need their protection. When He Dong and the others saw that Sima Yuyue had saved Xiao Hong, they looked at her gratefully and went back to the battle. Little birdie, don't play by yourself. Go and save President and the others. Sima Yuyue instructed Little Birdie. Little Birdie was playing happily in the sky. When it heard Sima Yoyue's words, it reluctantly flew to Xia Chang Tian's side and burned all the ghosts to death. Xia Chang Tian and the others couldn't react for a moment. Just a moment ago, they were still being held back by those ghost clansmen. Now, they were suddenly relaxed. This flame is... Shui Zhonglin looked at Little Birdie and was so excited that he couldn't speak. I'm not mistaken, am I? Fong Ming was also extremely excited. He looked at Little Birdie, somewhat unable to believe his own eyes. Even Fan Yuanlong was stunned. They were a group of old men who had lived for thousands of years and stood at the top of the world. Naturally, the vermilion bird flame recognized it at a glance. That's right, that's it. Xia Chang Tian said, only it has such a scorching temperature, able to burn away all the impurities. It can't be wrong. He Dong and the others were all people who played with fire and were especially sensitive to flames. The moment Little Birdie flew past them, they already had an answer in their hearts. I never thought that in our lifetime, we would be able to see the nirvana flame. Fong Ming sighed. The way he looked at Sima Yuyue changed again and again. What an enigmatic girl. If she has this flame, does that mean that among her contracted beasts? Fan Yuanlong looked at Sima Yuyue with a different gaze. Even the legendary vermilion bird was her contracted beast. Just where did she come from? Don't say that she came from the lower continents. They wouldn't believe that. However, even if they didn't believe it, it didn't change the fact that Sima Yue found Crimson Flame in a land of exile in the lower continents. With Little Birdie's help, the pressure on the humans lessened a lot. However, they still couldn't stop the huge number of ghost clansmen. The number of ghost clansmen on the other side of the passage seemed to be increasing. They weren't frightened by the situation here at all. Instead, they kept coming. The more humans died, the more ghost clansmen there were. Not good. Those ghost clansmen are leaving this place and heading to the nearby village. Tuoba Hongyi looked at the direction where the ghost clansmen left and shouted. Cultivators had to protect the ordinary people. Now that the ghost clansmen were heading over, those ordinary people would definitely die. Little Birdie, stop them. Sima Yue called out to Little Birdie. Little Birdie had a connection with Crimson Flame and understood what she meant by them. It flapped its wings and raised its head to let out a long cry. Then, its body suddenly enlarged and turned into a thin line. It formed a circle in the air and trapped all the ghost clansmen inside. Then, the line of fire turned into a wall of fire. As far as the eye could see, the entire fair eastern city seemed to be in a sea of fire. Even though the ghost clansmen didn't know what kind of flame Little Birdie was, the scorching temperature made them feel a sense of fear towards it. They subconsciously kept their distance and didn't dare to take the risk to pass through. Even though this action stopped the ghost clansmen from running out, but in this case, it couldn't kill the ghost clansmen anymore. The humans in the fire circle were under even more pressure. In the huge pit, the ghost clansmen were still coming out. Since they couldn't go outside, the ghost clansmen inside increased. No, we can't hold on anymore. Facing the increasing number of ghost clansmen, everyone gradually lost hope. Were they really going to be killed by the ghost clansmen here today? Even Sima Yue's side was showing signs of not being able to hold on. They had to open more flowers to ensure that the ghost clansmen couldn't get close to Sima Yue. As for Little Seven and Little Dream, they were already held back by the ghost clansmen. There are more and more ghost clansmen. We can't hold on much longer. Every flower would consume some energy. After a long time, she was starting to feel tired. Sima Yue looked at the ghost clansmen that almost filled the entire sky. Then, she looked at the decreasing number of humans and her heart sank. Yue, Ni Xiaohong, you guys still have the Cannibal King to protect you. Hurry and retreat. I'm afraid we can't hold on here. Xia Chang Tian said. Then what about you guys, President? Xiaohong asked. We are people of this continent. Now that the ghost clansmen are invading, even if we die, we have to guard this passage. Xia Chang Tian ran forward after speaking and was instantly surrounded by a group of ghost clansmen. Sima Yue was a little surprised by Xia Chang Tian's reaction. She thought that with his personality, he wouldn't care about the world. She didn't expect him to make such a decision. She looked at the other presidents. They could have retreated. Even though there were many ghost clansmen, to them, it wasn't impossible to leave. However, none of them left. They were still fighting with their last bit of strength. She steeled her heart and said, looks like we can only use that method. Chapter 1277. Sima Yue's mind spun quickly. She thought of all the ways she could think of, but after much thought, she could only ask Cloud Spirit for help. Using his own dark spiritual energy. The ghost clan's dark spiritual energy was thousands of times smoother than hers. Furthermore, she hadn't had the time to properly practice the underworld skills that Imo had taught her. They were still at the beginner stage. Using the 100 Ghost Banner. That was only possible if the people from the Ghost Clan were in spirit form. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to take them in. Moreover, once this 100 Ghost Banner was taken out, it would probably set off another storm. She had wanted to use the power of faith, but Wu Lingyu had told her not to use it when he was not around. Moreover, her body was now filled with the power of darkness. Once she came into contact with the power of faith, she would be blown to death before the power could leave her body. If he didn't use dark spiritual energy, he wouldn't be able to use faith power. After thinking about it, he could only ask Cloud Spirit for help. Since that little fellow was so familiar with him, he should be able to go easy on him, right? Taking a step back, even if the Cloud Spirit didn't go easy on him, the power of lightning would have a better chance than the power of faith. After all, one was a situation of certain death, while the other still had the hope of working hard. Xiao Hong, I'll get Hua Hua to send you guys out. Once you leave the firewall, get it? Xiao Hong watched as Sima Yuyue took out a few clothes and put them on as she spoke. She then took out a spiritual weapon and hung it on her body. She was stunned and asked, "What are you doing?" "I don't have time to explain it to you now. Remember to stay away from here." "Hua Hua, do it." When Hua Hua heard Sima Yuyue's words, it wrapped its leaves around Xiao Hong and threw her towards the wall of fire. Ah! Seeing the wall of fire, Xiao Hong closed her eyes subconsciously. She had seen little birdie burn those ghosts. Every time it burned them, they were all turned into ashes. If he was touched by the flames, wouldn't he turn into ashes in an instant? However, the feeling that she expected did not come. She mobilized her spiritual energy to maintain her balance, only to find that she was already outside. "I'm not dead." She looked at her intact body and was a little surprised. Hearing the commotion behind him, he turned around to take a look. Large holes had appeared on the wall of fire, and those people were crawling out from the holes. "Yuyue, what is she doing?" She looked at the wall of fire worriedly. After Sima Yu covered herself with lightning protection spirit tools, she took a deep breath and said, "Little Purple, you have to help me. If I die, you won't have a host anymore." The top-grade purple heavenly thunder rolled its eyes in the tower pool. Now that it was sealed, it could not use its previous strength at all. How could it help her? Your body is clearly filled with darkness-type energy, yet you still want to trigger the heavenly tribulation. Even if you want to die, this is not the way to go, right? Extreme Purple Heavenly Lightning advised. There's nothing we can do about it. Sima Yu said, we can't just watch as the ghost clansmen wander outside and kill the commoners, right? How righteous of you. Why didn't I see it before? Extreme Purple Heavenly Lightning snorted. I didn't see it before either. Sima Yu said narcissistically, but for someone as good as me, it's not strange. Extreme Purple Heavenly Lightning rolled its eyes in the tower pool. Do your parents know that you're so narcissistic? Sima Yu stopped joking around with him. Later on, try your best to absorb as much energy as you can. Otherwise, I really might not be able to endure it. What do you plan to do? Endure it. After Sima Yu finished speaking, she retracted her darkness-type energy, planning to use her body to endure the heavenly tribulation. At this time, it was better for her not to have darkness-type energy. It would increase the power of the heavenly tribulation. Those who were close to the Hua Hua were thrown out by her. Before they could react, they were already outside. What's going on? Those people did not understand why they were outside. Look! Someone pointed at the rapidly gathering dark clouds in the sky and shouted. Heavenly tribulation. Why is there a heavenly tribulation? F***ck, let's not care about where the heavenly tribulation is coming from, let's hurry and leave this place. Otherwise, if the heavenly tribulation locked onto us, it would think that we are the ones undergoing the heavenly tribulation. That would be terrible. Yes, yes, yes. With the heavenly tribulation, these ghosts are nothing to be afraid of. Let's hurry and leave this place. If there are any fishes that slip through the net, we can take care of them. That's right. Hence, those who went outside quickly left the area of the heavenly tribulation. Those who were still inside the firewall panicked. With so many people together, if they were all considered to be the ones undergoing the heavenly tribulation, then how powerful would the heavenly tribulation be? But with the firewall outside, they could not leave even if they wanted to. Those ghosts panicked when they saw the heavenly tribulation. One damned flame was not enough, now there was a heavenly tribulation. Could they still survive? Those who were controlled also regained their consciousness. They did not expect to see such a scene when they woke up. Everyone, don't panic. Sima Yue shouted, humans can pass through the flame, nothing will happen. Hurry and leave this place. Sima Yue tried her best to spread her words as far as possible. But after all, this place was so big. Without spirit energy, she could not spread her words. But luckily, the people around heard it. Knowing that the firewall would buy them a place to leave, they quickly flew over. Those people came to the side of the firewall. Feeling the heat of the flames, many of them hesitated. The temperature of the flames was so high. They had seen its power with their own eyes. If they ran into it, would they be burned to death? Forget it, let's try. Xia Chang Tian and the rest did not care about that. They used their spirit energy to protect themselves and ran over. The moment they passed through the flames, little birdie opened up a hole for them to pass through safely. It's okay, everyone come out quickly. Those who passed through shouted from the outside. The people inside all rushed out. Those ghosts saw that even the humans could pass through. Some brainless people also tried. They followed closely behind a human, wanting to sneak through. But the moment they came into contact with the flames, they were burned to death. Now, everyone was even more certain that the flames would not burn the humans. It would only burn the ghosts. Seeing the dark clouds in the sky getting thicker and thicker, the humans hurriedly ran out. Only the ghosts were left to watch. No, we have to think of a way to get rid of the source. The ghosts were not idiots. They knew that the lightning tribulation was attracted by someone. As long as they killed that person, the lightning tribulation would naturally disappear. Hence, the ghosts looked towards the center. They saw that everyone else was running out. Only Sima Yue was standing at the same spot. A young lady without spirit energy. Could she be the one who attracted the lightning tribulation? She has the aura of lightning on her. She must have attracted it. Go and kill her. Although they were suspicious, they did not have the time to think about it. A group of ghosts rushed towards her. Reading background default settings: classic light blue, classic light gray, classic green, classic bright yellow, dark blue, ocean, autumn, rich green, classic elegant red, powder, aristocratic, family red, talk, thick sea, vast sky, broken heart, past, snow white, world, gray world, font color default settings: white, red, green, blue, brown, font size default settings: small, medium, large, speed 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 1 0, mouse scrolling explanation: 1 to 10, 1 is the slowest, 10 is the fastest. Chapter 1278. Read 336. With spiritual energy, she no longer felt dizzy in the teleportation array. After circling around the city, she seemed to be startled by something and hurriedly ran outside. When the Wu family members who had rushed to the Armament Master Guild found out that they had fled in panic, they were so angry that they almost vomited blood. Wu Gaoyun sneered and said, "You know that we are guarding here and don't dare to use the teleportation array. I want to see where you can run to once you leave the city." "Young master," they went out from the east gate. "Let's go after them. Today, we must kill Bai Xing and those few people, then trample on Heartbreak Valley." Wu Gaoyun sneered. "Young master, should we call the people from the Sage Pavilion? We can send someone to inform them, but we don't have to wait for them. We can go by ourselves. Other than that Bai Xing, the rest are just small fries." Wu Gaoyun said. "Inform my cousin and let him know about this matter. As for whether he will come or not, that will depend on him. Yes, young master. One person went to inform the sage pavilion, while Wu Gaoyun brought the rest of the people to chase towards the east of the city. Outside the east city gate, there was an endless stretch of mountains. You want to use the terrain to escape? Dream on. Wu Gaoyun sneered and chased after him with his men. Following the markings left behind by their clansmen, they found Sima Yuyue and the rest in less than half a day. Young master. The person who was chasing after Sima Yuyue and the rest stopped him midway. Where are those people? It's not far ahead. When they got there, they stopped. Why don't you go up and catch them? Wu Gaoyun asked with a sullen face. They had sent more than 10 people. Could it be that they still couldn't deal with those kids? And now, there were only 3 people left. What the hell was going on? Young master, although they are not strong, they have powerful contracted beasts. Sima Yoyue's man-eating flower king alone killed 15 of our men. Useless thing. Wu Gaoyun kicked the man. Follow me. Watch how we kill them. Wu Gaoyun led his men and sprinted over. He did not even think about why Sima Yuyue and the rest had stopped running. If they had thought a little more, they wouldn't have been wiped out so quickly. Sima Yuyue and the others were waiting at the top of the mountain. The corpses that were torn apart by Little Dream and the others were placed in the valley. When Wu Gaoyun arrived with his men, he saw the corpses in the valley and was instantly enraged. Without any explanation, he charged towards the mountain where Sima Yuyue and the others were staying. Bai Xing brought Sima Yuyue and the rest of them flew into the sky. Wu Gaoyun's attack landed on the ground where they were standing and sliced off the top of the mountain. The moment the mountain peak collapsed, the valley suddenly lit up with the light of a formation, enveloping all the members of the Wu clan. Trap array. Wu Gaoyun and the others immediately recognized him. Young master, this is the dragon trapping array, someone called out. Dragon trapping array. Isn't this the 100 changing doors formation? Everyone's expression changed when they heard that it was the dragon trapping array. The dragon trapping array was famous in the inner region because there was once a half-step to revered martial artist who went to the 100 changing doors to create trouble. He was trapped by the 100 changing doors for tens of years. In the end, they were the ones who released him. From then on, no one dared to find trouble with them. I heard that this Sima Yuyue used this formation to trap a group of monarch-ranked experts 20 years ago. She used a lightning tribulation to kill all of them. The man who recognized the dragon trapping array said with a pale face. Sima Yuyue saw that they were all trapped and did not need Bai Xing to hold on to her. She stopped in mid-air. Not bad, you can even recognize the dragon trapping array. She looked at Wu Gaoyun at the same level. Her expression was calm but her squinted eyes were filled with killing intent. How do you know the 100 changing doors dragon trapping array? Wu Gaoyun's expression was ugly. If she was related to the 100 changing doors, then they would have more scruples in killing her. Of course I learned it. Sima Yuyue said, not only did I learn this formation, I even made some improvements to it. So now this is not only a trapping array, it's also a killing array. After she finished speaking, she attacked the array. It was clearly a casual attack but the people in the array felt 10 times the attack. Arrogant brat, don't be so savage. Wu Gaoyun did not think that he would be caught in her array in a moment of carelessness. He was furious but had no choice but to divert some of his attention to defend against their attacks. Yuyue, the people from the Sage Pavilion did not come. They must be behind. We have to settle this quickly. Wei Ziqi said. Then let's all attack together. Don't think that Sima Yoyue's strength was only at the divine rank. With so many people attacking at the same time, in addition to the amplification of the array, the people inside were caught unprepared. Especially since the people inside could not attack at all. They were now like meat on the chopping board, being cut by Yue and the rest. How long could this kind of one-sided abuse last? Especially when Fatty Chu threw in thunderbolt bombs. The power of this explosion was not something that the people inside could handle. So when the people from the Sage Pavilion rushed over, the 100 people from the Wu clan had already been completely annihilated. Brother! Wu Gaofei saw that Wu Gaoyun was already dead and his eyes turned red. He glared hatefully at Sima Yue and the rest, roaring, "I'm going to kill you all. Then we'll have to see if you have the ability." Sima Yue laughed coldly. She took out the small door of Little Black Lotus Realm and opened it. Thousands of people who were at least monarch rank and above came out. The faces of the people from the Sage Pavilion changed. The other party had so many people. And those people had a strong killing intent. They did not need to think to know that they were people who lived on the edge of a knife. And they only had 100 people. Compared to thousands of people, they were not a match at all. Brother Fei, the other party has too many people. Let's go back first. We'll find a chance to take revenge in the future. Nalan Lan's master said. Although Wu Gaofei was unwilling, but facing such a sudden change in the situation, he had no choice but to give up on revenge. He had to hold on to his life first. Revenge needed to be done with his life. Retreat! He ordered, unwilling to give up. Since you've come, then stay. Why are you still leaving? Sima Yue waved her hand and the people from Blood Fiend City quickly surrounded them. You think you can stop us like this? Wu Gaofei snorted coldly. He tried to form a seal to open a space passage, but there was no reaction from the space. I can't open a space passage. Wu Gaofei said. Let me try. Nalan Lan's master tried, but the result was the same. The two of them looked at each other and their hearts sank. Continue, why aren't you continuing? Fatty Chu said while grinning, the space here has been isolated by Yue using an array. If you want to open a space passage, it's impossible. Chapter 1279. Sima Yu's flashy appearance caused everyone to be unable to digest it for a while. One by one, they stared at her, who was on Crimson Flame's back, as well as the group of flashy beasts beside her. Not only were these people stunned, even those from the ghost race were stunned. Who was this person? How could there be so many spirit beasts? They seemed to have heard someone talking about the divine bird, the vermilion bird. Was it the bird that was emitting flames? No wonder the flames from before were so powerful. It turned out that they belonged to the divine bird. Sima Yue looked at everyone who was shocked by her and did not relax. There were simply too many people from the ghost clan. She had to remain vigilant, at least until the tribulation clouds descended. Just as she thought, in the face of death, these ghosts were only stunned for a moment before they came back to their senses. It doesn't matter how powerful her contracted beast is. If we don't kill her, we will all die here today. That's right. For the sake of a glimmer of hope, this man must die. Thus, groups of Du Gue clansmen attacked Sima Yue. The beast men surrounded Sima Yue so that no one could get close to Sima Yue. However, there were simply too many of them, and the encirclement was slowly shrinking. Sima Yue looked up at the tribulation clouds in the sky. Perhaps it was because the extreme purple heavenly thunder was not strong enough, the accumulation of the lightning tribulation this time was especially slow. At this rate, the lightning tribulation might not descend even if all the beast's spiritual energy were exhausted. She was still counting on her beasts to help her withstand 2 lightning tribulations. How could she let them exhaust their spiritual power now? All of you, go back and rest. We can't even kill all of these ghosts, so you should conserve your spiritual energy. Qi Yan, bring me to the surface. Sima Yue ordered the beasts. Yu, are you planning to use your domain? Little Seven sensed Sima Yue's thoughts and asked. Yes, what we need now is time, not to fight them head-on. Just wait for the lightning tribulation to come. Sima Yue said. Qi Yan understood what she meant. He brought her to the ground and stood beside her in his human form. Sima Yue kept all the other beasts into her spirit pagoda to rest. At the same time, she expanded her domain to protect herself. With the pills that Little Spirit had given them, they would be able to quickly recover their spiritual power during this period of time. But after the others went in, Qi Yan didn't move beside her. Why don't you go in? She looked at him speechlessly. This fellow's influence was much higher than his. Unless he was willing, he wouldn't be able to move him. I'll accompany you. Qi Yan said, that little bit of spiritual energy is not of much use to me. Sima Yue understood that his spiritual energy was recovering very slowly, and the amount that he recovered was not of much use to him. Since he insisted on accompanying her outside, then so be it. The people outside were a little worried when they saw her put away her contracted beasts. They didn't expect her to be safe and sound. I didn't expect her to release her domain. Tang Yun was stunned for 2 seconds before reacting. How can she have a domain at such a young age? Vice Pavilion Master Tang, don't fool us. Tang Yun glanced at that person and said lightly, many people know that Sima Yue comprehended her domain in the immortal realm. Why, you didn't know? Those old fellows were stunned. They were all called out by their families because of the ghost clan. They were usually in closed-door cultivation, so why would they care about others? They didn't expect so many things to happen in the continent. Although they felt that it was impossible, Sima Yue had indeed used her spirit realm to block the ghost clansmen outside. How can a young lady like her comprehend a domain? Immortal realm, it must be the effect of the immortal realm. It's really good inside the immortal realm. Let's talk about these things later. Let's see how to solve this first. Let's solve this first. This matter is not easy to solve. Patriarch, since those people are inside, why don't they return to the ghost realm? A woman asked the question that was on everyone's mind. You can't just come and go as you please when you want to, Lin Feng said with a smile. What do you mean? Look at how easy it is for them to come and go. Do you think they can come and go as they wish? Isn't it so? Of course not. The patriarch said, this passage has restrictions. It's easy to come and go but hard to come and go. They came in groups, which means that it's easy to come from there. In other words, it's not easy to go back from here. That's right. Actually, it's not that there's no way to go back. It's just that with the heavenly tribulation here, they have to spend more time to deal with it. Tang Yun said. Isn't the heavenly tribulation not here yet? Why do they have to deal with it? This is the difference between the human clan and the ghost clan. Tang Yun seemed to be in a good mood and didn't mind broadening the knowledge of the younger generation. Although we feel fear when we see the heavenly tribulation, our bodies don't feel fear. Of course, we won't talk about those who are timid. However, the ghost clan is different from us. When their bodies face the heavenly tribulation, they will unconsciously feel fear. So don't look at how they are clamoring to kill Sima Yue. In fact, most of their strength is used to resist the natural reaction of their bodies. When everyone heard what he said, they had a look of realization. I didn't think that the ghost clan was so powerful before, but they are terrified in front of the heavenly tribulation. Of course. To the ghost clan, the heavenly tribulation is considered a punishment from the heavens. Even ordinary people are afraid of the heavenly tribulation, not to mention the ghost clan who is its nemesis. I hope that Yue can hold on until the heavenly tribulation comes. Tang Yun shook his head. What we hope for is not only for her to hold on until the heavenly tribulation comes, but also for her to hold on until the end. Otherwise, the ghost clan might not all be struck to death. We're all going through the heavenly tribulation, but they won't fight to the death. Even if we're all going through the heavenly tribulation, there's a hierarchy. If the main person is dead, if the ghost clan is stronger, they will naturally be able to hold on. Tang Yun said, however, this isn't the first thing we need to consider. Then what is it? Tang Yun looked at Tuoba Hongye and said, Tuoba family head, these ghost clan members being killed is only temporary. If this passage isn't sealed, I'm afraid there will be a next time. When that time comes, she might not be here anymore. That's right. If the passage wasn't sealed, the ghost clan might come again. Even if the problem was solved this time, there would be a next time, and the time after that. Many people shifted their gaze to Tuoba Hongye. This place was under his Tuoba family's control. There shouldn't be no way, right? There is a way, but when the time comes, I will need the help of all the supremacies. Tuoba Hongye said. Since there is a way, that's good. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. They were not afraid of putting in effort, but they were afraid that you would say that you didn't know either. The heavenly tribulation is coming, someone said this and everyone looked up to the sky. Indeed, the heavenly tribulation cloud was ready to strike. Chapter 1280. When Sima Yu looked at the dark clouds above her head, she actually had the urge to cry. It wasn't that she wanted to be in the limelight. If it wasn't for the fact that she was worried that the ghosts would harm the commoners, she wouldn't have made such a decision. But looking at the form of this lightning tribulation, it had far exceeded his expectations. She didn't even know how many times she could withstand it. No, she had to work harder. Cloud Spirit, oh Cloud Spirit, you must go easy on him. If I die, you won't have any more fruit wine to drink. She put her hands to her mouth and shouted at the dark clouds in the sky. Although they were so far away and she didn't have the ability, she believed that Cloud Spirit could definitely hear her. The people outside were speechless at her words. How could she still say such things at a time like this? If this was useful, then everyone would shout like this when they transcended their tribulations in the future. What was there to be afraid of? Only those who knew her relationship with the Cloud Spirit knew how much of a deterrent her words were to the Cloud Spirit. The Cloud Spirit had not seen Sima Yue for many years. It had finished its wine and was wondering why it had not seen her for so long. It did not expect her to call it over. However, as soon as he came over, he heard her shouting at him. He was still angry when he realized that something was wrong with her. Why was his spiritual energy gone? No wonder he had to go easy on her. If he didn't go easy on her, she would probably die after a few rounds. Furthermore, as soon as it arrived, it discovered that there were many ghosts here. It also felt that they had killed a lot of people after coming here, so it was only right to punish them. After the arrival of the Cloud Spirit, the speed at which the dark clouds condensed had increased significantly. Everyone could feel that the pressure had also increased by a lot. Some of the ghost race could no longer stand. As long as the tribulation lightning struck them, they would be turned into ashes. However, Cloud Spirit was already here. They had already been locked down. Now, they couldn't escape even if they wanted to. This is the first time I've seen the might of the lightning tribulation. I guess this is the only time in my life. No wonder she was able to use this lightning tribulation to kill so many monarch-level experts a few decades ago. With this power, even if we were to go, we might not be able to survive. The group of old men sighed. After this incident, they no longer knew how to evaluate Sima Yue. Sometimes, he felt that she was a little arrogant. For example, before entering the Immortal Land, she said that she would protect everyone in Heartbreak Valley. That arrogance was something that even the forces in the inner region did not dare to do. Not to mention that most of the people in Heartbreak Valley were from Blood Fiend City. She could have ignored this matter. With the vermilion bird flame in her hand, no ghost would dare to do anything to her. But at the moment of crisis, she still stepped forward bravely. As a little girl, it's not easy. Fong Ming sighed. Indeed. Sigh, her behavior makes us all blush with shame. Heichendong said. To have so many contracted beasts, as expected of a beast tamer. Fan Yuanlong said. Suddenly, he thought of something and a shocked expression appeared on his face, attracting the attention of the surrounding people. What's wrong? Xiang Yang asked. I suddenly remembered a saying in the world of beast tamers. Fan Yuanlong thought of the saying and his body trembled involuntarily. You old man's reaction today is so strange. What saying made you have such a big reaction? Fan Yuanlong glanced at Xiang Yang and said, in the world of beast tamers, if you can contract a divine bird or something, you will be titled as an emperor beast tamer. You said she's an emperor beast tamer. She can tame such powerful spirit beasts? Fan Yuanlong shook his head. It's not that she can tame spirit beasts above sacred beasts. As long as she can contract an ancient sacred beast, she's an emperor beast tamer. Because their mental strength has already reached that level. Not only did she contract a divine bird, she also contracted so many sacred beasts. Her mental strength is too terrifying. Pa! The loud sound of the tribulation thunder that fell from the sky interrupted everyone's conversation. Seeing the lightning that was thicker than a water bucket strike down, many people were scared silly. Oh my God, if this lightning were to hit me, I'd probably be dead. This seems to be striking at the ghost clan. It's good that it's not striking at Sima Yue. The Sima family members patted their chests and said. Suddenly, the surrounding flames disappeared. Everyone focused their eyes and saw that little birdie had shrunk in an instant and returned to Qi Yan's side. Qi Yan placed the flames on Sima Yue's body and said, at least you can block it a little. Sima Yue did not refuse. She had already seen the power of the tribulation thunder. If it struck her body, she might not be able to block it. Moreover, the tribulation thunder would only get stronger and stronger. She was a little worried that she might not be able to block it. Pa! A bolt of tribulation thunder fell from the top of her head. Qi Yan flew up and blocked the tribulation thunder above her, blocking it for her. Sima Yue looked at the lightning just now and her heart relaxed a lot. Based on her experience of being struck a few hundred times, the tribulation thunder that the cloud spirit struck her was much weaker. If it was always like this, then she would not have to worry about not being able to pass. At least she would not die. At most, she would only lose a few layers of skin. Don't! The screams of the ghost clansmen were constantly transmitted to everyone's ears. Seeing them being struck to death one by one, the people outside had goosebumps all over their bodies. This scene was too frightening. They did not dare to look anymore. Qi Yan had blocked 20 to 30 lightning strikes for Sima Yue. His body was more seriously injured and he was recalled by Sima Yue. The beasts in the spirit pagoda all requested to come out, but they were all rejected by Sima Yue. You guys have only been struck a few times. It's too dangerous to come out now. I'll try first. If I can't handle it, I'll call for you guys. Pa! This time, the lightning struck her directly. The familiar numbness instantly spread throughout her body. However, the spiritual weapon on her body blocked a lot of the electric current, so she was not in much pain. However, it was not so easy after that. When the spiritual weapons on her body were all broken, her body absorbed more and more lightning. Top-grade purple lightning was restrained by the laws of heaven. Its ability to absorb lightning was less than 1% of what it used to be. Therefore, Sima Yue had to endure more than 90% more pain than before. She smelled the aroma of her body being burned by the lightning again. After a few more strikes, she really could not take it anymore. She had to take turns to call out her beasts. One took 2, another took 3, and they blocked a lot for her. However, there were too many ghosts. The duration of the lightning tribulation was too long. Even she, the one who attracted the lightning, was not spared. Her beasts were all badly struck and she recalled them to recuperate. The power of the lightning entered her body. She felt a piercing pain all over her body. Her limbs and bones did not seem to belong to her anymore. She wailed in her heart, "Little Purple, if you continue like this, I will really become a barbecued human. Give me more strength." Seeing that the lightning tribulation was about to strike again, she reckoned that she would die directly if it came again. At this moment, she felt a warm power coming from her abdomen. Chapter 1281. Sima Yue felt the familiar power and was overjoyed. I'm free again. Top-grade Purple Lightning's excited and proud voice was heard, which made Sima Yue excited as well. With it around, he would be able to keep his life today. She took out a pill and ate it, hoping that it would make her broken body feel better. She did not think that she would recover her spirit energy at this time. Maybe this was the arrangement of the heavenly Tao. She had to go through a heavenly tribulation to recover. Or rather, the reason she was struck by lightning this time was because she was trying to save those people. The heavenly Tao found out about it, so it ended her punishment. But it did not matter to her as long as she recovered her spirit energy. After eating the pill, she did not have any energy left. She laid on the ground and looked at the dark clouds above her. She did not know when it would end. Top-grade Purple Lightning came out of her body and stood on her forehead. It looked at the heavenly tribulation in the sky with greedy eyes. Bang! The heavenly tribulation fell. This time, most of it was absorbed by top-grade Purple Lightning. Only a little entered her body. Even if it was just a little, her body could not take it. It was so painful that she wanted to faint. At this time, there was a fluctuation in the sky. Then, the space was torn apart. A figure walked out from inside, causing everyone to be stunned. Who is that? He can actually enter the area of the heavenly tribulation. Someone shouted. Once the heavenly tribulation started, the space within the area of the heavenly tribulation was separated from the outside. It was to prevent people from entering the area of the heavenly tribulation to cause trouble. But this person could actually tear apart the sky and go to Sima Yue's side. This was too unbelievable. That's His Highness Holy Son. The people of the Sage Pavilion recognized him and said excitedly. Tang Yun recognized him the moment he appeared. His lips curled into a meaningful smile. Ling Yu. I haven't seen him in a long time. Sima Yue looked blankly at Wu Lingyu, who came out from above her and landed beside her. I'm not hallucinating, right? She said weakly. Could it be that I missed you too much? Wu Lingyu's angry eyes turned into helplessness and tenderness after hearing her words. He squatted down beside her and looked at her body that was already beyond recognition. He picked her up and said with heartache, "Why do you always make yourself like this?" She blinked a few times before revealing a joyful expression. So it really is you, she said with a smile. The only part of her face that was still intact was her eyeballs. The rest of her face, all right, had been struck beyond recognition. But he didn't feel any disdain for her frightening appearance. He caressed her almost burnt face and said, "Yes, it's me. I'm back." The words, "I'll be back," instantly made her eyes tear up. She didn't even make a sound even though her body had been hacked to pieces. God knows how much she missed him after not hearing from him for so many years. She couldn't hear his voice or touch his existence. Now, he finally said to her that he was back. Wu Lingyu looked at her from the void for a while. He saw her grimacing in pain from being struck by lightning. He saw her enduring great pain. But even so, she didn't cry out in pain or shed a single tear. He didn't think that her eyes would turn red with just one sentence from him. Originally, he didn't plan to come out when he saw her going through the tribulation and that there were so many people around. But when he saw how terrible her situation was, his heart ached and he came out. "Don't cry." My heart hurts when you cry. Wu Lingyu wiped away the tears at the corner of her eyes. Tears were salty and it hurt even more when they fell on her face. Why did you come back at this time? Sima Yue suddenly complained. I came back as soon as the situation there stabilized. If I knew that you would encounter such a situation, would have come back earlier. Wu Lingyu saw her complaint and quickly explained. Sima Yue didn't listen to his explanation and said, I was struck to this extent. If you come back at this time, you'll see me at my ugliest. Wu Lingyu was stunned. So that's what she was talking about. Seeing the embarrassment in her eyes, he smiled charmingly and said, no matter what you look like, you'll always be beautiful in my heart. After saying that, he planted a kiss on her lips. Sima Yue's heart melted from this kiss. Seeing his gentle eyes, her lips curled into a happy smile. Hiss. The corners of her lips pulled at the flesh on her face. It hurt so much that she sucked in a breath of cold air. Don't move. I'll heal you. Wu Lingyu said. Don't. Sima Yue stopped him. I'm going through the tribulation now. Go out first. If you barge in like this, you'll definitely be severely punished. Before the tribulation lightning strikes, hurry and go out. It's okay. Wu Lingyu said nonchalantly. He held her hand and was about to transfer his spiritual energy to her when a bolt of lightning about half a meter wide fell from the sky above them. Lingyu! Sima Yue screamed. The people outside were also shocked. It seemed like the tribulation was very dissatisfied with the intruders. This tribulation lightning was thicker than the average one, which meant that it contained a lot more energy. Wu Lingyu saw Sima Yue's worried eyes and smiled. With a wave of his hand, the tribulation lightning stopped in midair. It wasn't just the tribulation lightning. The tribulation lightning and the figures of the ghosts within the tribulation clouds all froze. This is... The group of old men were all stunned. Even Tang Yun, who had always been calm, stood up from his chair and looked at the frozen scene in disbelief. This is... Time freeze. He looked at Wu Lingyu, not daring to believe that he would really see this scene. Time freeze. Although the people around didn't recognize what it was, they understood what it was when they heard it. Space seal and time freeze. Although both of them controlled the surroundings, there were many people who knew how to use space seal. However, Wu Lingyu was the first person who knew how to use time freeze. The people outside were all stunned, but it wasn't because of his time freeze. Lingyu, you. Sima Yue looked at him blankly. Shoo, don't ask about other things. There's not much time left. Let me heal you first. Wu Lingyu smiled gently at her. Then, he put his left hand on her shoulder and his right hand on her forehead. A warm current flowed from her brain to her limbs and the pain in her body lessened. 2 minutes later, he retracted his hand and placed her back on the ground, saying, This is as far as I can go, but it's enough for you to pass through the tribulation. I'll wait for you outside. With that, he disappeared from her side and appeared outside the tribulation clouds. At the same time, the tribulation lightning in the sky quickly struck down. Chapter 1282. The lightning that had stopped in the sky descended, and the ghosts began to move again. Screams rang out again, and the entire tribulation cloud area was in chaos again. Those who fled, those who died, and those who resisted, it was as if the 2-minute freeze didn't exist. When the heavenly tribulation struck, more than half of the extreme purple heavenly thunder was devoured. The rest of the extreme purple heavenly thunder entered Sima Yue's body. If not for Wu Lingyu's treatment, she would have lost half of her life. Although it had only been 2 minutes, a huge change had occurred in her body. She didn't know how Wu Lingyu had done it. Wu Lingyu stood beside the tribulation cloud and stared at Sima Yue without blinking. Although the expression on his face didn't change, every time a bolt of lightning landed on her body, his lips would tighten a little. Because there were too many ghost clansmen, the battle formation this time was much more powerful than the one in Blood Fiend City. It took almost 4 days to complete. After the cloud spirit killed all the ghost clan members, it saw Sima Yuyue who was lying on the ground. It pursed its lips. Humans were so troublesome. Just one strike and they became like this. If Sima Yuyue knew what it was thinking, it would probably die from anger. How was it only struck once? From start to finish, there were no less than 100 times, alright? Although the beasts blocked a lot of the attacks, she was still struck very badly. Unfortunately, they were not contracted, so she had no way of knowing what it was thinking. Forget about the way you are today. In a few days, you have to look for me. The cloud spirit's cute voice sounded in Sima Yuyue's mind. She did not expect it to be able to transmit its voice. Knowing that it wanted the fruit wine, it agreed in its heart, then closed its eyes and fainted. Cloud Spirit left with satisfaction after getting her promise. Once it left, the tribulation clouds quickly dispersed. When the surrounding people saw that the tribulation cloud had not left, they thought that something had happened. Now that it had finally left, they all heaved a sigh of relief. Wu Lingyu appeared by her side as soon as the tribulation cloud left. Seeing that she had fainted, he carried her in his arms. The space tunnel opened and Bai Xing brought Shimin Feng out. Seeing the unconscious Sima Yuyue, he asked anxiously, "How is she?" "She's still breathing. She just fainted." Wu Lingyu said, "Take her back to rest first." Sima Lu Feng and Sima Lu Yun came over as well, and the rest of the Sima family followed behind them. "How's Yuyue?" Sima Lu Feng asked. "We'll talk about it when we get back." Wu Lingyu hugged Sima Yuyue and turned to look at Bai Xing. Bai Xing nodded. He opened the space tunnel and brought them back. Sima Lu Yun and Sima Lu Feng walked behind. The spatial tunnel closed the moment they entered. Those Sima family members who wanted to follow were locked outside. The Sima family felt awkward. The young masters were too much. They were also concerned about the young Mississippi. Why didn't they bring them along? At this time, Tuoba Hongya walked out and told the group of old men that he needed their help to seal the passage. Coincidentally, there's still heaven's pressure in this area. If we use this as a seal, the effect would be the best. Tuoba Hongya said. Tuoba family head, what do you want us to do? Just tell us. All right. Everyone, please follow me. Wu Lingyu brought Sima Yuyue back to Memory Restaurant. Baida was shocked when he saw Sima Yuyue who was burnt. What happened to Vice Valley Lord? She was struck by lightning. Shimin Feng said, Lingyu, I'll bring you to her room. Old Bai, when they come back, don't let them in while we heal. Yes, Valley Lord. Wu Lingyu glanced at Shimin Feng and the few of them went straight to Sima Yuyue's room. Baida was worried when he saw that Sima Yuyue was injured so badly. He paced around in the courtyard, waiting for Bai Xing and the rest to come out to ask about the situation. After a while, Feng Kai and Feng Ji brought Bei Gong Tang and the rest in. When they saw Baida, they asked, Are Valley Lord and Boss back? They're back. They brought her to heal. Baida said. Let's go in and take a look. Fatty Chu said as he walked towards the backyard. Don't. Baida pulled them back and said, Valley Lord instructed us to heal Vice Valley Lord and not to disturb him. Don't go and cause trouble. How badly is Yue injured? Bei Gong Tang asked. Looks like her whole body is burnt. There's not a single spot that's not injured. Baida said, What happened? Why is Vice Valley Lord injured so badly? It's hard to explain. We're not in the mood to talk about what happened. Feng Kai said. There's no use in being anxious. The door isn't open. You can't go in. Why don't you tell me what happened? Baida said. Feng Kai and the rest thought so too. They sighed and told him what happened these few days. You're saying that Vice Valley Lord killed all the ghost clansmen alone? Baida was shocked. This Vice Valley Lord was too powerful. The lightning tribulation struck for 4 days and 4 nights. How could it not strike those ghost clansmen to death? Fatty Chu and the rest recalled the scene. They were terrified just by watching from the outside. They couldn't imagine how she managed to survive the lightning tribulation. Especially since she didn't have any spirit energy. They felt heartache when they saw her being struck from afar. They didn't know how she was now. In the house, Sima Yoyue's situation wasn't good. Wu Lingyu, Bai Sheng, Shimin Feng, Sima Lu Feng and Sima Lu Yun took turns to inject spirit energy into her, suppressing the chaotic spirit energy in her body. This was her own spirit energy. If she didn't guide it, they wouldn't be obedient. But she was in a coma. She didn't have any consciousness to guide the spirit energy. They could only suppress it. The divine devil physique quickly recovered her body. With the help of the pills, 2 days later, her consciousness finally started to condense. She felt the chaotic spirit energy in her body and subconsciously started to guide it. Once her body started to move on its own, the people in the middle heaved a sigh of relief. Half a day later, Sima Yuyue opened her eyes. She saw the few men beside her bed. Her first reaction was, "Why are you all here? Did you see me naked?" Everyone was speechless. If you can say this, it means that you've recovered. Seems like we don't have to worry anymore. Sima Lu Feng said. Your body is still covered with a thick layer of scars. No one saw anything. So, her second reaction was, God, you guys actually saw me in such an ugly state. It's good that Lingyu doesn't despise you. Shimin Feng said. Alright, since she's fine, let's go and rest. Sima Lu Yun said. In order to save her, they used up a lot of spirit energy and energy. Now that she woke up, they were really tired. Chapter 1283. After everyone left, only Wu Lingyu and her were left in the room. Sima Yuyue saw that he looked tired and said, You should go back and rest too. I'll handle the rest myself. I've seen an even uglier appearance before, but it's much better now. So you don't have to feel embarrassed. Wu Lingyu said. With her intentions exposed, Sima Yuyue glared at him and said, I told you to rest, so go and rest. I'll go with you. Wu Lingyu didn't want to leave, so she simply sat down by the bed. If you want me to rest, then I'll rest here. You won't vomit even if you look at me like this. It was a little uncomfortable at first, but it was fine after looking at it for a while, Wu Lingyu joked. Sima Yuyue wanted to slap him, but she couldn't move. She could only glare at him. Previously, he said that he didn't mind, but now he said that he felt uncomfortable looking at it. Sure enough, men's words couldn't be trusted. Wu Lingyu laid down beside her and looked at her body that had mostly recovered. He reached out and stroked her cheek, saying, All right, you're recovering your body now. If you get angry, you'll have wrinkles. I won't show you even if I have wrinkles. Sima Yuyue pulled a long face. If you pull a long face when you're repairing your body, you'll keep pulling a long face in the future. You don't look good. Come on, smile. Wu Lingyu gently poked her face with a finger, teasing her as if she was teasing a kitten. You'll get wrinkles if you smile. It's fine. I have pills that can remove wrinkles. Go away. The two of them chatted for a while, and soon, both of them fell asleep. Sima Yoyue's body automatically went into recovery mode while Wu Lingyu rested. Previously, he had used up quite a bit of his energy to freeze time. After that, he had transferred his spiritual energy to her. After that, he had come back with them to save her. Even though he was powerful, he was still a little tired. During this time, no one came to her room. Even though they knew that Wu Lingyu was inside, no one said anything. Firstly, he wouldn't do anything to her in her current state. Secondly, his previous behavior had made it clear that he had feelings for her. If it wasn't for him, Yue might not have been able to make it through today. Therefore, they were very grateful to him. They also felt that only someone like him was worthy of such an outstanding person like her. Time freeze, there was no one in the entire continent who could comprehend it. He was the only one who could do it. Needless to say, his talent was extraordinary. Wu Lingyu didn't sleep for a long time and woke up soon. He looked at her in bed for a while, his eyes full of love. In the past, he didn't know what it felt like to like a person, and he hated those women who cried, looked weak, and chattered. So even if he was the Demon King, he didn't allow women to get close to him. But he didn't expect that one day, he would sign a master and servant contract with a human, and that he would be in close contact with a human for so many years. From the contract, he could feel all of her emotions. Happiness, excitement, sadness. His heart rose and fell with her, slowly blending into her emotions. Slowly. He let her live in his heart. Moreover, she wasn't like the women he had been in contact with before. She was bold, careful, tenacious, hardworking, and sincerely devoted to the people around her. Although sometimes she was very bad, and many times she didn't care about her own safety, these weren't her shortcomings now. They were all things that attracted him. He was very glad that she had him in her heart. They cared about each other. When he thought of her saying that she missed him, his heart was filled with warmth. Next time, you're not allowed to do such a dangerous thing. He kissed her lips, then got up, opened the door and walked out. The little guys were still guarding the courtyard. When Shimin Feng and the others came out, they saw that they were too tired, so they didn't ask them. Now that they saw Wu Lingyu come out, they were familiar with him, so they asked him about the situation. She's fine. She'll be fine when she wakes up in 2 days. Wu Lingyu said. At this time, a waiter ran in from outside. He glanced at Wu Lingyu, then said to Bai Ta, shopkeeper, the people from the Sage Pavilion are here. They want to see the Holy Sun. Bai Ta looked at Wu Lingyu and said, does the Holy Sun want to see them? Yes, there are some things that I have to explain. Wu Lingyu finished speaking and left the courtyard. Alright, you guys can leave too. The Vice Valley Lord won't come out even if you stay here and guard. Bai Ta followed Wu Lingyu out after he finished speaking. I'll wait here. Fatty Chu said as he walked to the corridor and sat down. Without seeing Sima Yue, he really couldn't be at ease. Even if we leave, we can't let go of her. Why don't we wait here? Bei Gong Tang said. The others agreed. The lightning tribulation was too scary. They couldn't imagine what Sima Yue was like now. Without seeing her, they couldn't be at ease. Although Sima Yue was in a deep sleep, her consciousness was still awake. She even knew that Wu Lingyu had left. However, the current situation didn't allow her to be distracted. Because other than controlling the chaotic spiritual energy, she also had to control the increasing power of faith. Every time she saw the power of faith, she felt helpless. Such a good thing couldn't be used. Her heart ached. And because of this incident, the power of faith in her body exploded, almost causing her to collapse a few times. So when the situation stabilized, she woke up and flashed into the spirit pagoda. She directly laid on her bed. Although her body still couldn't move, at least the power of faith here wouldn't continue to increase. She could take a deep breath and have a good sleep. In a daze, Sima Yue felt like she was bitten. Then, a tender voice appeared in her head. She opened her eyes and saw little golden snake coiled around her chest. Seeing that she had woken up, it said excitedly, "Yu, you're awake." Sima Yue blinked and looked at little golden snake. She was stunned for a few seconds before she reacted. "Did you just use the contract to send me a message?" That's right, that's right. Yu, we have a contract." Little golden snake's voice was filled with joy. It wasn't unhappy at all. She knew it. This guy usually only spoke a few words. How could he speak so smoothly all of a sudden? It turned out that he was using voice transmission. But why did this guy want to form a contract with her? Little golden snake knew what she was thinking and took the initiative to explain, because Meng and the others can block the lightning tribulation for Yu. You guys are all injured together. Only I can't. I want to be with you guys too. That's good. I can be with you guys in the future. Hee hee. Sima Yue looked at its pure eyes. She didn't know how to tell it that once they formed a contract, they would lose their freedom. Chapter 1284. The little golden snake knew what she was thinking. It climbed onto her neck and wrapped itself around her. Then, it rubbed its little finger-sized head against her face and said, "Although I don't know much about this world, I still know what a contract is. Following you won't make me lose my freedom." "You sure are sure." Sima Yue moved her hands. Because of the contract, the wounds on her body had healed. However, the scars were still there and they still looked scary. She sat up, stretched her neck, and held Xiao Jin in her hands. She said gratefully, "It's so comfortable when you're healthy." "Xiao Jin, thank you for helping me recover so quickly. Little gold can't transcend the tribulation with Yu, but it can help you heal. Little Jin is so happy." Sima Yue laughed when she saw Xiao Jin's body swaying from side to side. "But why didn't my spiritual energy increase after I contracted with you?" Sima Yue asked. "Yeah. Why?" The little golden snake stopped and looked at her blankly. "Because I suppressed it for you." Little Spirit said, "You will feel it when you go out." "Thank you, Little Spirit." Sima Yue knew that he was doing this for her own good. "By the way, how are the others?" "Their injuries are more serious, and they are all in seclusion to heal. However, this is also beneficial to them." Little Spirit said. "What benefits?" The little golden snake did not understand. The tribulation lightning they receive can help them comprehend the heavenly Tao. Although they won't truly comprehend their own Tao like you humans, it's still beneficial to their cultivation. Moreover, it will also increase their battle prowess by a lot. Little Spirit said. "I didn't know it could be used like that. Yu, the next time you go through the tribulation, let me go with you." The little golden snake said. Sima Yue saw that it was curious about this, so she nodded and said, "All right, I'll let you try it next time. Let's go and see them now." She brought the little golden snake to take a look at the beasts. All of them had transformed into their original forms and fallen asleep. Qi Yan was not with them. He was on the Qingyi tree. Sima Yue went to see him. He was recovering well. Qingyi appeared beside her. Seeing that she had recovered her strength, he said, "It's faster than I expected. But it makes sense. You saved so many people and endured the heavenly tribulation. The heavenly Tao naturally won't seal you. I didn't expect it to be so soon." Sima Yue said, "But the price is quite high. Do you know that this is the cycle of karma? The seeds you plant today will bring you unexpected results in the future." Qin Yi smiled faintly, stunning Sima Yue. Karma. Since he had planted good karma today, he should also reap good karma in the future, right? Judging from Xing Yi's reaction, she seemed to know something. However, based on the usual behavior of people at their level, it must be some kind of secret. Sima Yue looked around and after making sure that everyone was fine, she went to the pill refining room to refine pills for herself. Although her physique could prevent her from leaving any scars on her body, she still wanted to use pills to speed up the process. On the other side, Wu Lingyu went to Memory Restaurant. There wasn't a single person eating in the main hall. They were all from the Sage Pavilion and the Sima family. Seeing Wu Lingyu come out, the people from the Sage Pavilion bowed to him. He came in front of Tang Yun and bowed slightly, saying, "Assistant Pavilion Master." Tang Yun looked at Wu Lingyu and didn't say a word. Everyone thought that he was going to get angry, but he smiled instead. "Lingyu, where have you been all these years?" From the opening of the Immortal Land until now, the people from the Sage Pavilion hadn't heard from him for 20 years. If not for his life jade, they would have thought that something bad had happened to him. They sent people to the central regions to ask. They said that he had left a sentence to look for an opportunity before disappearing. The head pavilion even sent people to look for him. However, it was left unsettled in the end. Because I suddenly had an epiphany, I went out to look for an opportunity. After that, I found a paradise and went into seclusion there. Wu Lingyu said. "You just came out of seclusion?" "Yes." Wu Lingyu said, "The moment I came out, I sensed that something had happened to Yue, so I came over to take a look." With his previous performance, no one doubted his words. After all, to be able to comprehend this, not to mention 20 years, even 200 years was possible. "You've already comprehended the power of time?" An elder from the inner regions asked. "I've just crossed the threshold." Wu Lingyu answered humbly, "The only thing I can do now is to freeze time." "That's already very impressive." That elder looked at him with admiration. "Time and space are different. It's even more difficult to comprehend time. If it wasn't for the fact that there was an ancient person who knew this move, we would have thought that it was a lie. In 10,000 years, no one knew this. Your Highness Holy Son doesn't have to be humble." Wu Lingyu smiled and didn't continue talking about this. "Lingyu, when did you get together with Sima Yue?" Tang Yun asked. "The first time I went to the Yilin continent, I met her. After that, I slowly got to know her and fell in love with her." Wu Lingyu said. "Although Sima Yue is young, her background and power make me blush with shame. Only she is worthy of the Holy Sun." The elder said. The people from the Sima family were unhappy and said, "What do you mean our family's young miss is worthy of him? It's obvious that only he is worthy of our family's young Mississippi, Sima family, don't go too far. We've given you some face and you've taken advantage of us. You Sage Pavilion are the ones who are. If not for the fact that your Highness Holy Son treats our family's young miss well, we wouldn't have taken a fancy to you." All right. Everyone quiet down. What's the point of making a ruckus here?" Tang Yin scolded. "No matter what, Sima Yue just solved a disaster for the continent. How can you argue about this when she's injured?" The people from the Sage Pavilion did not speak. The Sima family wanted to say something, but they were interrupted. "If I didn't remember wrongly, at that time, Sima Yue was abandoned by you, right? Now you're saying that she's your young miss, but whether she acknowledges it or not is another matter." The Sima family was poked in their sore spot. They were angry, but they could not refute. Because when the great elder returned, he said that Sima Yue did not seem to be willing to return to the clan. Everyone. Baide, who was watching from the side, finally spoke. He cupped his hands and said, "Our family's Valley Lord has said that while the Vice Valley Lord is recuperating, he hopes that everyone will not disturb him. We won't disturb, we'll just wait here." The people from the Sima family said. But Baide was in a difficult position. "But we still need to operate here. We don't have a place to stay. If you stay here, you'll disturb us." Baide did not finish his sentence, but everyone understood what he meant. Chapter 1285. The Sage Pavilion and the Sima clan both had some opinions about the people from Heartbreak Valley. They had made their intentions clear so blatantly. They were a force from the inner regions. There were many forces from the outer regions who wanted to curry favor with them. How could they push them away like this? But their own boss didn't say anything. Even if these people had their own thoughts, they couldn't say anything. I heard that there's an inn next door. Do you want to come with us? Tang Yun looked at Wu Lingyu and asked. Wu Lingyu shook his head. Her condition is not stable now. I have to look after her. So affectionate. Tang Yun sighed and led the people from the Sage Pavilion out. The Sage Pavilion had already set an example. The Sima family couldn't get angry. After all, this was little Mrs. Force. She hadn't said that she was going back to the clan. If they messed things up, it would be hard to explain when they went back. Aren't you doing business? Then let's do our business. Everyone, let's go eat. All right. So, for the next few days, the Sima family ate and drank here. They spent a lot of money. Luckily, the Sima family was rich and didn't care about this bit of money. Sima Yue stayed in the spirit pagoda for a month. The scars on her body disappeared completely under the effect of the pills and her physique. Little Spirit told her that everyone was waiting for her outside. Only then did she find a set of clothes that could protect her from divine sense. Then she put on a cloak and a pair of gloves to cover her whole body, so that no one would be able to see her current state. She knew that Wu Lingyu was in her room. When she went out, she wasn't surprised to see him. Wu Lingyu saw that she had wrapped herself up, went up and pulled open her cloak, saying, "Why did you wrap yourself up so tightly? It's only been a few days. If I stand in front of others in perfect condition, they will think of me as a monster." Sima Yue said, "Even if they don't think of me as a monster, they will be curious about me. If someone finds out, I'll be in trouble." Sima Yue had yet to finish speaking when the expression on her face became a little strange. Wu Lingyu grabbed her hand, wanting to see what was wrong with her. He felt that her strength had increased by another level, allowing her to jump from the Divine Paragon Intermediate rank to the Divine Paragon Advanced rank. Furthermore, she didn't stop after she broke through. She only stopped when she touched the Monarch rank. Feeling the change in the air, she grabbed Wu Lingyu's hand, saying, "Quickly take me away from here." Wu Lingyu knew that she was going to face the lightning tribulation again, so he grabbed her hand and opened a space tunnel to leave. In the inn next door, Tang Yun felt something. He opened a spatial passage and walked in. Wu Lingyu took Sima Yue to the outskirts of Six Water City, far away from those people. This place is quite far from Six Water City. It shouldn't attract any attention, Wu Lingyu said. As soon as he said that, he sensed movement in the air. Sima Yue stared at him. Didn't he say it was safe? Why did someone come so quickly? Tang Yun came out of the spatial passage. Sima Yue was a little surprised. Why did this guy follow her? She thought that someone came here by accident, but now it seemed like it wasn't. The tribulation cloud in the air was quickly condensing. If he was here, wouldn't she be exposed? Wu Lingyu wasn't surprised. He patted Sima Yue's shoulder, saying, "It's okay, go prepare for your tribulation." Sima Yue looked at Tang Yun who was walking over, then looked at Wu Lingyu. Seeing that he was so sure, she nodded, turned and walked towards the empty space. Dark clouds gathered above her head. After the previous tribulation, this tribulation was like child's play to the three of them. If it was someone else, they would definitely be prepared, but to Sima Yue, this tribulation wasn't enough to make her nervous. She waited for the cloud spirit to arrive, then flew directly to the tribulation cloud, looking for the cloud spirit to chat. Tang Yun stood beside Wu Lingyu, saying, "Ever since you came here, your eyes have been on her. Am I that unattractive? Why do you sound so sour?" Wu Lingyu rolled her eyes at him. "How can I not be sour? In any case, I'm still the Sage Pavilion's assistant pavilion master on the surface. You don't even want to keep up appearances. I called you twice and you didn't even come." You're guarding her all day, treating her like a treasure and me like a blade of grass. Tang Yun said bitterly. Did I ask you to be a blade of grass? Wu Lingyu glanced at him helplessly. Isn't that right? You should have told me earlier that you were close to her. I could have helped you take care of her in the immortal land. Tang Yun said. Tell you? Wouldn't that make you even more curious? Wu Lingyu knew Tang Yun too well. Even if she didn't tell him, he was already interested in Sima Yue. If she told him, it would be terrible. Moreover, during that time, he was with Yue. Why would Tang Yun take care of her? If anyone else was here, they would definitely be surprised by the way the two of them interacted. How was this something a superior and subordinate would say? It was something only a pair of good friends would do. Tang Yun saw Sima Yue suddenly fly into the tribulation cloud and was shocked, saying, "What is she doing in the clouds?" Chatting. Wu Lingyu said. Tang Yun's eyes widened, chatting. With who? The cloud spirit. The heavenly messenger that controls the tribulation. Since when were they close enough to chat? Tang Yun felt that it was a little unbelievable. Seeing it with his own eyes was more shocking than hearing her say that she was going easy on the cloud spirit. It's probably because of their friendship. Wu Lingyu saw the envy in his eyes and patted his shoulder, saying, "Since you're so interested, why don't you go and get struck by it? Maybe you can form a friendship too." Go, why don't you go? Tang Yun slapped his hand away, saying, "She's immune to lightning, right? Otherwise, how could she enter the tribulation cloud?" Wu Lingyu didn't say anything, silently agreeing with his words. What a mysterious woman. Tang Yun touched his chin, his eyes filled with interest towards her. Feeling the sudden drop in temperature, he said helplessly, "Do you have to be like this? She's your woman, do you think I can covet her? With your personality, it's hard to say." Wu Lingyu lowered his own pressure. He believed in Yue, but he didn't believe this guy. Tang Yun saw that he was serious, waved his hand, saying, Okay, I won't do anything to her, okay? Wu Lingyu then retracted his gaze. But you didn't go into seclusion for the past 20 years, right? Tang Yun said, did you go back to the Devil Realm? Devil Realm, I haven't gone back for a long time. I don't know what it's like now. Tang Yun sighed. If others heard it, they would be shocked by his words. The Sage Pavilion's assistant pavilion master was actually a devil who cultivated both the dark and light attributes. Chapter 1286. Wu Lingyu didn't know about Tang Yun's identity in the past. The two of them only had a good relationship in private, but it wasn't to the point where they had to share such a secret. Later on, when their souls fused as one, he became extremely sensitive to the aura of the demon race and discovered his true identity. At that time, he was also very surprised. Later on, when he found out about Tang Yun's matters, their relationship became even better. The devil world is a bit chaotic right now. If you go back, your enemies probably won't have time to chase after you. Wu Lingyu said. That's not necessarily true. Tang Yun's face flashed with hatred, but no matter what, I will definitely return to this devil realm. Yes, I'll take my revenge. Hurry back and settle the situation over there. That way, when I go back, there won't be so much trouble. Tang Yun said. I asked you to come along, but you didn't want to. Maybe next time. When I have the courage to go back, I will definitely go back with you. All right. Sima Yu, who was on the tribulation cloud, didn't hear anything about the conversation here. At this time, she was drinking wine with Cloud Spirit. Where have you been all these years? Cloud Spirit raised its head from the wine jar. The jar of wine was finished in less than 2 minutes. It smacked its lips twice. It was still a familiar taste. I went to the immortal land and stayed there for 20 years. Sima Yue said, why, did you miss me? I miss your wine, Cloud Spirit said bluntly. You once said that the three realms belonged to you. Why wasn't it you in the immortal land? Sima Yue asked. Does the immortal realm belong to the ghost realm, devil realm, and human realm? This doesn't even belong to the three realms. How can it be under my jurisdiction? Cloud Soul said. Are you still in charge of the tribulation in the ghost realm? Okay. Cloud Spirit jumped onto another jar of wine and buried its head in it. Sima Yue smiled as she watched Cloud Spirit gulp down the wine. If the other two realms were really under its control, then she would have another way to deal with her enemies in the future. Alright, I'm going to chop it. You can leave now. Oh right, save the wine and pills for me first. Cloud Spirit finished another jar of wine and said to her. Sima Yue gave it a pile of fruit wine and pills before flying down. As soon as she landed, a bolt of tribulation lightning struck down. Fortunately, it wasn't very strong, otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to withstand it. This Cloud Spirit, why is it striking so fast? She muttered, and let the purple top-grade heavenly lightning climb to the top of her head to receive the tribulation lightning behind. Tang Yun saw that Sima Yue had easily received the lightning tribulation and was completely fine. He sighed and said, other than her, I'm afraid no one else would be able to pass the tribulation so calmly. Why is this heavenly tribulation getting heavier? Wu Lingyu had been watching her the entire time. Naturally, she knew why the heavenly tribulation was getting heavier. Sima Yue did not expect that the appearance of the little golden snake would cause a change in the heavenly tribulation. This had never happened before. The little golden snake was on Sima Yue's neck. When it saw the tribulation clouds in the sky, it shrank its head back in fear. If you're scared, you can go back first. Sima Yue patted its little head. I'm not scared. The little golden snake said, Little Roar and the rest can do it, so can I. I'm much stronger than them. Moreover, I feel that I should be struck by lightning. But I don't know why. Sima Yue looked at the little golden snake in astonishment. It should be struck by lightning. It's probably because you're an ancient creature and you've advanced in rank. That's why you need to be struck by lightning. She guessed. The little golden snake did not know, but its instincts told it that being struck by lightning would be beneficial. As a result, when the lightning tribulation came down, the little golden snake jumped up from her body and caught the lightning tribulation halfway. When the lightning tribulation struck its body, the little golden snake's body returned to its original form. Its golden body flickered with the light of lightning. Its 100-meter-long body struggled in the air, as if it was heavily injured by the lightning. This is... Tang Yun looked at Sima Yue. How is this possible? Although Wu Lingyu always knew that the little golden snake was an ancient creature, he never thought of its identity. Today, when he saw its original form, his heart was shocked. Tang Yun looked at him and saw that he was shocked as well. His heart felt better. I never thought that the ancient sacred beast soaring snake would live until today. Did it come from a spirit stone? Wu Lingyu nodded and frowned, saying, I never thought that such a small thing would actually be a soaring snake. This girl's contracted beasts are each stronger than the other. Your voice is very heavy. Isn't this good? Her luck, I'm afraid that other than you, no one else can compare to her. Tang Yun pointed out. This, he was not referring to his current identity, but the Demon King from hundreds of thousands of years ago. That's why I died early. Wu Lingyu said. What are you worried about? Everyone's luck is fixed. Wu Lingyu said, if a person's luck is too good, there will be a certain amount of responsibility or setbacks. Her luck is too good. Her cultivation talent, the talents of various professions, the status of contracted beasts by her side, all these are consuming her luck. I'm worried that something will happen to her in the future that we can't predict. Even he had become a part of her luck. If she did not meet him, she would not have her current accomplishments in alchemy, beast taming, and arrays. Tang Yun also understood this point. The higher one's strength, the more they would understand this. Her luck and talent are really too good. Is there any way to resolve it? Tang Yun asked. If it was in the past, I might be able to sense it, but with my current strength. Wu Lingyu was helpless. He could not sense what would happen to her in the future, so he could not determine if it was good or bad. Why don't you find some time to look for Lin? He might know something. Tang Yun suggested. That's the only way. It was just that the two of them knew that Lin might not say anything. It was nothing before, but now that I've heard you say it, the continent seems to be in a mess recently. Tang Yun was a little flustered. Since ancient times, every time there's chaos, there will always be outstanding people appearing. Now that I've seen her, I think that the human realm is going to be in chaos. Isn't it chaotic enough? Wu Lingyu said, that's right, these few years, how's the investigation of those people going? I don't know what kind of power it is. Even the Sage Pavilion's intelligence system can't find any trace of them. Tang Yun said, I think it's a few powers working together. Otherwise, they wouldn't be so powerful. Even you can't find out anything. Wu Lingyu was a little surprised. Tang Yun nodded and said, that's right. Our people would be one step behind. Although we found many clues, we didn't get any useful information. I'm thinking, could it be that the Sage Pavilion is also involved? This book came from Chapter 1287. The lightning tribulation only struck a few times before it ended carelessly. The three of them couldn't stand it anymore. Sima Yue returned after the lightning tribulation. The two of them stopped talking. When Wu Lingyu saw her return, he walked over to catch her and asked, how was it? I'm fine, but little golden snake seems to have some problems. After receiving 2 lightning tribulations, it fell asleep. Sima Yue said. It should be digesting the power of the lightning tribulation. Don't worry. Wu Lingyu tidied her messy hair. How was your trip this time? Yes. Cloud Spirit is good at going easy on me. It doesn't matter to me. Sima Yue smiled. If others were to hear your words, I don't know if they would be jealous of you or laugh at you for being struck so many times. Tang Yun walked over and laughed. No matter what they think, it has nothing to do with me, Sima Yue said nonchalantly. Your mentality is really... Tang Yun looked at Sima Yue. Are you really a little girl? How can he be so calm? What do you think? Sima Yue asked. It doesn't seem like it. Tang Yun expressed his feelings. Your thoughts are better than those old farts. Are you trying to regain your youth? Take your time to think about it. I won't tell you. Sima Yue said, Lingyu, let's go back. If we leave without saying goodbye, they will be worried if they don't see me. All right. Wu Lingyu held her hand and opened a spatial passageway to look at Tang Yun. Tang Yun thought that Wu Lingyu was inviting him out of goodwill, but before he could say anything, he was doused with cold water by Wu Lingyu. You can leave after we leave. After Wu Lingyu finished speaking, he pulled Sima Yue into the spatial tunnel. Once they entered, the tunnel closed. When Tang Yun saw the spatial passageway close just like that, he could not resist sighing emotionally and said, really forgetting friends after having a wife. Sigh, I'd better go back myself. After sighing with emotion, he opened a spatial passage and went back. Sima Yue and Wu Lingyu's sudden appearance in the courtyard gave the little guys a fright. Yue, why did you come back? He just went out to transcend the tribulation. Sima Yue said. They looked at her in surprise. You advanced again. Yeah, when I was unconscious, little golden snake contracted with me, and then I leveled up. Sima Yue said, but because of the contract, my injuries have healed. That's good. Bei Gong Tang saw that her skin had also recovered to its original state, without leaving behind any scars. Only then did she relax. Shimin Feng and Sima Luyun came out. Seeing that Sima Yue had completely recovered, the former was calm while the other two were shocked. It has only been a few days, right? How did he recover so quickly? It's good to be young. Sima Lu Feng walked 2 rounds around Sima Yue and sighed. It's good that you've recovered. Sima Lu Yun did not agree with Sima Lu Feng's words about being young, but he did not continue asking. Bai Ta came in from the front courtyard. When he saw that Sima Yue had already recovered, he was stunned. Shopkeeper Bai, what's the matter? Shimin Feng spoke, interrupting his surprise. It's like this. The Sima family is outside, asking about the Vice Valley Lord's injuries. They said that they want to come in and see the Vice Valley Lord. Bai Ta regained his senses and said. Sima family. Sima Yue looked at Sima Lu Yun. The people they brought. It's second elder and some uncles in the family, which is your grandfather's generation. They said that they want to see you. Sima Lu Yun said. Sima Yue frowned. Did this have a deeper meaning? Yue, no matter what, you're still a member of the Sima family. The blood flowing in your body is the blood of the Sima family. Sima Lu Feng continued, although we don't like some people in the family, it's still our family. But to me, it's just a place with the same surname. Sima Yue continued, it has never raised me or taught me anything. I've never eaten any food there, nor have I eaten any pills. The family has let you down, but this can't erase the fact that you're a member of the Sima family. A voice came from the sky. Then, the space tunnel opened and a few elders in white came out. Sima Lu Feng and Sima Lu Yun were stunned when they saw these people. They went forward and bowed, greetings to clan master and elders. Clan master, aren't you all in closed-door cultivation? Why are you all out? Sima Lu Feng asked. Gang Yi asked us to come out. Sima family's clan master, Sima Ji Yuan, answered Sima Lu Feng, but his gaze was always on Sima Yue. Sima Gang Yi was the great elder. He didn't come along this time because of the family and Gu family's matters. He didn't expect these old fellows to come personally. Yue, this is the clan master. These are the elders of the family. Sima Lu Feng introduced. Sima Yue bowed slightly to them and said, Heartbreak Valley's Vice Valley Lord greets the Sima family's clan master. When she said that, the faces of the Sima family's old fellows darkened. I'm your great-grandfather. Sima Ji Yuan said. My grandfather's father died long ago in Yilin continent. Sima Yue smiled, but the smile didn't reach her eyes. Sima Lu Feng and Sima Lu Yun were shocked when they heard what she said. They quickly explained, Clan Master, Yue didn't mean it that way. She just, Sima Ji Yuan waved his hand to interrupt them. He stared at Sima Yue and said, I've seen your information. You have the right to be arrogant, but no matter how arrogant you are, you can't deny that you're a member of the Sima family. Sima Yue shrugged and said, if I didn't have these external conditions, didn't have so many powerful contracted beasts and didn't have such good talent, would you still say such things? Sima Lu Feng lowered his head, feeling a little sad. Although they always talked about the family had become more and more disappointing and cold. Yue was right. If she wasn't so powerful, would the family have sent so many people to invite her back? Sima Ji Yuan looked at her eyes that were filled with anger. He was silent for a while before he said in a low voice, Why do you think you can live until now? Sima Yue frowned, What do you mean? Do you want me to thank you for not killing me that year? Sima Ji Yuan shook his head. He didn't say anything but condensed his spirit energy. Sima Luyuan thought that he was going to attack Sima Yue and stood in front of her subconsciously. However, Sima Yue grabbed his arm. Sima Luyuan turned around and looked at her. She looked straight at the spirit energy in Sima Zhiyuan's hand. Her face was filled with disbelief and shock. She walked over in a daze and reached out to touch his spirit energy. She muttered, "How could it be?"